Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The UK Prime Minister announces that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September. That's unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire deal. In New York, 4 people are dead, including a police officer, after a gunman opens fire inside a Manhattan skyscraper. And the Kremlin responds to Trump's deadline ultimatum, defending its ongoing military operations in Ukraine as 17 people are killed by a Russian airstrike. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has announced that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September. That's unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire deal. Earlier today, Starmer recalled his cabinet from their summer recess early for an emergency meeting on the ongoing conflict. And here's how he made that announcement.
I can confirm the UK will recognise the State of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September, unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire, and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect of a two-state solution. And this includes allowing the UN to restart the supply of aid and making clear that there will be no annexations in the West Bank.
Let's go live now to London to speak to the Deputy Editor of Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie, thanks for joining us. This significant announcement from Starmer just in the last few minutes about the two-state solution. Was this expected when he recalled government from recess?
Well, he was certainly under a lot of pressure to recognise Palestine as a state from his MPs. It was more of a domestic crisis than an international one for Labour internally, because they had this huge pressure from their backbenches and from their voters to do something about Palestine, to speak out against Israel, and to address the humanitarian situation in a meaningful way. This sort of, we will recognise Palestine as a state at the UN in September if you don't agree to a ceasefire, is a new development. And it strikes me as a slightly odd one, because what it suggests is that if Israel does suddenly agree to a ceasefire and flood the area with humanitarian aid, then Labour will not recognise Palestine as a state. What it's essentially saying is that it will recognise Palestine as a state if it's being persecuted and oppressed. This is an odd dynamic, and it feels to me a little bit like a sort of desperate measure from a group of people who wanted to go on summer holiday, have been dragged back because of a crisis within their government, and have come up with this as a sort of fudged solution.
Do you think, Freddie, that Swinney and Starmer had this conversation when they were in Scotland? It seems very hot on the foot of that visit. Maybe Trump had an influence because, as we know, the US have boycotted the two-state UN meeting that's been taking place in New York. So was there maybe a conversation that went on in Turnberry that was about this?
I think they were very keen to push Donald Trump to make a statement about the suffering of the people in Palestine. I think that what he did say, that it was horrible to see images of starving children, and that has been turned into a shift from Donald Trump. But if you listen to what he said in the round, he was still very much focusing on Israeli hostages. He was careful not to say anything too critical of Israel. And so Trump didn't really shift, but he gave them the quote that enabled them to say feel that Trump has shifted his position, and therefore America is a bit more on side than it was. I think they might have been overspinning that a little bit. But certainly they got what they wanted because they did want Trump to appear to be on board so that they could shift their own position in favour of Palestine.
You did mention at the onset as well, but this announcement seems a bit like international diplomacy, but maybe there's domestic pressure as well from the UK voters. Do you think that it's potentially that which has caused Keir Starmer to come out and say, we will recognise, given the time, at the United Nations in September, Palestine as a state?
Undoubtedly. One has to remember that Keir Starmer became leader off the back of his campaign against anti-Semitism in the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. So he's always been very, very nervous about criticising Israel, about distancing himself from Israel. He has ties to Israel. So he's not comfortable in a position where he's antagonising Israel and even Bibi Netanyahu. So it's definitely to do with intense pressure from his voters and also a threat to Labour's left from Gaza independents, that's Muslim independents, who are taking up a lot of Muslim voters in urban areas, taking them away from Labour. And that's, in the future, potentially a serious electoral problem for Labour. So he has a big, big domestic problem when it comes to this issue. And that's what he's trying to address first and foremost.
So do you think that's what we're seeing here, Freddie? Is Labour shifting its tone on the Palestinian statehood, a political shift, political optics? What's at play here, do you think?
Well, I suppose I am sounding quite cynical. I think there are a lot of Labour people, including people in the Labour cabinet, who are sincerely concerned because the images are terrible. It's a terrible situation, and they want something to be done. That's certainly true. But, I mean, I am cynical because I've been following Westminster for a while. And when governments take actions like this, it's usually because there's some domestic pressure, there's some threat to their own authority, to their own coalition. And Labour has a huge majority, but a huge majority of Labour MPs want their government to do something about this. So that's what's going on. That's the driving factor.
Let's talk about Trump for a second. His instinct for public mood, which is to the fore once again. Do you think his remarks while he was there in Turnberry, are they marking a bit of a broader change in Western rhetoric, that combined with Keir Starmer's announcement today?
Yes, certainly. I think Trump has a gut-level instinct, or some might say even genius, for what most people are thinking. And the point is, particularly in the last month, last couple of weeks, most people have started to think, hang on, what Israel needs to stop. This is getting out of control. This situation is truly terrible, and it's unambiguously terrible now. So, yes, I think Trump will understand that at a sort of gut level. At the same time, though, he's very close to Israel, has been for some time. His policies as a president have often been aligned with Israel. If you think about the first term, the Abraham Accords and so on, these were great strides in many ways in the Middle East, but they were what Israel wanted. Israel, in some ways, dictated Trump's foreign policy in the Middle East and has done also this term with Iran and so on. So, I think instinctively he understands that the public mood has changed, but he's also very connected to Israel, is unwilling to upset even Netanyahu, who he has problems with.
Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, thank you so much for joining us on W News. We will continue this conversation. Olga Sherevko, who is joining us, the spokesperson for OCA in Gaza. Olga, first of all, can you describe the humanitarian situation that's on the ground in Gaza, especially for the children?
Thank you so much for having me. The situation here, I'm struggling to find really the words for it anymore because the levels to which it has deteriorated is really unimaginable. I was out today in Gaza City. I saw children of all ages picking through giant piles of trash, just looking for some scraps to eat. People everywhere are asking for food. That is the first thing they ask you for. And one interesting thing I actually heard today was that the rubbish collection employees have noticed a 70% decrease in the amount of rubbish that is being discarded in Gaza recently, which is a very stark sign that there's nothing left to discard.
Olga, Israel's saying that they're introducing these tactical pauses and increasing the aid as well. Are you seeing it make any difference on the ground in real terms in Gaza?
Well, it's a welcome decision, and we certainly hope that it leads to better access, to more aid being able to enter, and for our enabling of our job. We have noticed some improvements, and this is a positive step in the right direction, but much more needs to be done, of course. We have seen some reduction in security incidents along the routes that are supposed to have these tactical pauses, but not enough. And more needs, again, the routes need to be introduced. More security needs to be provided in terms of people not being shot and killed and injured alongside convoys who are waiting to get food, and of course the volume of supplies. And ultimately, what we've said all along, since we cannot do this alone as a humanitarian community, we need commercial supplies to be entering as well.
The Israeli rhetoric seems to be that Hamas are intercepting the aid at every possible opportunity. Are you seeing any evidence of that while you're there in Gaza?
Well, we've had these very long-standing restrictions and constraints placed on us, which have created this very unpredictable environment of when and if aid is coming. So at the moment, because of this unpredictability, there's a lack of confidence within these communities themselves that aid is coming and that they will be able to get it at any point. So anytime a convoy enters now, the road that follows to its destination, it is met by thousands, tens of thousands of hungry and desperate people who basically offload the flour directly off the trucks.
Are you seeing any impact from the air-delivered aid, which we're hearing about at the moment? Has that had any noticeable effect on people on the ground?
Well, we also welcome, of course, these efforts to provide aid that is much needed and long overdue. But there is really no alternative to the scale of assistance that can be brought in by land. So we have always said that this is really the most effective and efficient way to bring assistance. It allows vulnerable people to receive it in a way that can reach them, so it doesn't exclude certain elements of the population. And
I think we've just lost Olga temporarily there, but we will try and return to her in just a second. Olga Sherakova, who's the spokesperson for OCHA in Gaza, thank you so much for joining us on that. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the top headlines today. Trade negotiations between the US and China have entered a second day in Stockholm in Sweden. The talks came a day after President Trump reached a deal with the EU which will see exports to the US taxed at 15%. Next week is crucial for Beijing as the US plans to impose tariffs of 145% on Chinese goods should a deal not be reached by August the 12th. Military commanders from Thailand and Cambodia have held discussions following peace talks, which has led to a ceasefire. During the meeting, Thai military accused Cambodian troops of violating the truce, saying they continued launching armed attacks. Thailand estimates over $300 million in economic damage from the border conflict with Cambodia. President Trump has opened a brand new 18-hole golf course in Aberdeenshire in the resort in Scotland on the final day of his trip to the UK. The construction of this new course, which began in 2023, is dedicated to Trump's mother, who was born on the Isle of Lewis. The US president will return to Great Britain in September for a state visit when he will stay with King Charles at Windsor Castle. And China has introduced a financial incentive to its citizens in order to boost the declining birth rate. The government said it will pay families $500 every year per baby until the child turns 3. The handouts will help around 20 million families with the cost of raising children. That's according to state media. To New York now, where 4 people, including a police officer, have been killed after a gunman stormed a Park Avenue skyscraper in Manhattan on Monday night. The attacker, 27-year-old Shane Tamura from Las Vegas, opened fire in the lobby before he took the lift to the 33rd floor. Later, he shot himself dead. The city's mayor, Eric Adams, has given a statement and paid tribute to the slain officer. Have a listen to this.
We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam. He served in the 47th Precinct. He was just 36 years old and a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He was doing what he does best, and all members of the police department carry out. He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh, and he loved this city.
For more on this, let's go live to New York. The latest on this story with our correspondent, Mitch McCann. Mitch, first of all, talk us through how this attack actually unfolded inside the building, and tell us what we know about this gunman and his motives, especially considering the huge cross-country journey he made in order to get to New York.
Yeah, that's right. Good afternoon from New York. Police say 27-year-old Shane Devon Tamura had driven from Nevada to Manhattan in recent days, which is a very long journey from one side of the United States to the other. And they say he left his car parked outside 345 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and walked into the large commercial building. Now, once inside, police say he opened fire on Didirul Islam, the police officer who was working off-duty as a security guard, killing him, as well as a woman named Wesley Lepatner, who was an employee at the investment management firm in that building, Blackstone. Now, he also shot 2 other people who haven't been named by authorities yet. It's then reported the shooter took one of the elevator banks more than 30 floors up the building, ending up at the office of the building's management company, where he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. A very tragic story, but of course, yes, his motive is unknown at this stage, although there is reports that he left a note inside his wallet that talked about the brain condition CTE and the National Football League, which is also housed in that building.
Shane, what do we know, Mitch, what do we know about the victims so far, particularly the officer who has been referred to as a hero? Now, you briefly mentioned the organisations that are in that Blackstone, but also the NFL, which we're led to believe was somewhat specifically targeted.
Yeah, that's right. Well, firstly, to answer the first part of your question, Officer Islam was 36 years old, and as Eric Adams said at that clip you played earlier, he is a 3-year veteran of the New York City Police Department. He's also an immigrant from Bangladesh. It's reported he has 2 children, and his wife is currently pregnant with their 3rd child. Eric Adams reiterated the point you heard earlier. He said he was saving lives, he was protecting New Yorkers. He is a true blue New Yorker, not only in the uniform he wore. A close family friend told the New York Times earlier today he wanted to support his family and be in a better position, and he fell in love with law enforcement while working in security earlier in his life. Now, as for the buildings he targeted, this is interesting, and this is really a new development. It's thought he was targeting the headquarters of the NFL, or the National Football League, according to Eric Adams earlier today. That is suspected because there was a note, as I mentioned, found inside his wallet, which he claimed he had the brain disease CTE, which is sometimes suffered by American football players, and his note mentioned the National Football League a number of times. Now, it's also been reported that 345 Park Avenue has a number of elevator banks, and it's likely that he took the wrong one. He intended to go to the NFL headquarters, it's thought, but ended up in another elevator bank, which took him to the building management company on the 32nd or 33rd floor of the building. So regardless, even though he took the wrong elevator bank, a very tragic outcome in that building on Park Avenue.
Mitch, we're seeing some of the videos on our screens right now, but how is New York responding in terms of security? But also, I guess, in terms of mental health awareness, now that we've had the mention of CTE, do we know if the gunman was maybe known to authorities before this attack actually occurred?
Yeah, well, first part of your question there, it's reported that Wall Street businesses and large financial companies like Blackstone, the investment management company involved here, are increasing their security today in the wake of this shooting, something that will very much likely provide comfort to a lot of employees who are going through probably a difficult time at the moment. I spent some time in Midtown Manhattan this morning, and it really did feel like in many parts of the city it was business as usual, although there is still a police presence around that building in Park Avenue. As for the shooter's mental health, the New York Police Commissioner said in a press conference, according to our law enforcement partners in Las Vegas, where Mr. Tamura had come from, he has a documented mental health history. His motives are still under investigation. And what we're also seeing today, after the mention of CTE, that brain condition I spoke about, there is a lot more awareness about that today. A lot of people are speaking about it and what that actually means. Of course, that is a brain condition that cannot be properly diagnosed until one's death. It's reported that the shooter in this case asked in that note that I mentioned for his brain to be examined after his death to see whether or not he has CTE. Of course, we don't know whether authorities plan to do anything like that at this stage, but certainly CTE is a key point of discussion here in New York today.
I have to ask, because some of the pictures that have emerged of the shooter have him in what looks like it may be an NFL team jersey. So do we know anything about the shooter and if he was perhaps a player or anything like that?
Yeah, well, what we understand is that he was a football player at the college level. There is no reporting that indicates he played professional football in the NFL. There have been a few cases of CTE in recent years. It's important to note there was even a movie starring Will Smith where the main character was trying to encourage the National Football League to talk more openly about CTE. Of course, the NFL has been heavily criticised over the last decade for a failure to do enough for people with CTE. Of course, this is a condition that really scientists and medical doctors are still learning a lot about. It's something he claims he has, but I say that is yet to be proven at this stage. But yes, he said that he did play football. It's understood at a college level. There's been some discussion of that from former coaches on cable network television here in the US this morning. But still, there are many questions to answer about his football career and what condition he was actually suffering from.
President Trump has jumped in to say the shooting was senseless violence by a crazed lunatic as well. Is that the only comment we've had from the White House on this so far?
Yeah, that is the only comment I've seen from the White House so far. And this is important to note. It goes back to what Donald Trump has been saying in recent months, and especially during the campaign. He's talked about the fact that New York City and a number of American cities aren't safe enough. And although he hasn't alluded to it completely on this instance, it is possible he will talk about this in the coming days. Donald Trump made a very big deal in the campaign about the fact he said New York City, but a lot of other Democrat cities with Democrat mayors were not safe. So this doesn't go very far in proving the president wrong there. So that, I just think, is something that we should watch out for, whether or not he's going to discuss that in the coming days. But of course, we have heard from Eric Adams. We've heard from the governor of New York, who have also described this as a senseless shooting. But I think it is possible we will hear more from the president when he faces the cameras, likely in the coming hours on his trip in the UK.
Mitch, while we have you as well, as you are in New York today, where the UN are meeting about the two-state Palestinian solution and the plans for that as well, which both the US and Israel have boycotted the meeting. Is there any talk about this resulting in some actual action now that we've heard the UK have announced that they will recognise the Palestinian state from September?
I think that is a really good question. I think that's something that many people are asking. I think for the co-chairs of this conference, France and Saudi Arabia, this is more about building momentum and pressure on Israel to pull back, in terms of trying to find a ceasefire and find a humanitarian situation for the people in Gaza. The co-chairs say that the aim here is to mobilise the necessary efforts and resources to achieve the implementation of a two-state solution. So we've heard from a number of countries in recent days talk about the need for a two-state solution. The Secretary General of the United Nations said this isn't just something that should happen. He said it's something that needs to happen, and it's underscored by both international law and a number of UN resolutions. France has already spoken about its plans to recognise a Palestinian state, and now we've heard plans from the UK, literally in the last hour, to do the same unless Israel can follow a number of conditions that the UK is going to set. Here at the United Nations, David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, has just given a speech in the General Assembly. He's holding a press conference right now. So you can imagine this is going to really dominate the news coverage here at the UN today, and it's going to be talked about about around the world. Not just France now planning to recognise Palestine or Palestinian statehood, but the UK saying it's willing to do it if Israel doesn't follow a number of conditions. So a big story here in New York as well today.
Mitch McCann, thank you for your update on both of those stories in New York. At least 17 people are dead and more than 80 are wounded after a Russian airstrike on a Ukrainian prison. 4 aerial bombs hit the Belinkiskaya correctional colony in Zaporizhzhia, the region that has 42 inmates who needed medical care for serious injuries afterwards. The attack took place hours after President Trump's ultimatum to President Putin to end the war. Here's a quick reminder of what he said and also the Kremlin's response.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
We have taken note of President Trump's statement on shorter deadline for a ceasefire in Ukraine. The special military operation continues, and we remain committed to the peace process to settle the conflict in Ukraine and ensure our interests during this settlement.
Let's now get a reaction from Ukrainian MP Kira Rudik. Kira, thank you for joining us on W News. Tell us a bit more about this prison strike that we've seen today. Do you believe it was a deliberate attack on civilians?
We would be very surprised if it was not a deliberate attack on civilians, and it will be honestly perhaps the first times during the full-scale invasion when it would not be a deliberate attack on civilians. We have seen and we have confirmed with our international partners that Russia is attacking civilian infrastructure, homes, schools, kindergartens, train stations, and they have absolutely no remorse and have been doing it since the day one. There has been an enormous amount of statements from our international partners regarding that. But what we have seen is statements do not stop Russia.
Tell us a bit about this correctional facility in Belinkiskaya. What do we know about it and what sort of a facility is it? What sort of inmates are detained there?
So it's one of the facilities that we have in Ukraine. We are unfortunately unable to move all the facilities from closer to the front line, and Russia has again attacked it to kill more Ukrainians as they do. We obviously feel remorse and regret, and we support the relatives of people who were killed there.
Ukraine has said that this is a war crime. What steps are being taken to document this and also to pursue accountability?
We have special teams that are working on documenting war crimes, and we are working with our international partners again. So I will be speaking to you not from the information that I'm getting from Ukrainian officials, but so that we will have the confirmation from our partners that what Russia is conducting are war crimes, especially that we have received this year a support from our European partners on setting up a special tribunal that will allow us at some point to make sure that Russia and Russian officials are being held accountable for all kinds of the war crimes that Russia has committed since the beginning of full-scale invasion, in, again, killing the civilians, attacking civilian infrastructure, kidnapping Ukrainian children, kidnapping Ukrainian people, tortures, rapes, all the crimes that they have committed, basically all the crimes from the war crimes list. And we are working very closely and very intensively with our partner to make sure that at some point everybody will have their justice, both Ukrainian people who suffered, but also Russian criminals who committed it.
Kira, are you seeing a pattern now of Russia hitting, as you mentioned there, these civilian targets, so the civilian infrastructure, such as penitentiaries across Ukraine? Are we seeing more of a pattern with that?
This pattern, again, has been there since the beginning of full-scale invasion. Russia is not being able to fulfill their goals at the battlefield, so they keep terrorizing Ukrainians at our peaceful cities, where they are basically trying to kill as many people as possible, to create havoc, to bring in horror, to make sure that Ukrainians are not being as resolute as we were in supporting our army, in fighting back. Russia is failing at it, but what they are able to do is to kill many people. And this is why we keep asking for more air defense systems. This is why we keep working with our partners on closing our skies to be able to protect people who are sleeping in their beds.
How are because we've reports of over 80 people injured, the prison staff are included in that. How are the emergency services coping with the scale of this attack?
Oh, it's the only thing that I can tell you, that we are taking our hats off to our emergency services, who are able to work in really dire conditions, especially that over time we have seen that their work has been even more dangerous, because Russia sometimes repeats the attack at the same place after the emergency services, emergency workers has gathered to remove the rubble, to help the wounded, and they are attacking once again. And this is why it has been a really heroic efforts of our emergency services to be able to help at every attack, and especially at the attacks at scale where you have many wounded, where the attack is really massive. And this is one of the examples to show our partners that no matter the humanitarian support that you're giving us with the fire trucks, with the ambulances, at the attacks like this, you cannot have enough, right? You need all the resources that you can get, and you're getting it throughout the region. And so the tools that we are getting from our partners to act during the tragedies like this, during the terrorist attacks like this, are very critical and allow some people to have chance in surviving.
Kira, Donald Trump now says that Russia has 10 to 12 days to act, or it will face more sanctions. How has that been received in Kiev by you and your colleagues?
With cautious optimism, I would say. We have heard President Trump saying Putin will receive 50 days. So basically all the attacks that happened recently that we discussed with you, they were happening under the allowance of President of the United States, who said, well, this is the time that Putin has. Nobody would think that Putin will use this time to stop the war. He would only use this time to kill more people, and this is what he has been doing. It is good that the President of the United States is finally understanding that there is nothing to talk to Russia about. There's nothing to agree with Putin about, because he will fool you and he is not interested in peace. However, we hope that the President of the United States remains firm, and that he will be able to deliver on his promise of the sanctions, of the pressure onto Russia. Because in May, European leaders have gathered in Kiev and has made very strong statement that if there is no ceasefire, that the very strong sanctions will follow. And after that, there has been at least like 3 or 4 months before the sanctions have taken place. And of course, Russia was taking it as appeasement. So right now, President Trump needs to deliver on his promise, and we hope that he will be firm.
Ukrainian MP Kira Rudik, thank you so much for joining us on W News. At least 30 people have died in Beijing after heavy flooding in northern China overnight. President Xi Jinping has ordered all-out searches to contain and rescue efforts to prevent more casualties. Over 80,000 people in the megacity have already been evacuated, and Patrick Falk has this report.
The day after the deluge, it was time to assess the damage.
The water was higher than that wall, at least 2 meters. Inside the house, it reached about 1 meter. You can see the high water mark. It's all the way up to the table. It must have been a full meter high.
Yang Yanlong's breakfast diner in Beijing's Miyun district was completely washed out. Thick mud caked the floors. A bowl of eggs covered in sludge. Despite the mess and what it's going to cost to clean this all up, Yang and his wife are keeping brave faces.
I just sat there and said to myself, as long as we're still here, that's what matters. That was all I could think, trying to comfort myself. I really felt like crying. Well, what can you do?
Miyun is a mountainous district in the northeastern part of the Chinese capital. It's been the worst hit by days of torrential rains. Most of the deaths recorded as a result of the downpours were in Miyun. Flooding and landslides trapped many residents in their villages. Along the Qingshui River, the force of gushing water smashed through a bridge. The devastation prompted China's leader to call for all-out efforts to fight the floods. This could turn into a major challenge for the government. Many people are still affected, and authorities have mobilized police, firefighters and drones to reach stranded residents and deliver supplies. Here in Huairou district, rescuers guided villagers to safety using ropes to navigate treacherous terrain. Some had to be stretchered away.
People on stretchers are those critically ill elderly individuals. Each step mattered. We carry them with extreme caution.
The intense rainfall over the last few days followed frequent extreme high temperatures in several parts of China. According to the country's emergency management ministry, natural disasters in the first half of the year cost China $7.5 billion in damages. Such extreme weather events are increasingly threatening the economy and people's lives. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Let's take a look at some of the top business news. British bank Barclays' net profit rose by 34%, sparked by President Trump's trade tariffs. Net profits jumped $2.3 billion in the 3 months to the end of June. Sharp fluctuations in financial markets were worsened by Trump's sweeping tariffs on global trading partners in April. Spain's black olive exporters face a tough road ahead with new US tariffs. The exporters are warning it will be difficult to survive the extra 15% that they now face under the EU's latest trade deal with the US. The country has seen its share of the US black olive market plummet from 49% to 2017 to 19% last year after Trump's imposed tariffs. To sport now. England's victorious Lionesses have celebrated the Women's Euro 2025 triumph along with ecstatic fans outside Buckingham Palace. The Football Association said that at least 65,000 supporters gathered to cheer and witness the trophy lift. The squad defended their European title with a 3-1 penalty shootout victory in the Euro 2025 final in Basel on Sunday. And Manchester United have made Ollie Watkins and Benjamin Sesko their preferred targets as they continue their search for a new striker. Watkins and Sesko are top of the list after Hugo Ekitike joined Liverpool and Victor Gyökeres signed for Arsenal. The right offer could tempt Villa to part with Watkins, who was the subject of an $80 million bid from Arsenal. And a final reminder of our top stories. The UK Prime Minister announces the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire. In New York, 4 people are dead, including a police officer, after a gunman opened fire inside a Manhattan skyscraper. And the Kremlin responds to Trump's deadline ultimatum, defending its ongoing military operations in Ukraine as 17 people are killed by Russian airstrikes. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can follow us on X. The Real Deal and Counterpoints are both coming up next, and we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
Well, we're joined now by Adam Jackson, who is the COO and the co-founder of KEAD Entertainment, or KEAD Entertainment, I don't know which one it is, which developed the Riyadh edition of Monopoly. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, Adam, what does it say about Riyadh that the city is now on the Monopoly map?
I think it enters the family of Monopoly and basically iconic cities that are represented all around the world, often found on a Monopoly board. So in many ways, it's enabling Riyadh to enter into that realm, and it brings familiarity to people as well from, such an internationally recognised brand that people now can sort of relate to Riyadh City by it, having its place on that Monopoly brand.
Okay, where did the idea come from? How did it strike you and your associates that now was the moment to launch this?
Well, it started off as a whisper, as these things sorts of do. It was about 14 months ago, and it was sort of a lightning bolt from heaven, so to speak, that sort of landed on our laps. And then from there, we sort of explored the idea further and negotiated some rights and things like that to enable us to do it. And that was sort of like the planting of the seed. And then, like a snowball, it sort of grew. And then, we got good support locally. Our first partner was Diriyah. They came on board and really got in behind us and supported us. So, we were really appreciative of the level of support that the Riyadh business community and also cultural tourism associations got in there and supported us.
Yeah, it's a great game, Monopoly. Everyone seems to love it, which is why it's stood the test of time. What sort of reaction have you been getting there in Saudi Arabia when you tell people about this project?
Yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of chatter. As you know, the population of Saudi Arabia, below the age of 30 is 63%. So there's a lot of youth engagement there. They're excited about it. They sort of see it as another doorway that the country has entered into or through under the 2030 vision. So they sort of see this as just another milestone that's been reached and achieved of where they once were and where they're progressing to. So, we've been delighted with the level of and the response and the enthusiasm, the passion, and, dealing with, we've had 14 different stakeholders involved with the game. And each of those have, 14 different teams. And so a lot of those people in those teams, it amazes me the immense passion and focus and basically ambition that these teams have for the city. And that's conveyed, it was always conveyed, when we were putting the final touches and the planning processes in place for Riyadh Monopoly. So it's quite remarkable. It's truly... it's a testament to the people of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, while you've been talking, we've been looking at some stills of people playing the game. I mean, it reminds me quite a lot of the version. I grew up on the London version, but, there are lots of versions of Monopoly, and I think the original one was New York. But has it got roughly the same sort of look and feel, or have you got some different touches that you've introduced to this version?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've introduced... quite a few different features. So, for example, Monopoly City Editions now will be in the square format, so it's moved away from the rectangular format. Our own personal touches were focused on the tokens, so we made them gold as opposed to silver, and we only kept one of the traditional tokens, which was the gentleman's hat. Outside of that, we actually designed and had new tokens made, 5. So we have the PIF Tower, which is in Kaft, of course. We had the camel representing the heritage of Saudi Arabia through Diriyah. We had the coffee cup. We had the STC racing car. And we also had the Saudi Airlines aeroplane. So that was one of the key areas. And then there's other, sort of some more... particular design features around the brand around the box of Riyadh and the name there, which is sort of a bit different. So, my wife, Fiona Jackson, she plays a key part inside the KEAD group. She's got a strong eye for detail and for design. So, She did a great job there in bringing those sort of aspects to life to differentiate it from what has been before.
Yeah, I was just wondering while you were talking there. I mean, the version that I grew up with had Mayfair and Park Lane as being the most expensive, the sort of purple ones that you didn't want to land on if you didn't own them. I think in the New York edition, it's Boardwalk and Park Place, the really expensive properties. Which are the equivalents in Riyadh?
Yeah, that's a very good point. They were CAF'd. Both were CAF. So the traditional Mayfair and Park Lane were the CAF Plaza and Skywalk Plaza. So Skywalk, so it's the CAF Skywalk. Very beautiful, and because the journey of the board game is sort of an old merging into the new, and the final two squares on the board being the new CAF, iconic skyline. So there was a play there with the story and the narrative that we were aiming to convey and communicate, as well as that sort of strong economic, financial sort of powerhouse that CAF plays within the kingdom as well. So it was quite fitting that they were on those last two squares.
Okay, so you got the most expensive properties. Everyone knows, Monopoly's also got some less expensive properties. Probably, I don't know if it's a sensitive topic to ask which are the least expensive properties, but let me just ask you how you came up with the criteria for how you ranked the value of the different properties.
Yeah, we didn't actually. What we aimed to do, as opposed to the traditional way of, like you just mentioned, for example, the first square is British International School Riyadh. And that's the brown square. And that's because education is the first step in one's development in life. So that's how we sort of we played on the story of development, both sort of as a person and also within the city and the development of Riyadh. So then after that, the other brown square is the souk, and that's a very old traditional souk there within Riyadh. And then you make your way around the board as you sort of go. So it wasn't so much a dollar value as such. It was more part of a story and a chronological sort of time frame that we had attached to the different colours. And then we just sort of broke it up as well into the methodology behind it was different sectors. So Diriyah, for example, to match their colour palette, they went with the orange. They took the 3 orange squares. 3 kingdoms in the history of Saudi Arabia, so they had 3 squares. So it's sort of yellow was focused with tourism, so that's where the Riz Carlton was. It fitted well with their offering. And then, the dark green squares, you've sort of got Saudi Airlines. We had our official partner there, Saudi Youth Society, STC. So, it wasn't so much a monetary sort of focus. It was more where they fit within the narrative and the methodology that we had sort of applied.
Sure, and actually today, the Old Kent Road, which was the cheapest one on the London Monopoly board, is actually now quite an expensive part of London. Just lastly, Monopoly is, according to the Guinness World Records, the best-selling board game in history. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what I read. What do you think is its enduring appeal, Adam?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's amazing. It amazes me that Monopoly has an engine of its own. We found that all the way through the project. There were dips and peaks and troughs of momentum and rhythm through the project. And sometimes when you'd hit a trough at the lower point of it, it would somehow just pick itself back up. There's just a worldwide knowledge of Monopoly. It's a great game on many different levels. For example, it teaches the young mental arithmetic. It teaches them money management skills, how to negotiate, how to position yourself. It teaches, entrepreneurial spirit, property sort of ownership strategies, rent, mortgage, the role of a bank. So it sort of beats the test of time. And as well as I do, we always compare things to bricks and mortar. So as long as we're here, even though we're in this digital age, property still plays a major part in our lives. And I think this is the board game that's closest to representing, in a fun, sort of friendly manner, how to play the property game without actually going and buying property.
Yeah, fun and friendly, unless you were in the household I grew up with. And we had quite a lot of fights over Monopoly. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Adam Jackson, the COO of Kayad Entertainment. Thank you for your time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
117 drones hitting 4 separate airfields more than 4,000 kilometres away from the border. Ukraine has just pulled off an audacious attack on Russia's air fleet. The timing of the strike sends a strong message, coming on the eve of the latest round of ceasefire talks in Istanbul. Today, our panel will debate if this is a turning point in the war. You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. During that infamous White House face-off between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, the US accused Ukraine of not holding any of the cards. Well, it turns out President Zelensky had an ace up his sleeve. For 18 months, Ukraine has been planning a highly secretive, high-stakes attack deep in Russian territory. Using drones worth only about $1,000 each, Ukraine reportedly took out 40 prized Russian bombers, causing about $7 billion worth of damage.
Our Operation Spiderweb yesterday proved that Russia must feel what its losses mean. That is what will push it toward diplomacy. And when Russia takes losses in this war, it's obvious to everyone that Ukraine is the one holding the line, not just for itself, but for all of Europe.
But is it enough to give Ukraine an edge, even just in the short term, during this protracted stalemate? It will certainly have changed the dynamic around the negotiating table as talks resumed in Istanbul on Monday. Ukraine will use this show of strength as a bargaining tool, but it could backfire, giving Russia and the US more ammunition to accuse Kyiv of derailing the peace process. There's no sense that the talks will end the war anytime soon, and at the same time, Europe has turbocharged defence spending and Western allies have given Ukraine the green light to use long-range weapons. So, if anything, an expanded conflict may be on the horizon. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if Operation Spiderweb is a turning point in the war, what impact it will have on negotiations in Istanbul, and has Europe left it too late to up its own defences? Well, to discuss the prospect and potential of both conflict and peace, I'm joined by Sergei Markov, a Russian political scientist and former close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Major Jonathan Shaw, the former UK Special Forces Chief and a former Assistant Chief of the Defence Staff of the International Security Policy. And rounding out our panel, Cenk Uygur, host and CEO of the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, from the long-term planning, the execution, to the timing of Ukraine's drone assault on Russia's Serbian airbase, it was shocking. It really came as such a surprise. And it certainly demonstrates a military that's much more capable and much more coordinated than many gave them credit for. But on the other side of the battlefield, there are also signs that Russia's summer offensive is about to kick off. So, Jonathan, let me ask you, first of all, you're a military man with vast experience. What do you make of the latest attack? Was it a good move? Did it make strategic sense for Ukraine to do this operation at this time?
Well, we'll get a better clue on that with the benefit of hindsight. But at the moment, it looks like it's a telling comment just before peace negotiations recommence. It sends a very strong signal to Russia, but particularly the world, and in fact, particularly to the United States, that the Ukraine is going to fight its own war for its own reasons and is not going to be dictated to by its so-called allies like the United States. And I think that's really significant. And also, to anyone who thought that the game was over, that Ukraine was finished, I think it's a very interesting development. The fact that people are saying it took 18 months to plan must have certain people thinking, well, if that one's just come to fruition, what else have they got planned there? What else is brewing? And I think it sows that little seed of doubt in people's minds. And if you're going into a negotiation, it's always useful to sow the seeds of doubt in the opponent's mind.
Cenk, I'm going to come to you with to pick up on some of the US points that Jonathan said there. But Sergei, is Russia now thinking, what else does Ukraine have up its sleeve? If this has been 18 months in the planning, as Jonathan said, is Russia preparing for something potentially even worse?
Of course, this attack was a big failure of Russian army and big success of Ukrainian army. So as British, because traffic of these drones cannot be done by Ukrainian army. The Americans already told many times that it's not Americans help Ukrainians. So who else? British. So this was a Ukrainian-British attack against Russian nuclear potential. It's from Russian point of view. And Russia didn't give a response because Russia afraid of nuclear escalation. But Russia wants to stress that leaders of Great Britain are moving all the world close to the nuclear catastrophe. And it's extremely irresponsible political behavior of British government.
Okay, Cenk, hold fire, because Jonathan, I want to ask you, Jonathan, to respond though. Was this Britain? Was this a British attack, not really just a Ukrainian attack?
I very much doubt it, but I don't know. I just think it's highly implausible. I think, historically, it's what Sergei says echoes comments he's made about nuclear escalation and foreign interference over many years, in fact, throughout the invasion. I think he shows a naive faith in the power of the British state, which I wish I could believe in, but I just don't think we'd do a thing like this. I think this is Ukraine actually doing what it's doing and doing it very well.
Cenk, what's your take?
Yeah, so first I've got to note the moral outrage from the aggressors is grating on the nerves. I can't stand to hear Russians who invaded Ukraine telling us that they're morally outraged. They've been bombed in their own country. How many times is Russia going to do that before we laugh at their idea that they're outraged? It's like Israel kills 30,000 women and children and then claims they're against terrorism. So now that we've gotten the morality out of the way, the practicality is much more difficult. I want this war to end very badly. Already way too many people have died. And let's be honest, America has spent too much money on it. So at this point, I don't know if this helps bring the war to a closer and because Russia's worried about lack of leverage and realize that perhaps this war is not as winnable as they thought, or it makes peace negotiations more difficult because it makes Russia dig in. But the goal of America should be peace. Make sure that we end this war no matter what.
So let me ask you then, Sergei, is this a turning point in the war for Russia? And do you think it could prompt a more serious response?
It's absolutely, from military point of view, this attack was very interesting for everybody. I think, by the way, that American and British militaries now are very much concerned about possible attack of the Chinese or somebody else against their military base. Because it's open, I would say, new front for the all militaries. But on the practical, it has absolutely almost zero influence on the battlefields, because few reasons. Zelensky told that 40 jets have been fired. Of course, this is a lie. As I was told that something about 10 jets have been fired, almost fired. Among them, only half of them real strategic bombers and half of them transportation jet. It's one. Secondly, Russia, it means that it's something about 3% of Russian fleet of strategic bombers. Also, these strategic bombers are not used intensively on this war. Only possible 10% of them use on the Ukrainian front. It's first of all because the main problem is not amount of bombers, strategic bombers. It's amount of the rocket missiles. It also, and it's how this rocket missiles expensive for the use. So, from military point of view, this successful attack Ukrainian army will have absolutely no any result.
Jonathan, with your military background, how would you assess this? Would you agree with Sergei, or could this have more of an impact on Russia's war machine than perhaps Russia's willing to admit?
No, I broadly agree with Sergei. I think the war will carry on. It will not prove decisive. I think the major influence is the psychological one, and militarily it will just be another response, and Russia will respond. Well, the Ukrainians must be expending Russia to respond, and my understanding is that subsequent to the attacks, Russia has mounted attacks across Ukraine. So this is to be expected.
Cenk, do you think this is going to backfire potentially on Ukraine? Is the backlash going to be worse than maybe anything that they've gained from this strike?
So, look, I don't know about that. And Sergei seems to be saying that this is an absolute outrage, but at the same time, it's no big deal. So he's probably got to make up his mind on that one. And I hope that they put it under the category of no big deal. But this going back and forth is reprehensible. And look, again, morally, it's very clear. It's all the Russians' fault. They invaded, and the invaders have the moral responsibility to end the war, to end their occupation of Ukrainian territory. That one is easy and obvious, and no amount of Russian propaganda will change that. Then the question is, yes, but what do we do now? And I think that America needs to, and Europe needs to put all of their leverage into ending the war. This is not going to help the people of Ukraine, and it's not going to help the people of Russia, who are, obviously suffering because of this war, economically, militarily. And by the way, we should all note that drones are changing the landscape of the military entirely. And now, including the U.S., we all have to be worried that drones can just nullify the trillions of dollars we all spend uselessly on defense.
Okay, before we move on to our next segment, Cenk talking about drones changing the game. Sergei, is it changing the game? Is Russia having to rethink its war strategy now when it sees what Ukraine can do with drones worth only a few $100s?
I think the thesis that drones change the game and the style of war is very important. And of course, now, as I know, have information from the front line, now something about 5 drones against 1 soldier on the front line. Of course, this is absolutely changed situation also, which is very important that it's on the very long distance from the front line, something about 30, 40 kilometers. It's all, in fact, front line as well. But not this exactly case. So what is this man's case? These drones have been moved by big automobile quite close to the airfield, and then they attack this airfield. It means that they, in fact, this is important information that another, for example, nuclear power station can be attacked and so on. And it means that Russia, not only Russia, I think all other countries now will need to have very big rocket missiles, anti-rocket missile system for the many thousands of different positions on the territory. Of course, it will be very costly. Now it will be extreme boom of this anti-rocket missile system in Russia and also everywhere. This is partly changed, but on the front line, it's they already used drones. All sides of this war try to produce drones as much as possible, and the style of the drones also as much as possible, because troops, armies need, dozens and possibly hundreds of different source of the drones for the specific issue. This will be very much developed, but it's not connected exactly with this accident.
Okay.
I want to say.
I'm going to move on to our next segment because I've got a question for you on that, Sergei. The latest round of talks have just wrapped up on Monday in Istanbul. They lasted less than 2 hours, and that's not hugely an encouraging sign. A new prisoner exchange has been agreed to, but nothing else concrete seems to have come out of this second round of Istanbul talks. Sergei, you've been speaking with members of the Russian delegation that were in Istanbul. They offered a 2 to 3 day temporary ceasefire, which was rejected. Is that fair? And what sense were you getting from them about the talks?
It's very simple. I'm really just told with members of the delegation just before this, a couple of them very good friend of mine, and Russia agree with temporary ceasefire. Fully agree, but Russia against unconditional ceasefire, temporary ceasefire, because Russia believes that this ceasefire will be used by Ukrainian army, who is failing this war step by step. It will be used for a few things. First of all, moving a lot of arms of Western countries. That's why Russia conditioned no arms from Western countries to Ukrainian army. Then it will be used for mobilization. You should understand that Ukrainian men, they don't want to go to this war, and more than 1 million of them hide away in the different places. It will be ceasefire.
It could be argued that the same could be said for Russian fighters. Cenk, you're shaking your head there. What have you got to say to that?
Yeah, this brother's talking about how the Ukrainian men are hiding. Are you kidding me? You guys had to bring in North Koreans because you didn't even want to fight the war that you started. So it seems to me that the Russians are the ones that are running from the war, and I don't blame the citizens of Russia. I support the citizens of Russia. I blame the leadership who dragged them into this war and got them killed for no reason at all. What are you trying to reconstitute an empire? And this is all about Vladimir Putin's ridiculous ego, and you're here supporting it. And what I'm hearing from Sergei makes me believe the Ukrainians did the right thing, because he's just said, oh, the Ukrainians have no ability to continue the war. Well, they just showed you that they do have an ability to continue this war. So you better get to the peace table. And he's saying that he doesn't want a ceasefire. So again, it appears to be completely the Russians' fault. I desperately want a ceasefire. I want citizens and even soldiers on both sides to stop dying. I don't want any more deaths or violence or war. And I can assure you that the American voters do not want more war. So, look, if he's serious about it and Russia is serious about it, they should get to the peace table right now. And I'm on the opposite party from Donald Trump, and I voted against Donald Trump. I worked against Donald Trump, but he does seem like he wants to drive towards a peace deal here, and he does seem to have realized that the real people blocking it are the Russians and Vladimir Putin.
Maybe I say a very important thing. I think you disinform. It's not Russians ask North Koreans to come to the Kursk regions. It's North Koreans ask Russia possibility to take part in this war because they want to be trained very much during the modern war. They want to be more prepared to this war. And as you may know, Russians have no mobilization. Russians take only volunteers. Of course, they pay good money to those volunteers, but nevertheless, it's only volunteers. And also one of the reasons Zelensky wants to use this period of ceasefire for inviting British and French troops to Ukrainian territory with possibility of the anti-rocket missiles, which should close the sky above the Ukraine. What's the reason for Russia to agree with this? Russian politicians maybe think that they are bad, but they are not crazy for sure.
Jonathan, you were shaking your head and smiling there during that exchange. What's your take on that?
The mobilization issue is an interesting one. I mean, Sergei is of course right that Vladimir Putin has not mobilized Russian society because that would affect his key base in Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is why if you look at the videos of the people who are actually doing the fighting for the Russians and who are dying for the Russians, they tend to be people from the Russian Empire. And let's be quite clear, Russia is not a country, it is an empire. It grew over about 400 years when it grew, starting with Peter the Great and working all the way through. And it took a long time to conquer the landmass that we now call Russia. But Russia is not a unitary state. And most of the people who are doing the fighting are from the Far East and to the uninitiated Westerner like me, look more like Chinese than they do like Russians. And that's the reason that Vladimir Putin has not mobilized Russian society, because he doesn't want to mobilize his own key supporters in Moscow and St. Petersburg.
At the conclusion of the talks in Istanbul, President Zelensky, who's in Vilnius in Lithuania, not in Istanbul, Turkey, renewed his calls for additional and tougher sanctions on Russia. But it seems that the current sanctions aren't even working. Recent analysis found EU member states have paid Russia 209 billion euros for energy imports since the war began. So, Jonathan, you're in the European security context. Are Ukraine's Western allies, particularly in Europe, letting Ukraine down?
Yes, very much so. I was appalled when I read those statistics. You're absolutely right. We are still paying Russia to keep its war going against us. So I think that is a very serious point. And it is interesting that this far into the war, we can still talk about hardening sanctions and how we actually do it. One of the interesting side effects of that is that the Chinese will have noticed how mealy-mouthed the West are in imposing sanctions, which means that the threat of Western sanctions on China for invading Taiwan, that threat has now been reduced, because I think the Chinese have seen the Russians as being the masters at evading sanctions.
Cenk, there's all this talk about maybe Trump will impose this new sanction package that Lindsey Graham is pushing for in the US. It's like all this stick and carrot game, but the stick never comes out. Do you think that Russia has no concern about about sanctions?
Yeah, I'm worried about it because we all have to get serious about peace. And so if you're going to do that, you have to sanction the country that is causing the great majority of the violence. We should, by the way, again, do that for Israel as well. We should take away all their funding and actually sanction them. And we should do likewise for Russia. And there's no reason not to do it. And by the way, Europe has a greater responsibility here. We are helping to defend Europe. So Europe continuing to buy energy from Russia and not seeking other sources, well, is greatly counterproductive. So do you mean it or don't you mean it? Is this a horrible moral crisis, which I think it is? I think what the Russians did is terrible. But if the European countries are claiming that it is, they should help to finance this war in an even greater way, and they should stop buying from the Russians, obviously.
Sergei, have the sanctions pinched at all, or is Russia not phased?
Of course, sanctions is the best thing. Sanctions stolen my money, my personal money. I lost because of them, because of sanctions. And there's a lot of people also in Russia, including, first of all, the high class and the middle class. They lost own money because of this. Also, they want to go to the Paris, to the, Greece, to travel, and the fact that they cannot do it, it's a bad thing. But at the same time, we're proud that because of geopolitical sanctions, our economic growth is 3%, American economic growth 2%, and European growth is 0%. It will be continued. It's big stupidity of Western countries. And I think Donald Trump understands very well that anti-Russian sanctions in the United States move Russian economy close to the Chinese economy. And Chinese economy, its main strategic challenge to the United States of America now and for the next years and decades. That's why anti-Russian sanctions against the United States, it's stupidity of Joe Biden team, and Donald Trump repeated it many times, he says this. And if it's difficult for me to imagine that by having such idea, then Donald Trump can start new sanctions against Russia. It's just to continue stupidity of Joe Biden.
Cenk, Russia has reiterated its red line that Ukraine should never be allowed to join NATO. And the US Special Envoy, Keith Kellogg, said again recently that Ukraine's membership is not on the table. But that seems to go against what we've just heard from the Alliance's Secretary General, who said all 32 members are in consensus about Ukraine's path. So who's playing politics here? Who's not telling the truth?
Yeah, well, this situation is incredibly difficult because on the one hand, we told the Ukrainians that we would protect them if they gave up their nuclear weapons after the Soviet Union fell apart. And so here we are protecting them. So I'm glad that we're keeping our promise. On the other hand, this can't be a war that continues indefinitely. And I know that bringing NATO close to Russia's borders does aggravate Russia. And I don't think that that's a wise policy. So if there's a peace deal to be made here where Ukraine does not go into NATO and Russia withdraws from some of the territory, I could certainly live with that if both sides can live with that. Look, obviously this should be stated that the war could end immediately and we could have complete peace if Russia withdraws. But Russia doesn't want to withdraw from their invasion. They want to grab more land. So again, they're clearly the guilty party here. That's not in question. The question is how to end it when Russia wants to keep more land and the Ukrainians don't want to give it up. And it's a very, very difficult question. Would I have pushed for Ukraine to enter NATO before the war? No, I didn't think it was a good idea to do that. Does that mean that it's the Ukrainians' fault or the West's fault? No, it's always the fault of the aggressor, which in this case is clearly Russia.
Jonathan, what do you think? Would you have pushed for Ukraine to enter NATO before the conflict, and has that changed now? What's your take on what Cenk has been saying?
You mean before 2014?
Yeah.
You're talking about? I think I was more interested in getting them into the European Union. You see, I think the If you look at what Vladimir Putin says about Ukraine, I think the NATO issue is in part a red herring. I think he would even object to Ukraine joining the European Union. Why is that? Because if Ukraine managed to join the European Union, became a successful Slavic state, like a lot of the other East European countries have done, then it forms a competing political model for the Soviet model, the Russian model, which has fundamentally failed. I mean, the Russian model is a disaster economically and socially and culturally. I just think it's a disaster. And what they can't stand is someone showing them up for being that. So that's why they don't want Ukraine to be part of the European Union, because it would lead to the improved politics, the improved social life, the improved living conditions of the people, and form an absolute unflattering comparator with Russia, which is, I think, a basket case.
Sergei, should Ukraine ever be allowed? It doesn't seem like NATO have much consensus here, but maybe they will enter.
Of course, Russia not against membership of Ukraine in NATO, not against occupation of Ukraine by NATO. Why? Because NATO used as a military force for consolidation, clear, undemocratic, criminal, and terroristic regime in Ukraine. And its main goal to change identity of Ukrainians by using terror against it. It's exactly what Russia demands to stop, first of all. That's why stop political repression against Russian language. Stop political repression against Orthodox Church, which combine identity. Stop political repression against Russian culture. Russia say, we believe that there should be no restoring of monumentum to the Lev Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky in Ukraine. It's what we fight it for. And you fight it for, as your country's gentlemen support absolutely clear and democratic regime. I know that your government are lying that Ukraine is a democratic country now. They know that they are lying. You know that they are lying. Everybody knows that it's absolutely clear, not democratic regime. And from our point of view, most important, not exactly Ukraine, most important that Europe already not democracy. If they can support absolutely clear repressive regime, they are ready to continue. It means that they are ready to.
Cenk, what's your take on that?
I actually want to ask Sergei a question. Sergei, do you see that NATO keeps expanding, at least partly because Russia keeps invading its neighbors, and that the invasion of your neighbors is deeply counterproductive because it makes everyone want to seek NATO protection?
We know that Finland and Sweden, they joined NATO after this Russian-Ukraine war started. At the same time, you should understand that from our point of view, it means almost nothing from security point of view, because being a member of European Union and based on the agreement between NATO and European Union, Finland and Sweden already been part of the military machine of the NATO and Western coalition. So it's not so big problem. And
well, if it's not such a big point, why did Russia make such a stink about it?
Yeah, not NATO itself, the threat to Russia, but the idea of NATO leaders to make Ukraine anti-Russia by using terror against people in Ukraine, and to make the conflict between Russia and Ukraine endless, as between India and Pakistan, as between Israel and Palestinians. It's what Russia wants to take as a threat.
Jonathan, is NATO trying to make Ukraine anti-Russian?
I don't think. I think that would be one of the easiest sells if it was required. I actually don't think it's required at all. for most of the Ukraine, in all the censuses taken before 2014, showed that Ukraine was split. There was a small section on the eastern edge, which had been traditionally part of the Russian Empire, but the western part, all the way of Ukraine, which had been part of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire or Commonwealth for 400 years, until Peter the Great was given Ukraine by the Polish state back in sort of the late 17th century. That's the sort of split in the country. So it was already the case that most of the country was Western looking, and there was a slip on the eastern side that was Eastern looking. But once the invasion happened, what we find is that the majority of, in fact, the vast majority, almost complete, even the Russian speakers on the east of Ukraine suddenly rebelled against the Russians. And as Sergei himself has admitted in an interview, he said the Ukraine was expected to switch sides, but Ukraine did not switch sides. And that's a direct quote from you, Sergei. So you would agree that the Russian attack was based on a false premise, i.e. that the Ukrainians all wanted to be liberated and that you'd be greeted as heroes. Completely the opposite has happened. You've been rejected as terrorists, as infiltrators, and it just feeds back to, if you're talking history, the Holodomor, when Stalin starved to death. Is it something like 20 million people in Ukraine before World War II? Horrific. So I think there's no need for NATO to sell anti-Russian feeling to the Ukrainians. They have that in spades.
Sergei?
I told many times that a lot of Ukrainians like Russian, but of course nobody like Russian rocket missiles with striking your city, and from which you have to hide away in the base. But same time, I want to stress there are now it's impossible to say about preference of Ukrainians, because look at the Germans, they fight for Adolf Hitler when Adolf Hitler already killed himself in Berlin and so on. Same Ukrainians, they live under the now totalitarian, new modern totalitarian neo-Nazi regime. So they have no freedom to express their opinion. It's exactly one of the things which Russia demands. And you can compare, for example, how free Russia and Ukraine. It's very easily. I'm quite active in different media. And before this Ukrainian war, during 8 years on Russian TV, I took part in different shows. Every day on every Russian TV channel, you could see some Ukrainians who express opinion of the Ukrainian government. Every day, many times. On Ukrainian TV during 8 years, no one person can express Russian opinion. Of course, you can accept it's most difficult for you that Ukraine is not democratic country. If democracy and freedom come back to Ukraine, you will see they will like Russia again.
Well, what do you think about that, Cenk? I feel like by the look on your face, you have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious to see someone supporting the Russian government talking about freedom. Putin has totally ended democracy in Russia. It's now unofficially a dictatorship, and he seized all power. And if you question him, you wind up tripping out of your window or having a bathtub fall on top of you. So the idea that Russia is free is preposterous, run by the dictator Vladimir Putin. So he denies freedom to his own people. He denies freedom to the people he invades. So, brother, you got no leg to stand on there at all. So, look, these two warring sides have to come to a conclusion. Do they want peace or don't they want peace? So, for example, in Israel is saying, no, we don't want peace. We want Gaza. We want to take that land. And they reject every peace deal. And in this case, look, I think both sides are intransigent. I don't want Ukraine bombing deep into Russia. I don't want to escalate this war. I don't want to get dragged more into the war. And I don't want to keep financing it. I speak on behalf of, honestly, a majority of Americans, right? At the same time, Russia keeps being more and more aggressive, and they keep dragging us back into the war. So Russia has the ability to end all of this by simply getting to the peace table and executing a peace deal so that both the Russian people and the Ukrainian people can have peace.
Jonathan Shaw has had to depart our panel, so we thank him for his contribution. Staying with us, of course, is Sergei Markov. You were just wanting to respond to a few points, Sergei, that Jonathan and that Cenk had raised before we had to lose Jonathan from our panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're demonizing Russia and Vladimir Putin. I told you specific facts why Russia, we're talking about before, so why Russia was much more free than Ukraine. You just used very demonizing words. So let's talk using facts if we want not just to go military propaganda. We should explain people. And democracy, I think, is the main solution for Ukraine now and the main security guarantee. When Ukraine was a democratic country before 2014, Ukraine has absolutely no problem or security problem with Russia. So the solution is to stop a repressive regime in Ukraine, which is supported by Western countries, and move it to the democracy. You support a neo-Nazi in Ukraine as exactly Western countries supported Franco regime, Salazar regime in Portugal, Franco regime in Spain, Pinochet regime in Chile. It's your responsibility.
Cenk, I'm going to let you respond before we move on to our final segment.
Yeah, I mean, they do this absurd talking point about how the Ukrainian people, led by a Jewish leader, Zelensky, are neo-Nazis. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. He's neo-Nazi.
Okay, now, yeah, sure. So look, Sergey, let me ask you a question back. I'm very happy to have independently verified by international organization elections in Ukraine and in Russia. So would you allow for independently verified elections in Russia as well as Ukraine?
Of course. But independence, it's not those who from Western countries. Western country taking part in the war against us, as you know. Independent is Brazilian, Indonesian, Indian, and so on. We invited them on all our elections. And, as a member of Council of Europe, I've been part of the different monitoring election team. I'm sorry, they are not independent. They fully depend on, so-called Western coalitions. Is the problem that no independent international organizations.
Okay, I'm going to move it on to our final segment here before we get too bogged down in elections. Germany's chief of defence has warned NATO members to prepare for a Russian attack within the next 4 years. Germany has already upped its defence spending, reversing years of neglect, but as have other European countries. But you can't just flick a switch. That kind of military ramp-up takes time. Cenk, do you think this is just fear-mongering, or is this a very real possibility? And is it then something that the US is going to have to foot the bill on once again?
Again, we're in a difficult position here because I don't want any more military-industrial complexes in the world. They have a financial incentive to drive all of us into wars. So the idea of Germany rebuilding their military is a frightening one. On the other hand, I understand why Europe wants to defend itself, especially as America grows very tired of the wars. And so it puts us in a difficult situation, and there are no easy answers. But if I'm the Germans, do I want to protect myself against the Russians? Of course I do. I mean, the Russians show an insatiable appetite for conquest. And every time they have an excuse, just like Israel, they made us do it. They made us take their territory. It's the Ukrainians' fault that we had to invade them and kill them and take their land. No, it's not the Ukrainians' fault. It's your fault. And so if I'm the Germans, I start to get a little nervous about my, historic adversary, Russia, which has always had expansionist dreams and now has put them into effect. So, I mean, Sergei, I think you'd have to agree, the Germans and the others would be crazy not to be worried about your imperial expansion.
First of all, she had no imperial intention. But at the same time, I think the war between Russia and NATO could be very easily, and not in the 3 or 6 years, but even this year. But it's because aggression from NATO. If NATO countries will send its troops to the Ukraine to take part in the war against Russia, this war will be started. And it's exactly the plan of Zelensky and Papi Macron and Starmer. They want to use ceasefire for sending their troops to the Ukrainian territory, and they want to say anti-rocket missile system to set up them in Poland and Romania, saying, look, this anti-rocket missile system will defend our French and British troops. Then Zelensky provoked new kind of war, and as a result, the fighting will start between troops and French and British troops on one hand, and Russian troops on another hand, and also from Romania and Polish territories. And as a result, Russia will have to strike against a military base on the Poland and the Romania territory.
So that sort of rhetoric, then, you wouldn't think it was too far out of the realm of possibility for Europe to be preparing to be attacked by Russia?
They will be prepared, probably, for this. It could happen this summer, not in the summer yet. This summer, according to Zelensky's plan, the war between NATO and Russia should start.
You think Zelensky wants a war between NATO and Russia?
Of course, very much.
Russia doesn't. But Russia doesn't want to have a war.
Russia doesn't want to have this war, and Russia many times told to the Western countries, if you send your troops to take part in Russia, against Russia on Ukrainian territory, you will be situation in war against us. It's very dangerous. It can lead also to the nuclear war and to a total catastrophe. That's why
what do you think?
Russia repeating many times.
Is Zelensky trying to lead NATO, Cenk, into a war in broader Europe?
I don't know about Zelensky's intentions. I do know that we definitely should not use NATO against Russia. So I want to de-escalate the war. I don't want to further escalate it. And using NATO troops is totally unacceptable. Look, as you can tell throughout this interview, my heart goes out to the Ukrainian people. But bringing in NATO troops against Russia would only make things worse for Ukraine and everyone else.
Okay,
but, it's not helpful to... hold on. It's not helpful to have Sergei threaten Russia attacking Poland and Romania next, perhaps as early as this summer. Sergei, I don't understand how you can't see that people are reacting defensively towards you as Russia continues to not only take land, invade nearby countries, but to threaten Europe itself with an attack. You're making the war more dug in and opposition against Russia more dug in. So you've got to get out of there and end this thing. It's not going to end well for Russia, Ukraine, or anyone else if this war continues to escalate.
Of course, it's very dangerous. But, I'm saying, where I have to give you response if you will fight against me. You say, you're saying very dangerous that you fight against me. I'm repeating that Russia will target Romania and Poland only if Romania and Poland will give their territory for attacking Russia.
The UK Prime Minister, we're talking about whether or not we're going to expand into Europe here. So I want to play you a part of an interview from the UK Prime Minister. The UK PM has refused to rule out the possibility that British troops could be sent into Europe to fight against Russia. Take a listen.
We are moving to war fighting readiness as the central purpose of our armed forces. When we are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, the most effective way to deter them is to be ready.
I'm not sure if you could hear that very clearly or not. Cenk, what do you make of the thought of UK being on a war readiness footing? Does that bring us closer to peace or further away from it?
I think all this talk leads to a rise in the escalation of the war. Both sides have to cut it out. So not only in bombing deep inside Russia, which I think, certainly can be counterproductive, and they should not use U.S. weapons to do that. And Russia with constantly trying to take more territory and threatening more wars. So I don't like it when the British or the Europeans do it. I don't like it when the Russians do it. Everybody's got to bring the rhetoric down, get to the peace table, and end this thing. So if you don't do that, if Sergei comes in here later and says, oh, NATO made Russia take more of their land. NATO made Russia invade. NATO made Russia kill all these civilians. It's not going to help anyone. And he again threatened nuclear war here. That's dangerous, insane talk. So who wins from nuclear war? No one, including the Russians. You've seen the map, right, Sergei? Ukraine's right next to Russia. So I don't know what kind of maniacal talk this is, but both sides have to bring it down, get to the table, and end this.
So just finally, Sergei, is this going to bring us closer or further away from peace? This talk from the UK that they're on a wartime footing now.
From our point of view, French and British leaders, they are making every dangerous step to escalation when they're talking about sending their troops to Ukrainian territory. It's we want them, please don't do it. And same time, I will say you that now a big discussion inside Russia, frankly speaking, we don't understand why Western leaders and Western media and Western experts just don't want to see how the awful devil they created in Ukraine. If you created this devil and if you support this devil, who are you? Why you ignore this absolutely clear fact that Ukraine not democratic country? It's awful devil now. This devil kill Ukrainian first of all, which from our point of view they are Russians, because if you may know, Ukraine been part of the Russia during 1,000 years, and Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries. For us, it's civil war.
Cenk, before we wrap up, it's still a war?
Yeah, this is what leads to endless war. The Turks can say, what? We had Athens for 500 years, so we should go back and get Athens. And then the Greeks could say, oh, we had Eastern Turkey or Western Turkey for thousands of years. So let's restart every war because of ancient ethnic strife and the belief that you own the land. You don't own the land, brother. Okay, Ukraine is Ukraine, Russia is Russia. Get out of Ukraine, end the war, stop attacking your neighbors. These are not difficult asks, they're the bare minimum asks. And so then when you invade your neighbors 3 times over, don't get surprised when people think you're the aggressor.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Why you, if you're pro-democratic, why you ignore political repression against Orthodox Church, political repression against Russian language? Russia, very simple information. When Ukrainians come to the banking machine to take their money, you know how many of them are choosing Russian language for the talking with banking machine? 97%. 97% prepared to use Russian language.
But to be fair, Ukraine hasn't outlawed the speaking of Russian. It hasn't outlawed it. People are allowed to continue to speak Russian in Ukraine. It's just not the national language. But we're out of time and we have to leave it there. Once again, we thank all of our panellists. It's been a very illuminating, a very robust discussion, as it always is here on Counterpoints, and that's why we appreciate having your company. Joining our panel was Major General Jonathan Shaw, former UK Special Forces Chief. He had to leave our panel earlier. And we thank our two remaining guests, Sergei Markov, former close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Cenk Uygur, the host and CEO of the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube to keep across all our debates and exclusive interviews. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Now, moving on to the world of EV production, China is leading the race. As their electric vehicles flood global markets, legacy car brands in the West are struggling to keep up. With bans on petrol engines looming and EV tech advancing fast, is the West falling behind for good? To break all it down, I'm joined by former Top Gear presenter Steve Berry, who's live from Manchester. Thanks so much for your time, Steve. So China's EV juggernaut is now, well, I mean, it's dominating the world. Is this a disaster for legacy brands like you've got BMW, you've got Toyota, you've got Mercedes and Volkswagen? What does this mean for them?
I think it means nothing less than the end of volume sales for those legacy manufacturers. And I'll give you two reasons why. One, the price of the product, and two, the quality of the product. The stuff that's coming out of China. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Japanese motorcycles took over the motorcycle industry. And people used the phrase back then, a disparaging phrase, jack crap. I didn't, because as a young man, I could see the quality of the Japanese machinery that was coming over. Nobody is calling the cars that are coming out of China by any sort of disparaging name, if they've actually experienced one. the likes of the BYD being the most popular brand name for a Chinese car here in the UK, along with MG, which does rankle with me a bit because I drive a real MG, not what made it. Mine was made in Oxfordshire, not a province of China, but they bought the name. They've got the rights to the name. The MG is very popular in the UK. And these cars are high quality. They're not just as good as the stuff that's coming out of Europe and Japan. Often they're better and they're considerably more affordable.
So the West, well, in my opinion and the opinion of a lot of people, it's rushed to ban the internal combustion engine. It's put a lot of unfair pressure on the traditional automakers. What's your opinion on that?
I wish you'd asked me 15 years ago. I went to Ryton near Coventry to test drive what was then a new Peugeot electric car. And it was appalling in almost every department in terms of the performance, the ride, the handling, the weight of the batteries, which were the old lead acid batteries. This is 15 years ago. That's what an electric car had then. And they made the thing. It was a simple Peugeot hatchback, but the local council in Coventry had decided, of course, Coventry, the home of Jaguar, we might talk about them shortly. The local council decided they wanted to be lean, green and mean, and they asked Peugeot to build these electric cars. This is, again, it's about 15, 17 years ago. They were appalling. The quality of electric cars now is fantastic, and the decision has been made. I hate to be the sort of person who cuts off a good question, but the question should have been asked a long time ago. The decisions have been made. Car makers have been compelled. They haven't been asked. They've been compelled to completely change their product. An electric car is as different from an internal combustion car as it is from a blinking helicopter. You might as well ask them to start making flat screen TVs instead. A modern electric car shares less than 7% of its components with its internal combustion engine equivalent these days. It's a completely different product. And if you designed a product to deliver an industry into the hands of China, it would be the electric car.
And ICE engines now are hitting around 97% efficiency. Was it too soon to push them out?
I think so. A friend of mine is a very senior engineer at one of the largest and most respected car makers in the world. He's a very technically minded man. He's a brilliant man. And his frustration at the fact that the motor industry has spent 140 years perfecting the internal combustion engine. I come from Bury, Lancashire, in the northwest of England, the original industrial part of the world, the first part of the world that was industrialised. And my hometown, which is the smallest metropolitan borough in Britain, Bury, was twinned with the place in Germany that was the birthplace of Benz, one of the originators of internal combustion engines. And I often thought, as I went into the public library, there was display, photographs of him, some mementos from his life and stuff like that. And I used to think, I wonder what he'd think of what he and the pioneers of internal combustion would think of what we've done with his engine, what we've achieved with the engine that men of the 19th century, not the 20th century, what we've done with that invention. And getting back to my pal, the engineer, he said, Steve, we've more or less perfected internal combustion. It is physically impossible to extract more potential. He used that word because he's German and he's very scientifically minded. We have extracted the maximum potential from petrol and diesel. And at almost the exact moment that we achieve that, we're told to stop making those engines. There is a dreadful irony, I think you'd agree.
And it's governments themselves, they've mandated the banning of these cars. But the mining of lithium, which goes into these electric cars, is also deeply polluting, especially to the environment, especially to workers all over the world who are exploited in the extraction of these minerals.
There are all kinds of side issues when it comes to electric cars. Where is the electricity coming from? How is the electricity generated? How long will electric cars last in the real world in comparison to internal combustion engine cars? I don't know how well-travelled you are. Obviously, you're not in your native
extremely,
land right now.
extremely.
I'm very much in my native land. I'm about 6 miles down the road from the hospital that I was born in. I've lived here for most of my life. But I have been lucky enough through my career as a motoring journalist to travel extensively. And I've travelled a lot in Africa. And like a lot of people who go to Africa and have an interest in motoring and in transport and in cars, I've come back with those tales of those Peugeot and Mercedes taxis that have done literally millions of miles or kilometres in 30 or 40 years of daily use in some of the most difficult parts of the world. Now, can you imagine an electric car doing that? I can't. Really, it's a technology for the developed world. Internal combustion. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia. See, I am well travelled. I was in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and there were thousands of used cars on the shoreline there in Halifax, the main port on the east side of Canada, waiting to go to Africa. The Canadians had finished with them. The cars couldn't match their new emissions laws. So what were they doing? Were they crushing them and getting rid of them and their terrible emissions creating internal combustion engines? No, sir. They were sending them to Africa where they could emit as much horrible gas and smoke and particles as they liked for another 30 years. And I just thought, I stood there, like I say, on the dock in Halifax and thought, this epitomises the true nature of this environmental quest that we seem to be on. Let's look like we're saving the planet, but let's move our dirt, sweep our dirt under the carpet. You know what I'm saying?
And another point on that, Steve, it's vastly more economical as well as environmentally friendly to buy one car, to maintain it for your whole life. It can last for 50 or 60 years if maintained correctly, rather than buying a car every 5 or 10 years.
Do you remember? You wouldn't, because it's before my time, and as you can see from my haggard features on the shot that I'm looking at right now, I seem to have turned into my father for some reason I'm not quite sure about. But I'm 61 years old, and it's before my time. Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan Kenobi, starred in a film back in the day called The Man in the White Suit. And it was about someone who invents a textile fabric that never wears and you never need to replace. And of course, that's the last thing that the world actually wants. The last thing that the world wanted was a car like the Mercedes 190. Built a regular car, a Mercedes, yes, but a regular car built for regular people that would go and go and go forever, that would shrug off 500,000 kilometres like it was nothing, that would go on to 1,000,000 kilometres, and also which could be repaired quite easily by a mechanic with some skill in a backstreet garage. Truthfully, even Mercedes, I think, would admit that they made a mistake there. Because ideally what you'd like to do, and I've had this straight from the mouth of a senior motor industry executive who'd had one too many martinis at the bar with me. And he said, do you know what, Steve? The ideal customer for us is someone who buys a car, takes it up to about 50 to 60,000 miles after about 4 or 5 years of use, and then comes back to us for another car. If people stopped doing that, we would go out of business. One of the problems with electric cars, certainly in the developed world, is that they have far fewer components than an internal combustion engine car. There's far less on an electric car to be serviced, to wear out and therefore require replacing. And also because electric cars, the stuff that they're made out of, I don't think they're going to rust like internal combustion engine cars. In other words, the problem with electric cars is it might be a bit too good and they might last a bit too long, even for manufacturers. The thing about them, of course, that people will say is, oh, well, when the batteries run out, you know, but of course, batteries can be relatively easily replaced. A lot easier than trying to fix a gearbox on an Alfa Romeo, I can tell you that from personal experience.
Yes, and moving on to, I suppose, the need of supercars. Most people, they don't need them. They just need a car for the school run or a commuter vehicle. I think this is where China's affordability on EVs helps them to really pull ahead.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think what's going to happen, it gives me no pleasure, to be honest, but maybe it's someone else's turn. You know, why should it be us? Why should it be Britain, France, the States and Japan that dominate the motor industry? Why not China? Why shouldn't it be their turn? If they can offer a product that's cheaper and better, why not? But I do think that when it comes to supercars, those names, those evocative, soul-stirring names, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Corvette, Supra, those names that have fired the blood of young men and women around the world for decades, that appeal, that attraction will still make people work endless hours in jobs that they hate so that they can get their hands on one of those cars. I remember the first time I got a Lotus, and it had just been a lifelong ambition. I'm the guy who made a pilgrimage to the site of the Lotus, the first Lotus factory, and then rode up a very big hill to the pub where Colin Chapman, the founder of Lotus's parents, lived, where he built the very first Lotus, and stood there in the courtyard thinking, wow, the first Lotus was built here. And so to actually own one of those cars for me had been the fulfillment of a lifelong ambition. And I think that's where the Chinese motor industry will have a lot of catching up to do. So you can't buy history. Well, you can buy history. I was going to say, all kinds of British, legendary British names have been bought by India, by China, by America. You can very much buy history, but you can't create history in a few years' time. It takes decades to build a name like Aston Martin, Ferrari, you know, all of those names. And I think they will remain, and they will build internal combustion engine cars. Horacio Pagani in Italy has just gone back to internal combustion engines only, because he simply said, when asked why, he said, because nobody wants a Pagani hybrid or a Pagani electric. They want a V12 dead tree burning monster of an engine that makes a noise that puts a grin on the face of anyone with an ounce of soul.
So you've driven a lot of these cars. Obviously, you're a presenter on Top Gear. How did that opportunity come about?
Well, the thing was, I'm from the era of Top Gear when we were all journalists. It was believed at the BBC that if you presented a programme about a subject, you should be an expert. So if the subject was, say, the Tudor monarchs, they'd ring up Oxford University and Cambridge University and maybe Durham, and they'd find an eccentric professor who wasn't afraid of the camera, and they'd get him or her to present the programme. If they were presenting a programme about science, you know, like physics, they'd go and find an affable, likeable genius like Professor Brian Cox, who I know because he's from the same part of the world as me. Well, not just that I know him, but not everybody knows it. I mean, Greater Manchester's got 4.7 million people. We don't all know each other, you know, but I do know him. And it was the same with cars. The belief was, if people are going to be told about cars, we need to find experts. And so they would troll the world of motoring journalism and try and find a unique voice. That's how they found Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson was a very entertaining and individualistic writer for Fast Car magazine. Or was it Fast Lane? Fast Lane or Fast Car he started with. And they thought, every year they used to drag a load of us in. Now, some of them, being journalists, would look at the camera like it was a machine gun that was being pointed at them, And obviously, they couldn't really translate what was written on the printed page into, you know, a TV news item. But occasionally, they'd come across massive show-offs and egotists like Jeremy Clarkson and me, and they'd take us on. And I remember my boss at the time, who was an old-school BBC boss, and he said, now listen, you're going to be the motorbike man, and you've got to remember that most people are terrified of motorcycles. There are only 1.1 million motorcycle licence holders in the UK, in a nation of 70 million. So he said, so the vast majority of people think that motorbikes are noisy, dirty, dangerous things, and it's your job to be the acceptable face of motorcycling, which I have to say, my friends found hilarious because I had, shall we say, a checkered career when it came to observing speed limits and such like. But once I got on the telly, I heard my boss's voice saying, you're the acceptable face of motorcycling, behave yourself and don't use any spicy language.
And how did they find you in the first place? And what was the interview like?
Well, I'll tell you how they found me. I was living in Manchester, and I used to go into the office where I worked as the editor of a motorbike magazine. And we ran about 8 or 9 motorbike magazines out to this big office in South Manchester. But I was, for some reason, the only one of us who came into the office from the north, on the north side, because the south side was leafy Cheshire, which is considerably nicer and more upmarket than North Manchester, where I'm from, which, as you can probably tell from my speaking voice, is a bit grittier, shall we say. So it was my job to get a pint of milk for our tea, because, of course, we ran on adrenaline and tea, as well as petrol and nitrous oxide and whatever. And I used to see a chap called Dennis sometimes at the newsagent. And he told me that he had a BMW. Now, here's how times changed, my friend, because this was the end of the 80s, early 90s. And back then, BMW's reputation in the bike world was that they built motorcycles for old men and the police. That was it. It was completely at odds with their reputation for cars when they were making fantastic cars like the M3 and the M5. Their motorcycles were so dull and boring. Not now, I hasten to say, but this was 30 years ago. And I knew that this chap Dennis had a BMW. And after, Lord knows how many times I've spoken to him, he said, you know who I am, don't you? And I said, yeah, you're Dennis. Nice chap, you've got a BMW. He said, I'm the producer of Top Gear. I said, oh, very good. And just walked out of the newsagents. And he followed me out and he said, I think you'd be good on the television. Why don't you come down and have a try out? So I went down there and I got sent at first to see how it was done. He said, what you need to do is to go along on a shoot and see how it works. And the first shoot that I went along on was presented by a certain Mr. Jeremy Clarkson. And I'll never forget this. He turned up 2 hours late. Oh. I turned up half an hour early because I wanted to impress. He turned up 2 hours late and the crew were fuming, absolutely fuming. And I thought, right, make a point, don't do that because you want the crew on your side. But, yeah, so what they used to do, the thing was, it was very clever of them because back then, we all wrote our own scripts because we were journalists, so they didn't need to employ script writers. We wrote for a living. We all wrote for a living. Me, Jeremy, Quentin Wilson. We were writers. We wrote our scripts. And the other thing was, they didn't have to check the facts. They put that on us. They said, just make sure it's all right. I used to wake up in the middle of the night thinking, I remember calling the producer once because the programme went out on a Thursday. I'd done the voiceover on the Wednesday, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought, Gerald Ford wasn't the president, he was the president-elect. I'd said that when this particular car came out, Gerald Ford was the president, and then it suddenly came to me in the night, he was only the president-elect. And I rang the producer, and he said, Steve, 2 things. No one's going to notice, and 2, it is 1:45 in the morning, and then he said a rude swear word. But, you know, it's okay. But I think they were glad that we were so bothered about getting the facts right. And then when Jeremy and James and Richard, although it was Jason Daw, when they brought the programme back in the format that most people know, the Three Amigos format, the programme had changed in a way into more of an entertainment show than a consumer show. But those three guys were all still journalists. They were not actors, they were not presenters. When they left after Jeremy remember, after Jeremy started throwing hands because his steak was cold or something like that, they got Chris Evans, they got Matt LeBlanc, and for me, my mother is one of the sweetest person that walks this earth. She never has a bad thing to say about anybody. But I went round, she's in her 80s, I went round to see her when they changed it to Chris Evans and Matt LeBlanc, and my mother was dusting, and she stopped and she said, well, I've watched that new version of Top Gear, Stephen, and I have to say, it's dreadful. And I thought, wow, for my mother to say that, it must be really bad. And I think that was the end of the game, because the people watching it were being entertained by Clarkson, Hammond and May, but they knew that all three of them had a solid background in motoring journalism.
And speaking of Clarkson...
Yeah. When they said, I think it's like, or I don't think it's as good as they actually had the knowledge and the experience. When Joey from Friends, no disrespect to Matt LeBlanc, actually, some disrespect to Matt LeBlanc, when Matt LeBlanc expressed his opinion on the Di Tommaso Pantera, as opposed to the equivalent Ferrari or Maserati, had he ever driven the other two cars? I'll bet he hadn't, because he was too busy being an actor. They ruined it. And that's why people watch Grand Tour. Because, again, Jeremy Clarkson's been writing a motoring column for the Sun newspaper and the Sunday Times here in the UK for over 30 years. Do you realise how many cars that is over that time? It's hundreds and hundreds, it's thousands of cars. So, not that he and I ever really got on. We butted heads, me and Jezza. But I've got to give the guy respect, because when he opens his mouth to express one of his strongly held opinions, he knows what he's talking about, and people know that, and that's why they respect the guy, even if they don't like him. Like me, I don't like him, but I respect him.
Well, exactly like you said, Steve. Very easy to watch on screen. What's Clarkson like off screen?
Late. He and I never got on.
Why?
Well, we sort of did. We sort of did at the start. And then I started to be on the show more. And then, as well as the motorbikes, because I started on it, for a few years I just did motorbikes. But then I started to do cars, and I started to get some of the jobs that Jeremy assumed would be his. Like, there was a new Lamborghini, the car that we now know as the Gallardo. It had a different name in development. I got wind of it. As a journalist, I got wind of it, approached somebody in the organisation, because at the time I was writing with Auto Italia magazine in the UK. They had contacts in Italy, so I had contacts in Italy. And when Clarkson found out that I was in the frame to go and drive that car, he went potty. He was absolutely... It was like... Because when I was the bike guy, it was fine. But as soon as I sort of started to be... Jeremy's great. I mean, anybody who watched Grand Tour or Top Gear, Three Amigos Top Gear, him and Richard and James, would know there's a hierarchy there, isn't there? They're not equal, the three of them. There's James, and there's, and there's Richard, and then there's Jezza. And Jezza's the leader of the gang, isn't he? If they were the Black Widows in those old Clint Eastwood films, Jezza would be the guy in the German helmet with the horns on. He's the leader of the Black Widows, isn't he? So, in real life, Jeremy is a less bombastic version of that person that you see on the screen. You couldn't act that persona for all the years that he has. He is kind of like that. And like I said, even though he and I never really got on together, the last time I met him in person, there was a bar. It was at a car show, and there was an open bar. And he said, Berry, people know we don't like each other. I'll buy you a pint and we'll stand over there pretending we like each other. So we're at the bar. I said, go on then. So he bought me a pint and we're there chatting away. And I could see people, because it was a car show with lots of industry people. And they were walking past. He and I got to the point where I was interviewed by Britain's then best-selling newspaper, and the title was, I Wish He'd Fall in a Hole in the Ground, with a picture of me, which I did say, but they cut off the end of the sentence where I'd said, to the News of the World, I'd said, I wish he'd fall in a hole in the ground so I could have his job. And then said, not that I don't like him or wish him any ill will. They just used the bit at the beginning, which I had to admit to my boss when he called me in a furious rage, saying, why did you say these things to the News of the World? Although subsequently I did become the motoring editor of the News of the World, which again I'll say, whatever you think of it, was Britain's. I mean, it seems strange to be in a Britain without the News of the World, because for many decades it was the best-selling newspaper in the UK.
Well, to even hear the notion that the News of the World, it might have put a misleading headline, I don't believe that at all. I'm just going to move on to the fact. Who is a better driver, you or Jeremy Clarkson?
Well, that's a good one. When you say a better driver, do you mean a faster driver?
Yes, of course.
I don't know. I have raced, not very well, because I have a problem when I race. I either finish well or the car is completely destroyed in a horrendous crash, because it seems that I only ever crash on the fast corners at race circuits. Forget first or second gear hairpins. I'm all about fourth or fifth gear flat out turns. And if you go onto YouTube, I think you can still see me going flat in fifth in a 2-litre Ford through the Craner Curves at Donington Park in the English Midlands. And I think I rolled 6 times.
Wow.
The accident, let me put it this way. It was quite a big meeting that it happened at. And the accident was so extreme that I damaged the track so badly that the entire meeting had to be suspended, not just the race that I was in, the whole thing. And we were the support race. We weren't even the main attraction. So I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that neither Jeremy or I are anything like the standard of a racing driver. I've been very lucky to know some of the greatest drivers of my generation. Well, not my generation, even older generations. People like Ari Vatanen and Marco Allen, the Scandinavian rally drivers. People like Mark Higgins, the rally driver turned stuntman who you see in all the James Bond movies. My pal Anthony Reid, who's one of the stars of Super Touring in the 90s and consistently one of the fastest drivers at Goodwood. I've been in car with these guys, and their level of ability and control is absolutely mind-blowing.
I think what I'm getting, Steve, is a very diplomatic but also a long-winded way of saying that you're a faster driver.
Let me just say something. If it was motorbikes, I don't think he'd get out of the car park. And if we were on a track, I would fall off rather than let Clarkson come past me on a motorbike. That would never happen.
So, to speak on safety, as you said, you flipped a car 8 times. Famously, Top Gear's been suspended for many years now after Freddie Flintoff's crash. It hasn't returned. Is it purely the case of health and safety that stopped the show?
Don't think so. I think that's the easy answer. And I think it's more complicated than that. It pains me to say this, but it's hard to ignore the inevitable. A lot of people would like to ignore the inevitable, but I'm supposed to be a journalist, and so I kind of have to speak as I find it. And what I find is that enthusiasm for cars and for motorcycles it's waning, it's disappearing. Do you know what it's similar? Do you know what it's very similar to? I'll tell you. It's very similar to rock music. Now, there's a great debate at the moment about the end of rock music. Black Sabbath just played their final ever farewell gig, although, having said that, I did go to the farewell tour 5 years ago, so who knows, there may be another farewell tour, but Ozzy had to sit in a chair that he was strapped into, so I very much think that that's the end for them. Paul McCartney seems to be on a farewell tour. Glastonbury, they're not having Glastonbury next year, but when it comes back, which band would be big enough to play Glastonbury? What, U2, Coldplay, maybe? Those guys are getting, what, into their 50s and 60s now? And it seems to be, to me, the same with cars and with motorbikes. That passion is fading.
As well, I think a big organisation like the BBC as well, it's facing enormous competition from the likes of YouTube. You have independent people with a lot of passion, with a lot of energy, a lot of time, and they don't necessarily need a salary. There's some absolutely enormous channels on YouTube which are pumping out absolutely A-grade car content.
Yeah, not much of it is from the UK, though. Most of the stuff that I watch is made in North America. I have to say, people like, you know, Hoovy's Garage, Vinwiki, Jay Leno's Garage, stuff like that. And then there's the more sort of esoteric guys, Whistling Diesel and all that. I do like the crazy hillbilly stuff. It's a million miles away from my experience of motoring. These trucks that have their own zip code that have got like 2,000 brake horsepower and spew, you know, enormous amounts of thick black smoke. I find that stuff quite entertaining, but I do wonder. I've tried myself with YouTube, and I think I've realised that the sort of content that I got used to producing on what we call linear television, you know, I didn't just work for Top Gear. I made motoring shows for 4 or 5 different linear television companies here in the UK, Channel 4, Channel 5, Sky, the BBC ITV, and it was all kind of TV programme-ish, but the YouTube content, I mean, there's a guy on there, Vice Grip Garage, Derek. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy, but it's just some guy who's got a very appealing character. He travels right across North America. He buys these old cars sight unseen. He tries to fix them up, and then he tries to drive home, often like 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles. And I will happily sit there and watch this guy on his adventure, even though he's not just fixing the cars, he's filming it, he's recording the sound, and then when he gets home, he's editing it all down and sticking it on YouTube. There used to be in Manchester, where I live, outside the cathedral, there used to be a guy, a busker, and he was a one-man band, and he played the drums, and he had a kazoo on a frame, and he had cymbals on his knees, and he used to bang them together, and then he was playing an accordion as well at the same time, and I thought, Derek's like that guy who used to do that. And when I started in television for the BBC back in the 90s, on a shoot for Top Gear, there'd be 7 or 8 people. And now it's like one guy with a mobile phone, and he's doing the whole thing. He's editing it on his phone. He's shooting it on his phone, he's recording the sound on his phone, and he's editing it on his phone. So what future there would be for a car show? Car shows are expensive. I remember sitting in a room with a BBC executive once, and he said, he listened to my proposal for another kind of car show. This was for like a custom car show. Cars that are one-offs, unusual cars that have been like... I was inspired by a man who built a car in his cellar, and it had taken him 20 years. And when he finished, he almost had to like take his house down. He had to have a wall taken out the side of the building to get the car out. And I thought, we need to tell these stories. And my boss said, very good, Steve, but for far less money, I can make a cooking show or a gardening show. And I can make the gardening show 20 yards away from here in that garden out there. And I can make the cooking show 20 yards away from me in the other direction in a studio. The problem with car shows is, if you looked at Grand Tour or at Top Gear, You have to go around the world to impress people. You can't just go in the car park or in the garden or in the kitchen. You have to go to like the salt flats in Namibia or the North Pole or somewhere like that, or else people are like, oh, well, this isn't as good as the Grand Tour. They set a standard. Do you know what? I've said I don't like him, but I respect him. I think Clarkson, Hammond and May quit at exactly the right time. It was just on the cusp of them starting to... Some of the ideas were coming around for the second or third time. There was still an engaging watch, but I thought, when they quit, I thought, oh, that's good timing.
And speaking of quitting at the right time, I'm just going to move it on to Jaguar. Obviously, they've had a lot of critics recently. Their sales have dropped 98%. That's absolutely staggering. They've rebranded. The opponents will say they've kind of gone woke. They've made these sort of these supercars, if you will, and sales have dropped 98%. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's been a lot of people who have taken this as an opportunity to bash the woke movement. I don't think there is a woke movement. Nobody's made me aware of it. When I saw that, I thought, this is the last throw of the dice. Jaguar has been in trouble for 50 years. It's staggered from one benefactor to another to try and prop up an ailing business. I mean, think about the glory days of Jaguar. My grandfather, John Moore, was a Jaguar man. He had fantastic taste in cars, my granddad, and in motorbikes. In motorbikes, he like Enzo Ferrari, he liked a Rudge motorcycle. My granddad had Enzo Ferrari. Big fans of the Rudge made in Coventry. In cars, he had an Alvis, he had a Triumph Vitesse, and he had a dark green Jaguar Mark II with the 3.8 engine. What a car. Can you imagine, as a boy, I used to go and sit in that car. He'd let me start it. He'd say, Stephen, go and warm the oil in the Jaguar before he took it out. Like a 7-year-old boy, I used to run outside with the keys and start this incredible car. But that's 60-odd years ago that was made. The debacle that was British Leyland with Jaguar, those terribly built cars, beautiful cars, but terribly built. The XJ40. I've had an XJ40. Most people on the internet talking about the XJ40 never had one. It wasn't a great car. It had all sorts of problems. And of course, the biggest problem for Jaguar came in the shape of BMW, Audi and Mercedes. They took that market off Jaguar. When Ford bought it for £2.5 billion at the end of the 80s, they invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Jaguar. They built some fairly decent cars. I've had a few of them. I had an S-Type R for my paint, and I had an XJR, the supercharged X300, which I thought was a great-looking car. It went well. It made a fantastic noise. And inside, the wood and leather reminded me of my grandfather's car. But you can only trade on that nostalgia for so long. And this, for Jaguar, is a last throw of the dice. The cars that they've been making weren't bad cars. The XK, the F-Type, great-looking cars, fantastic performance. You know, maybe not quite the same cachet. Well, not quite the same cachet as an Aston Martin or a Ferrari. But perhaps in the real world, more practical and usable. And guess what? Nobody wanted them. So what are they supposed to do? Are they just supposed to carry on building cars that hark back to the 1960s and the 1950s that nobody wants? No. A radical, bold, imaginative reinvention. And if some people can't see that those commercials were deliberately designed to alienate them, then they must be easy to fool. I wouldn't mind playing poker with those people who started ranting and raving and frothing at the mouth and saying how woke it was. They've done that deliberately to get rid of you lot. They're going to reinvent themselves. They're going to build a car that costs 10 times as the X-Type they were flogging a few years ago, and they're going to try and sell them to Chinese billionaires. And I wish them all the luck in the world, because to me, Jaguar is one of the greatest brands in the history of the motor industry. I hope they survive, but it won't be like it was, because the world's changed.
And finally, we're just going to finish on briefly. I hear you're in the process yourself of starting up a car brand, a sports car for under the value of $23,000. What inspired you to start this endeavour?
I thought you'd never ask. Thank you for asking. Two things inspired me. One is the Lotus Elite. We've talked about my love of Lotus. I think that Colin Chapman is the preeminent genius of the British car industry, and there were certainly quite a few of them, you know, whether it's Isigonis or Sir William Lyons or Peter Stevens, who's actually a friend of mine, the man who designed the McLaren F1. I think the Lotus Elite of 1959, the first car that had a monocoque. It wasn't a body-on chassis, the first production car to be built on a monocoque. And I was inspired by that, and I thought, why have sports cars become so incredibly complex and so insanely powerful? What if we went back to the principles of the Lotus Elite, a car that was super lightweight and which had skinny tyres and had about 75 brake horsepower? Now, most people would think, 75 brake horsepower, you can't have a sports car. Yes, you can, because as Colin Chapman knew, and his mantra was, add lightness. We intend to build a super light car with about 75 brake horsepower. It won't need power steering. It won't need ABS. It won't need traction control. Remove weights, add lightness. And the other thing that inspired me were the pedal cars that were built. A friend of mine wrote a book, Lee Marshall wrote a book about the pedal cars that were built at a factory in South Wales that were replicas of the Austin. And people might remember our now King Charles and his brother Prince Andrew in those little pedal cars, because they used to sell them in Harrods, the department store. Those little pedal cars were made by disabled miners, guys that had worked in the mines in South Wales but had been injured. And somebody had the bright idea of finding employment for these guys, something for them to do so they could work and earn a wage again, these proud men who'd worked in the mines. And they built these fantastic little pedal cars. And I thought, what if we in Manchester could give employment to perhaps disabled ex-servicemen? I've been talking to an organisation that's involved with those kind of guys. If we could build a super lightweight car that was still very much fun to drive, but harked back to that concept from all those years ago. Stop making things with 1,000 horsepower. We've got enough hypercars. And why do they have to be so expensive? Let's build something that's lightweight, simple and fun and retails for a fraction of the cost of this other stuff. You don't need to go crazy fast to have fun. If a car is simple and it's very direct and you feel connected to the road, 50 miles an hour can feel like 150 miles an hour.
And that's a great place to end it there. We wish you the very best of luck in your endeavours with that. I'm sure when it's built, you'll have to come back on the show. But for now, Steve Berry, a former Top Gear presenter, thanks so much for your time. That's all we have time for today on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, "Our IDF killed children as a hobby." He was the head of the opposition, Galon, or Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you'd prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Auckland. Auckland is known as a city of many lovers, according to its Maori name Tamaki Makura, as those lovers wanted the place so badly that they fought over it for centuries. A geographically blessed city, the New Zealand capital has the appeal of a small town and the style of a modern metropolis. Auckland Museum is one of the country's most recognized heritage locations. The 84-year-old museum houses the most comprehensive collection of Maori and Pacific Islander art in the Southern Hemisphere. On display are graphic textiles, carvings, some of the war canoes, ware or the traditional Maori meeting houses, as well as other 18th and 19th century portraits. Devonport is a self-contained late Victorian neighborhood of historic sites, including North Head, a British fort dating back to 1887. There are also popular cafes and restaurants within it. Find two of Auckland's picture-perfect beaches or climb to the top of Mount Victoria for 360-degree views of the city, Hauraki Gulf, and the North Shore. Waiheke Island is a place for a quick island escape. Worth visiting are the Little Onaroa, Palm Beach, and the mile-long Onatangi. Fancy a dinner nearby with a great view of the beach. A diverse mix of gustatory pleasures, Auckland is also ideal for food trips. The city is a medley of different tastes, offering diverse cuisines from contemporary Japanese dishes to all-American pizzas to healthy Thai salads and greens. Depending on your mood, you can choose from the elegant dining restaurants, or you might prefer the laid-back alfresco cafes. Shopping also keeps the city abuzz. Specialty stores include rare and vintage finds, from the gardening books and electric furniture, fiesta dinnerware and old photographs, as well as restored goods, such as vintage wooden cutting boards, southern French crockery, and white enamel cookware. There are also classic and one-room boutiques that offer pieces for men and women, with a well-curated collection of shoes and boots to match. You may also find shops featuring own brand clothes and jewelry for men and women, sold alongside a distinct merchandise mix of non-clothing items that reflect the owner's interests. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The UK Prime Minister announces that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September unless Israel agree to a ceasefire. In New York, 4 people are dead, including a police officer, after a gunman opens fire inside a Manhattan skyscraper. And the Kremlin responds to Trump's deadline ultimatum, defending its ongoing military operations in Ukraine as 17 people are killed by a Russian airstrike. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has announced that the UK will recognise Palestine as a state by September. That's unless Israel agrees to a ceasefire. Earlier today, Starmer recalled his cabinet from their summer recess for an emergency meeting on the ongoing conflict. Here's how he made that announcement. Have a listen.
I can confirm the UK will recognise the State of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect of a two-state solution. And this includes allowing the UN to restart the supply of aid and making clear that there will be no annexations in the West Bank.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and journalist Lubna Hamdan as well. Thank you both for joining us. Shane, first of all, let's turn to you. A significant announcement, it seems.
Yeah, significant is a word that I would use for it, especially the fact that he recalled the cabinet. But I think it's, in terms of Starmer, it's just a little bit too little too late, to be honest. And I don't think it's going to have much sway in Gaza. But I think the timing of it is interesting, that he's just come back from Scotland to see Mr. Trump, because it always comes back to Trump every story, really, doesn't it? So I think he probably, in the conversation with the Donald, probably when they spoke about this, he got the indication that Trump was starting to lose his patience with Israel. So I think that gave him the green light that he could go ahead with it, because a lot of the British press were talking about how Starmer was on the fence about this issue of recognising the Palestinian state. So I think that the significance can be put in that he probably got the green light to go ahead from Trump. So I think that is a positive move, because it might show that there is some sway in Washington. So I think that's the more significant angle, I think, in this story.
And yeah, I think we can dive into that for sure in a minute. Lubna, first of all, though, this is the British peace plan. Is the UK really taken seriously when it comes to the table on issues of such a global magnitude, or has it kind of lost a bit of its clout?
I think, considering there's a famine going on, why September? Why not now? You're telling them you have 2 more months. Unless we get more aid in, then what's the point going to be? You know, I think it would have been a much stronger move for him to do that right now. But look, I do believe it's a step forward anyway to have more and more European countries hold Israel accountable. But of course, you know, the UK doesn't have the same sway in the Middle East that it used to have. So I think this is, again, more symbolic and diplomatic as opposed to, you know, having the weight that the US does when it comes to negotiations.
Well, let's take it back, Shane, and you tipped on something, I guess, the why now question. Trump, Swinney and Starmer were all together at Turnberry yesterday. So do you think a conversation went on behind closed doors? Because Trump, as we know, the US has abstained and, in fact, boycotted the UN chat about the two-state proposition today in New York.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, definitely, emphatically, I think, yes, they probably did have a conversation, and I think Starmer doesn't look like the sort of person who's going to do anything without the green light even from Trump. So I think that's definitely where this suddenly rush back of the cabinet has come from, because I think Trump's kind of like stuck in the middle because he has to be seen to support Israel because of his domestic side of it. But I think Starmer was definitely not going to do anything without Trump's backing. That's pretty clear.
So, and I guess, Lubna, to you on this one, do you think Donald Trump, in an ideal scenario whereby the US are not showing support for Israel, do you think he would like to outwardly support Palestine, the people of Palestine, and the two-state solution?
Trump, you mean? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's really hard to understand or to know what Trump is thinking, honestly, because on the one hand, he says there is real starvation. You know, these people look very, very hungry. And on the other hand, he wants them to say thank you for the aid. So what is he really thinking?
Yeah.
It seems a little bit out of touch. So I don't know if Trump, you know, he also called Biden a Palestinian as an insult. So, yeah.
What he said specifically about today's announcement was, I'm okay with it. I don't have to agree with it, but I'm okay with it, which is, I guess, interesting. That kind of gives you an idea for where Donald Trump's mind is at on this issue.
Going back to what you said about sort of the UK, like we had France do this, and I think France is probably a lot more significant on the global stage at this point because it's part of the wider EU. You know, we've had Ireland, Spain. So I think what it might do is it might push the EU maybe to act on Israel. But in terms of the UK, I don't think it's going to be that significant a move on the global stage. But going back to Donald Trump, when he was talking about sort of the recent pictures of the kids in Gaza, and he called it real starvation, as if like they're acting on or something like that. But I looked up some of the figures, and if you go back to the World Food Programme, as far back as a couple of days in October 2023, they were already talking about a famine. So this is nothing particularly new. And even back in January 2024, they were saying that 80% of the global famine victims were in Gaza. So this is nothing new, to be honest. So I kind of think, why are they suddenly changing their mind now? So I think Trump is obviously, I think, is the one who has moved, and Starmer is the one on the stage, and in terms of the PR, is the one that is making this kind of statement. So I would kind of hope that this is just setting the ground for Trump then to make a statement and to do more.
And as you said, Lubna, also setting the ground for other countries in the EU to also follow suit and potentially also put trade sanctions on Israel and cut down, just for France, 1.78 billion on exports to Israel. Germany 5.81. The UK is 2.81, but the USA is 14 billion on exports to Israel. So if more EU countries follow suit, it might almost make up the entire amount of US exports to Israel.
I think 100% yes. Israel needs to be held accountable through, proper sanctions. Some action needs to be taken. We keep hearing condemnation after condemnation. What does it even mean? Even France, Germany, and the UK in the peace plan. Okay, what is it going to mean to, have to recognize a Palestinian state? What's actually going to happen?
Lubna, Shane, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. At least 17 people are dead and more than 80 are wounded after a Russian airstrike on a Ukrainian prison. 4 aerial bombs hit Bilinchivka, the correctional colony, in a region with 42 inmates needing medical care for serious injuries. The attack took place just hours after President Trump's ultimatum to President Putin to end the war. Here's a reminder of not just what he said, but also the Kremlin's response. Have a listen.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
We have taken note of President Trump's statement on shorter deadline for a ceasefire in Ukraine. The special military operation continues, and we remain committed to the peace process to settle the conflict in Ukraine and ensure our interests during this settlement.
Lubna, what do you make of this latest strike? Putin showing Trump that his new deadline won't really impact Russia that much once again?
Yeah, I think the Kremlin's statement that it took note of Trump's, deadline, obviously they're not fazed by it. I think it's an act of defiance by Russia. Also, there have been a lot of drone attacks by the Ukrainians on civilian areas as well, on the outskirts of Moscow, inside Russia. So we also had the ex-president of Russia, Medvedev, saying it's not up to Washington to say when we're going to opt for the ceasefire or not. So clearly not fazed at all.
Shane, Ukraine, what has their reaction been to this?
So Ukrainian officials have called this a gross violation of international humanitarian law, and they've also said that they consider it a war crime, which, to be honest, in the middle of warfare, everything's a war crime, really, as far as I can see. So I think it's not really surprising, to be honest, the reaction from the Ukraine.
Let's talk about this. We spoke to Kira Rudik earlier on, Ukrainian MP. The 50 days has now been reduced down, 10 to 12 days. What Kira had said was that the aim of the game in that period of time, the 50 days that was originally set, may be to, in fact, kill as many Ukrainians as possible, create as much carnage as possible, and to disrupt the status quo, i.e. hitting things that are civilian targets, such as penitentiaries, maybe potentially hospitals as well. Surely that's just going to bring Ukraine to its knees if that's the level that Russia are going to go to, Lubna.
Look, I think it's an interesting take, of course, but coming from a Ukrainian, I'm not surprised. I think if Russia wanted to conduct maximum damage, I think it would have done so. I don't think it would have done so on a prison, right? I think it could have made much more damage. But I think the more interesting angle to the story is replacing Zelensky. There have already been talks between Moscow and Washington, according to Russian intelligence sources, of course. But they already are talking about the current ambassador to London replacing him. So they're already actually speaking about, certain individuals. So the talks are underway, I think.
Well, let's talk about that, because President Zelensky went in, and let's take it back to May 2022, a 90% trust rate with the Ukrainian public. That figure, and the recent figure that we have, is from March of this year, 57%. Given in the last couple of weeks that he's also had the anti-corruption laws that he passed with some consternation from his own cabinet as well, it's likely that figure may have dropped even more among the Ukrainian public. So, Shane, could there be a weaning in support for Zelensky?
To be honest, I wouldn't like to see a change in Kiev, purely because it would just destabilise and we'd have to go back to the start again. And how many talks are we at this stage? I've forgotten count and probably lost fingers of the number that there is. So I don't think that the Ukrainian public would probably like to see a change either, because when you're in the middle of warfare, you don't want to change the leaders. So I think it's probably just Russian propaganda pushing the agenda.
I don't know. I think it gives them a clean slate, right?
Fresh head, new person in there?
Absolutely. And also, I have to disagree with you, Shane, because when we're seeing men dragged off the streets to join Zelensky's war, I think the Ukrainian people would like to see a change.
There for sure is a population of Ukrainians and a huge population who were out there supporting the cause. That we know that they exist there. But there is the argument that if he loses support of his own party, there may be no choice but to have somebody replace Zelensky as the head. And do you think it necessarily would set them back to the start, Shane? Or, like Lubna said, could you have somebody come in who thinks about this with a fresh perspective and maybe potentially fresh ideas?
Yeah, you don't know either way, but I think do you really want to take that risk in the middle of a war which is not going particularly well? And I kind of think, this new deadline, clearly Russia isn't going to take it seriously because they've just said they've taken note of it. And if this deadline passes and moves on, Trump's going to look inferior to Putin. So I kind of think it's not going particularly well for Ukraine, so now's not the time to go change.
They've effectively replied to the email just with the word noted on there, and that's kind of been the response.
Yeah, exactly.
Lubna, can Ukraine still rely on Western backing? Because at a time like this, there's the question about the long-term backing from the West. Could we maybe see some of that support fray? Because this war has now waged on and on.
I think we already have seen that, correct? And I also think I'd like to add to Shane's point that I do actually think that replacing Zelensky would allow Trump to walk away with some dignity from this, right? Because the U.S. is not winning in Ukraine, and I think even when you walk in the streets of Europe right now, you don't see the Ukrainian flag so much. The European refugees also have been creating a lot of issues in Europe. I think just generally the cause of Ukraine, what is the Ukrainian cause right now? The civilians are the ones who are suffering. Zelensky's buying real estate all around the world. So I definitely think that the Ukrainian cause is just not as strong.
Well, I think, and Ukraine would say that they're defending themselves, and they're right to defend themselves, which of course that they have. But we may be in danger of normalising these atrocities in war because of the fact that there are now so many, and there are so many that are getting far more prominence in the media. So I still think that on a day-to-day basis, these atrocities are taking place, but maybe we're not seeing them in the media as much.
Well, I did have a look into that, and there is a case to be made that when you see all of these atrocities every day, it's called sort of coverage fatigue. But there was a report done by Ipsos, which is a credible sort of survey agency, in April, and they did across 29 countries, and 64% of people are still interested in the Ukraine war and what's happening with it. It doesn't say which side they're on, but it shows that they're interested in it. And I kind of think, even in America and across Western Europe, people are still interested, but they just want it to be resolved. And I think that's another reason why you should keep the same leaders in place rather than switch over at this point.
Let's give you a listen to this. Earlier I spoke to Ukrainian MP Kira Rudik, who I mentioned earlier on, about her reaction to Donald Trump's latest ultimatum to Russia. Here's what she had to say.
We hope that the President of the United States remains firm and that he will be able to deliver on his promise of the sanctions, of the pressure onto Russia. Because in May, European leaders have gathered in Kiev and has made very strong statement that if there is no ceasefire, that the very strong sanctions will follow. And after that, there has been at least 3 or 4 months before the sanctions have taken place. And of course, Russia was taking it as appeasement. So right now, President Trump needs to deliver on his promise, and we hope that he will be firm.
Lubna, thoughts on that? Does Putin really care if Trump imposes sanctions, or anything for that matter?
I think, as the former Russian President Medvedev said, to focus on domestic issues. I think they have a lot of domestic issues in the U.S. There's also the Palestinian issue right now that's, taking over news headlines. So I think Ukraine has been really left behind, right? And also support from the Trump administration has been on again, off again for Ukraine. He's not happy with Zelensky. I don't think he's going to keep his promise. Sorry to the Ukrainian MP, but I also don't think Ukraine has anything in its court right now. The ball's not in its court.
And 10 to 12 days is a long time in politics, as we know. Well, thank you both, Shane, Lubna, for your thoughts on that. Let's move on. China is trying a new approach to boost its failing birth rate. They're offering parents about $500 a year for every child under the age of 3. Now, this is the first time the government is offering a nationwide subsidy to help with the cost of raising kids. Even after ending their one-child policy 10 years ago, China still faces a big challenge with fewer babies being born. Shane, tell us more about the incentive and the initiative that we've heard about, first of all.
Right, so they're giving for each child that you have $500, which, that's not even going to cover much, I don't think, in China. Even, it might sort of paint a wall or get you a crib or something. But there's 20 million families that are eligible for this, and they worked out that in China it's about 75,000 it costs for a Chinese child up to the age of 17, which I think is on the vastly conservative end of it, and it's probably in rural China. So I think, it's $500 per child for up to the age of 3 per year. So I don't really think it's going to have much impact, to be honest.
I'll do the breakdown on what that gets you in a few minutes. But Lubna, is this something maybe more countries should be doing, do you think?
So compared to China, of course, China's population is much larger than that of Russia's. But in Russia, they have actually in place very similar incentives. And instead of $500, it's actually 1 million rubles. So you can see the difference in that. But I don't know, maybe China's just, trying it out because there have been flaws in that financial incentives program. But there's a really interesting article in The Atlantic and said people are actually having less kids, not because of a lack of financial support, but because many in the current generations don't seem totally convinced of their own purpose or the purpose of humanity at large, let alone that of a child. People are debating whether having children or that life is a good thing, that more life would be better, and that if assistance, if needed, will arrive.
And from a point of view whereby we're watching the news every day, and we just finished a conversation about two of those things, it is difficult to justify bringing a child into a world where there is so much grief at the moment. And I think that may be part of this conversation that needs to be had.
I agree with, me and my wife have decided not to have children, and like I was saying earlier, I was in London recently and we went around our friends and a lot of them are not doing it. And I think before that was seen as quite taboo, and it was seen as like you were selfish, which, is, I was nearly cursed there, but I'm not going to. But I think it is a growing trend, and I think this has probably been reflective in that people want to bring children into the world and give them a good life and a good lifestyle, or else you just want to have a good life yourself. So I think in going back to China, I think the reason that a lot of the women are not picking up on this is because they want to go in. More of them are going into the labour force, which is what they. And so they can't have children at the same time. And also childcare is really expensive, it's going up. And also the one-child policy that was ingrained in Chinese culture is still there. So I think there is an element of saying, if the women don't want to have children, that is their right. But also $500 a year per child is not going to make them suddenly, go and get pregnant.
It's not when you take into consideration that's about 2,000 to 3,000 diapers, or 2 or 3 months of a supply of diapers alone. That's taken out of the equation, baby formula and everything else that's required. It really doesn't do a lot. Lubna, does it? Even in Russia, when you mentioned that, it's still not a lot of money in order to be able to raise a child.
It's not a lot of money. Look, but the problem is not just in the financial incentives. Like if you look at the question that we need to ask is, are the financial incentives, even if they were much bigger than that, what is the actual problem? Are people not having kids because they don't have enough money? I mean, I remember my parents, when they had us, they weren't exactly wealthy. Actually, they were living barely paycheck to paycheck. So is that really the problem? If we look at South Korea, for example, it has the world's lowest fertility rate, one of the world's lowest fertility rates, and the government spent over $200 billion in policies to boost fertility. And it's still the rate hasn't gone up. So actually, the problem is deeper than that. I think it's, and
I think, and again, there's two schools of thought on this. There is benefit systems that exist in Europe whereby people are paid money, and a lot of money, to subsidise raising a child. And some people, in fact, go to the levels whereby they're just having children to subsidise themselves and their lifestyle. The amount that you'll get in the UK for child benefit for one child for a year, at $1,680 is what you'll get. Similar figures in some of the countries with very high social welfare.
Yeah, I think anyone who kind of thinks like that is very short-sighted. But I think if we're going to look at countries around the world, I looked up what country is doing it properly, and it's over in France, and they have one of the highest fertility rates in Europe. And the reason they're doing that is because they've got generous parental leave for both mothers and fathers. They subsidise childcare, and also they give tax benefits if you want to have a child, and also if the woman wants to go back into the workforce. So I think that is a much smarter system, because you're not just giving it $500 per year for the child, you're looking at the entire sort of life of the child over 17 years, and you're putting in support for it. So I think that French system, is a lot smarter than the Chinese one.
Of course, we run the risk of now, we know that the pyramid, the inverted pyramid that we're seeing currently, whereby the massive amount of elderly people who are at the top of this pyramid, weaning down to a very small population of younger people who are being born year on year. So it's the opposite of what we're normally likely to see. An average life expectancy in some developed countries now over 90 years of age. When you take that into the equation and the fact that people are having children later in life, are we likely to see Gen Xers, maybe in 5 or 6 years down the line, all having a boom of babies, and then all of a sudden we've solved the problem and now we've got this massive blip on the bottom of this graph once again?
I think life tends to do that, right? It kind of self-corrects with every generation. And I think more and more now, even if we look at social media, there's a lot of, there's a push to go back to traditional ways, you know, to retain the family unit. So I do have hope that it will self-correct. In Russia also, there are so many incentives that people are now actually, you know, you go to a park in Russia, it's full of families. Young people are getting married, you know, very young, as opposed to other countries where divorce rates are higher. People are getting married, you know, not as much as they used to. So I do have hope that it will self-correct.
And we've destigmatized, I think, as well, Shane, as you mentioned, not having kids. It's okay to not have kids, and it's become more normal to do that, or to say, I'm not having kids right now in my life because I'm focusing on my career and I'll have them later.
Exactly, and I think it was the previous Pope Francis said, you know, don't be selfish, have more children, which, you know, is grand if you're Catholic, but I generally think, you know, if you don't want to have children, don't have children. And a friend of mine who didn't have children gave me a book, and it said, you know, die with zero, because, you know, you don't have to give inheritance to your kids. And I advocate that, and I'm splurging all of my inheritance.
Is it something that you might circle back to at some stage, or has the decision already been firmly made? I mean, I don't know because I don't know what point in life you firmly cut it off and say, I'm fine, I don't want to have kids anymore. And I feel like that age has gotten a lot later. Lubna, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, look, women especially are having kids much later in life, right? Because they wanted to experience what our mothers were, you know,
weren't able to, I guess.
Weren't able to, yeah. They want to have careers. My sister actually didn't want to have kids, but then she had one baby because her husband is more traditional, and it was his one condition before they got married for them to have a baby. And after she had her first baby, she wanted another baby. So I think there was this movement with millennials about being, you know, career focused and, you know, feminism, etc. But now there really is this push and almost a trend to go back to more traditional ways, because people are missing that, you know. Dating is not going too well. People are not too happy with the dating apps. They want to go back to, you know, organically meeting. They want to go back to getting married young. So, yeah, I'm hopeful.
What we were talking about earlier, I think it's still better to have children when you're younger, because it is so exhausting to have children. You know, I've got a lot of Irish nieces and nephews, and my brother's got 6, so he's taken my quota anyway, so it's fine.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, it's so exhausting. I think you should have them earlier. So I think this trend of having them later is probably not one that we want to continue and should evolutionarily go back to.
But if we're living later in life, you might argue that you're going to have more energy, more into your 40s, 50s. I've firmly said this only to console myself, 40 is the new 30. So I think you need to look at that.
Well, I suppose if you live to 120, then 20 is not that young.
It's not that. No, it's not that young.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
It's never too late. That's definitely a longer conversation we could have on another day and could have gone on for hours. Thank you both very much. Let's move on to our next story, to New York now, where 4 people, including a police officer, have been killed after a gunman stormed a Park Avenue skyscraper in Manhattan on Monday night. The attacker, 27-year-old Shane Tamara from Las Vegas, opened fire in the lobby before taking the lift up 33 floors and later shooting himself dead. The city's mayor, Eric Adams, have given a statement and paid tribute to the slain officer. Take a listen to this.
We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam. He served in the 47th Precinct. He was just 36 years old and a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He was doing what he does best, and all members of the police department carry out. He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh, and he loved this city.
It's heartbreaking when any officer loses his life in the line of duty. Shane, for this officer and his family, this must be a very difficult time.
Yeah, it's a very tragic situation, and you know, like as he laid out, you know, he was a 36-year-old Bangladeshi-born, you know, immigrant, and he had a family, lived in the Bronx, and has a pregnant wife who's having their third child, and they've already got 2 sons. So that's already potentially, you know, three kids who now don't have a father. So I generally think we should focus on this death, not the death of the shooter, and I think that is the more important thing that we should look at, and the family that's lost you know, their relatives in the last few.
But I think the main story that we will take away from here is a mix of both, because the gunman, his story as well is quite fascinating, and we're just getting details about this now. Lubna mentions that he had some mental health issues. What do we know about this gunman?
Yeah, so he had mental health issues. Las Vegas police had at least 2 calls in recent years for a person in mental health distress. He also left a note in his pocket. He claimed to have CTE. He said, please study my brain. I'm sorry. You know, this guy is a 27-year-old guy who, at the end of the day, took his own life as well. So I think it's a tragic story. CTE is a brain disease linked to, football players, hockey players, boxers. There was a very famous story of a doctor, right, who there was a movie made about it. So it is a major issue in sports also, CTE. So I don't think he just went out and wanted to shoot innocent people. I think he was really suffering. And this disease makes you go mad, doesn't it?
So let's talk a bit about that, because the shooting happened inside the building that houses the NFL, along with Blackstone and other companies as well. We believe that he took the wrong elevator shaft, and should have got to the NFL offices, but that wasn't what actually happened. And CTE is an issue which is caused to some players who are playing football where they have received brain injuries. And they've, again, tried to increase awareness about this, not just for players, but for everyone around this mental illness which exists. We don't know what the backstory is behind this, but some of the media press leaked photos of this gentleman, Shane. It appears are him in an NFL-style jersey. So he may have been a player who may have played at some level of football. We know he played college football. We don't know anymore. So he may have been affected by this, and therefore he may have been a sufferer of CTE. And that's going to create a bigger conversation about what CTE is and why we need to be so aware of it.
Yeah, look, you know, I did a degree in psychology. You know, I back sort of therapy, but I'm sorry, I really don't buy this sort of theory. And you know that if you've gone into sports like American football or rugby and you get knocked out of it, I don't think you can use that as an excuse. And I think it's a little bit of a cop out. So I don't really buy it, to be honest. And I kind of think if we do go and study his brain and then we find out something about this syndrome or disease, that's the positive out of it. But I kind of don't like this narrative that's developing, that's saying, okay, he had damage to his brain from sports. I don't think you can put this correlation of it, because then why doesn't everybody who does that go out and do it? And other shooters who've gone out and, you know, shot people in schools, like this isn't the only shooting that happened in the US. I think there was Reno at a casino. So I don't think there's a correlation between the two, and I think it's kind of a little bit sensationalist to use that narrative, to be frank.
We'll come back to it in a second, because there's a whole other second conversation that we can have about this as well. But earlier, we spoke to correspondent Mitch McCann, who is in New York, and he said, well, security has changed, but also he discussed whether or not the gunman was known to authorities. Take a listen to this.
It's reported that Wall Street businesses and large financial companies like Blackstone, the investment management company involved here, are increasing their security today in the wake of this shooting, something that will very much likely provide comfort to a lot of employees who are going through probably a difficult time at the moment. I spent some time in Midtown Manhattan this morning, and it really did feel like in many parts of the city it was business as usual, although there is still a police presence around that building in Park Avenue. As for the shooter's mental health, the New York Police Commissioner said in a press conference, according to our law enforcement partners in Las Vegas, where Mr. Tamura had come from, he has a documented mental health history. His motives are still under investigation. And what we're also seeing today, after the mention of CTE, that brain condition I spoke about, there is a lot more awareness about that today. A lot of people are speaking about it and what that actually means. Of course, that is a brain condition that cannot be properly diagnosed until one's death.
Lubna, let's talk about this, because how much of the problem lies with gun control versus mental health care in this situation?
Look, I just want to add that I disagree with Shane because CTE actually makes you very violent and it makes you suicidal, and it is a very serious brain injury, right? If you're a boxer or a football player, getting hit in the head that much, that hard, your brain is definitely going to be damaged, you know? So I disagree about that point. But we just saw the picture of him walking with a rifle in broad daylight in Manhattan. The fact that that's allowed, it's just such a powerful image in itself. And so, yeah, I definitely think, you know, a lot of people do have mental health issues, but if it wasn't so easy to get guns, you can get it under an hour in some states. Nevada is one of them, right? They wouldn't be able to go out and do that.
And I will say that this gun wasn't purchased in the state of New York. He did travel from Nevada, from Las Vegas, where he had the gun. We would assume he had the gun or maybe picked it up along the way, brought it with him as well. But Shane, the argument about the CTE and if that actually would be a reason for somebody to cause such absolutely horrific injuries and deaths, you're not buying it as an excuse.
I'm not really. Sorry, Lubna. But I think it's probably a contributory factor, but I don't think you should link the two as a causality because I think that's too simple, to be honest.
OK, let's talk about the fact that this was in broad daylight, as we saw. It does beg the question of where's the security measures in place?
Well, we were talking about this, and one of my best friends lives in New York, and because of the time difference, she always sends me a voice note every morning. And when I woke up this morning, I looked at the papers and I saw this was the lead story, and her voice note didn't even mention it. So I mentioned her, said like, yeah, what's going on? And she said, oh, it's New York. It's just a couple of buildings down. Everything's back to normal now. So I think that's more shocking that it's sort of seen as slightly flippant, and people in New York and America in general, it's become so part of the culture to have these shootings that it's almost not really shocking anymore.
The actual conversation we had in the office here was when it was referred to as a massacre, was for some of the staff in the office to say this is not a massacre, this is just New York. And that in itself is, and as we said, Lubna, with the gun laws, or lack thereof in gun control in the US, surely the bigger conversation that can be had here is about the regulation and restriction with regards to who can go in and buy a gun. We now see somebody who is alleged, as you said, to have been known by the police in Las Vegas to have had mental health issues, yet was able to possess a firearm, take that firearm to New York, and unhindered walk into a building like this.
Yeah, so look, it's a, you know, I have the figure right here, 92 billion in total, the gun industry is responsible for in total economic activity. So business is business, you know what I mean? However, I do think that when it comes to security measures, people will start taking it more seriously when you have the Blackstone executive who was killed, for example. And it takes me back, it reminds me of the Health United CEO who was shot as well by Luigi, and everyone was taking Luigi's side, the shooter's side. So I'm not saying this is, you know, the same thing, but I'm saying the more high-profile executives and, you know, the rich get affected by this, I think maybe we will see more regulation.
Because it is happening at grassroots, and let's be honest, you have to call a spade on this. It's happening at grassroots level, day in, day out, not just in New York, but in absolutely every state in the US where guns are permitted, which is everywhere.
Yeah, but and then so what should you do? So I kind of looked at some of the recommendations that are coming out in sort of recently is that you should have universal background checks, so you can say like if someone has sports injuries, no gun. There should be age restrictions. You should, it should be minimum of, like, say, 21. But also, assault weapons, they should be banned. Like, that doesn't. But
there surely is no, and I understand, and the exact law is the right to bear arms, to protect oneself against potential intruders or whatever the case may be. Surely one does not require an assault rifle of the caliber of which we saw just a few moments ago. From Shane, who was carrying that weapon through New York. That's not required.
No, definitely not. But I think the issue is that it's so ingrained into American culture as well, and also the Donald Trump's sort of voter base are not going to allow this to happen. So that means like Trump's not even going to go anywhere near gun control. When you look at the Republicans, only I think 47% of them want sort of action on it. So unless there's a Democrat president comes in the future, nothing is going to change for the next couple of years.
Shane, Lubna, thank you for your thoughts on that one. It's time to move on to that part of the show where we hear what Shane and Lubna have brought to the table from the stories of the day. Shane, a top doctor saying something that I'm terrified about. Socialising could actually be good for your health and immunity.
Yeah, so this is a doctor called, and I'm going to mangle her surname, I'm sorry, Dr. Jenna Masiocki, who wrote a book called Immune to Age. So she said the key to longevity is social interaction, especially for people over the age of 60. So, and the reason I thought, like, you know, that means just hanging out with your buddies or whatever it means. So she said that the science behind this is that your immune system needs oxytocin, which is the love hormone. So if you hang around with people that you like, you get more oxytocin, which means that your immune system will be better, and then you will live longer. So.
But that means you have to like them first.
Well, yes.
Yeah, that's the prerequisite for that.
If you hang around with people you don't like, then that's the opposite effect. So I kind of do buy into it to a certain extent, but then, like you said, I follow like a really good influencer called Vanessa Van Edwards, who I'm going to give a shout out to, and she looks at introverts versus extroverts. So I'm thinking this theory is great for extroverts, but I'm an introvert, so you know I don't like hanging around with people too much. You know, today's the exception. But so does that mean that I'm not going to live very long, possibly?
I guess it depends. Lubna, we're all concentrating on wellness fads and affirmations. Maybe we just need a really good night out instead.
Yeah, you know, is it about having a good night out, or does it just make sense to have, if you have more friends and you socialize more, automatically you have more support in your life, you know? We saw like a lot of, you know, there have been a lot of issues with especially men's mental health, right? They're not hanging out as much as they used to. So, Shane, are you okay? And
I'm very, very good. I have quite a busy social schedule. I have.
My male and female friends both are the reason for my mental health struggles a lot of the time. So that also begs the question where I'm not entirely sure spending more time with them is beneficial.
You need more friends.
You need more
better
different friends.
Better friends.
You need different friends.
Also, I think like in Ireland and probably in Dubai, a lot of socialising involves malt-based beverages, which I don't think is good for your system either. So I think they all balance each other out.
Yeah,
that's true. I agree. Well, you can socialise with your kids also. You know, with taking, you know, going back to that topic.
The ones he doesn't have, he won't.
Exactly.
Lubna, yours is about a big brand who is doing a rollout on a resale program. Tell us about this.
Yes, so we've got American exercise equipment company Peloton has launched a resale program, which I think is absolutely brilliant. So they're reselling their bikes and their treadmills, which is great. So it opens them up to a whole new market. They did see their sales drop year on year. I believe it's been the third year in revenue drops, 13% decline. That's a big number in sales. And so I think it's great. It's like a Craigslist or Dubizzle, if you will.
So you're buying them directly from the brand, from the company themselves?
Yes, which is great because then even though you can put your own listing price, the brand, you know, tells you what price is right, basically. And we've seen that also across, you know, we had that with cars, but now we're seeing it more and more with fashion also, which I personally love. Like I got married a couple of months ago and I wore a dress. I paid for it 600 dirhams only, and it was actually like 14,000 if I were to buy it, you know, new, which is crazy.
So I think, and that's, again, this is a generational thing. This is much like the kids in China that we discussed.
Yeah.
The generational idea was that, certainly when I was growing up, it had to be new. My parents' generation, everything was secondhand. And I think we're having this resurgence again in the fact that, hey, it doesn't have to be necessarily brand new. It, in fact, can be just as good, if not better, but for a knockdown price, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely, especially with the new generations being more environmentally conscious, right? It is a much more sustainable approach to things. Like, I stopped buying handbags straight from brands. I now buy them secondhand because, you know, I don't care about the taboo anymore. It is more sustainable, and I do feel like I need to contribute somehow to the environment, even if it is through buying luxury handbags. So.
Yeah, luxury handbags being the key there. Still has a dust protector with it. Shane, buying second-hand, are you okay with that?
I'm off. I don't know if I want a Peloton bike with a used saddle, to be perfectly honest. I think I would pass on that one. But also, you said like Peloton is bringing this out, but you know, remember their brand had a scandal a while ago with the ad that came out where the husband gave a Peloton to his wife, and a lot of the feminists in America had a backlash, and it dented their brand value. So I can kind of see, you know, is this the way that they've got a lot of spare Peloton bikes lying around?
Knocking around, unsurprisingly. Well, thank you both for those stories, and thank you for joining us. That is all from us on W News Extra. Thank you so much to our guests for today, Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and journalist Lubna Hamdan. Thank you both so much for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X and GNT with Michal Prendergast is on the way next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. And coming up on the show today, we begin with a special interview with Roberto Sandoya Escobar, the firstborn son of the infamous Pablo Escobar. He's offering a rare insight into the life as the child of the world's most notorious drug lord. Then we take you to the sweeping greens of Scotland, where US President Donald Trump, he met with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to discuss the continuation of the special relationship and Trump's favourite word, tariffs. I'm now joined by Roberto Sandoya Escobar, the son of the infamous Pablo Escobar. He's here to share what life was really like growing up as the son of the world's most notorious drug kingpin, and to talk about his book, his art, and his work raising awareness about the dangers of drugs. Roberto Sandoya Escobar, thank you so much for your time. I'd like to kick off this interview and ask, how did you find out, and what was that moment like when you found out who your birth father was?
Yes, it was 1989, and my adopted father, who was an MI6 secret agent operating in Colombia, we also had an office in Madrid, and I was living on the Costa del Sol in southern coast of Spain, designing golf courses with Peter Alice for an urbanization down there. And I was like, let me think, how old was I? 24 years old. Getting on with life. I knew I'd had an interesting childhood. Obviously, you remember things, and I'd had an extremely volatile, violent childhood in living in Colombia. But, you know, we didn't have the internet. I'd got on with my life, and I was living down there, and my adopted father rang me up and said, I need you to come out to Madrid. I've got some stuff to talk to you about. So I went up there. We had a nice long chat, and we went to see Full Metal Jacket, the movie. And he started to talk to me about stuff, and he basically broke it in easily, like something like, do you remember the guy we used to go and see in Medellin? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And he slowly but surely started to reveal stuff. And then he said, well, of course, that guy was your father. And I'm a grown-up, so I understood adoption and who my father was, but we didn't have the internet. You can't just Google, Pablo Escobar Gaviria, and just suddenly know everything. We didn't know anything back then. We just relied on the newspapers and stuff like that and what we heard on the news. So I didn't really know I knew what a drug dealer was, but I didn't have this. I mean, if you mention Pablo Escobar to someone today, they'll know instantly who you're talking about. But back then, we didn't really know anything. So it wasn't a dramatic shock. It was a shock to me that the guy that we used to meet, who used to put his hand on my shoulder and say, mi hijo, my son, and that turns out that he was my father. This started a conversation which went on right until my adopted father's death in '93, which is the same year as my real father died. And he was taking me through my life, basically. Does that help you a bit?
What are your first memories of being in Colombia?
My very, very first memories are just fleeting glimpses of a milk bottle on a windowsill and some lime green paint peeling off a wall. That's some very early memories. And later on, my adopted father explained those things to me, which I wrote about in the first chapter of my book in great detail, because they're very early memories that had no explanation behind them until I had these conversations with my adopted father many years later. in 1989, and we started talking about these things and what they meant. And also, I still do a few, but I used to have a lot more nightmares and woke up screaming and all this sort of stuff and couldn't sleep properly. And I had all these sort of problems as a child. And it is all to do with the violent start of my life. And so to answer your question, the memories aren't, whole memories. They're violent noises and sights that I saw. I mean, I still remember today, I don't know if you've ever seen someone be shot in front of you through the head, but it's a horrific experience. And when you see that right in front of you as a child, you kind of, you never forget that. It's the lack of animation in the human body as it falls to the floor and the blood spurting out onto the wall behind. You never forget that sort of thing. And this is, the drama and the trauma that I grew up in as a child.
And how did it come about that an MI6 officer adopts the son of Pablo Escobar? Is this a usual event? It seems a bit of an unlikely story how an MI6 officer, he adopts the son of Pablo Escobar. It's rather extraordinary.
Well, truth obviously is quite often stranger than fiction, but truth is also, much more interesting. We don't have the time to answer that question in great detail, but effectively, Pablo Escobar wasn't a big drug lord or anything. He was a hoodlum in a gang, but later, when they needed to convey, being the people that ran this operation that I talk about in my book, Operation Durazno, which was a secret operation to try and discover and control the cash flow. It's trying to imagine that the narcotic drug itself wasn't the problem. The problem was what to do with all the cash and how to deal with the cash. Normally, cash returns back to the country of issue through banking systems, and there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars every week disappearing out of the American banking system into nowhere, and nobody knew where it was going. So they set up this operation to try and deal with that. And so to control the business in some way, shape or form, I don't have all the answers, obviously. They gave the main routes through Panama to this hoodlum who became later, thanks to them, this big, powerful, mass murdering drug lord who people seem to revere today for some reason. But the control of that business, or most of it, to know where the money's going, you have to be sort of involved in it in some way, shape or form. And that's what this MI6 operation was doing. And so that's why they set up the armored car business and all the rest of it. And when they found out later that one of the children, or one of the boys, young men that had escaped from that shootout, was this guy, and he had a kid, and they had his kid adopted in this English family, it all sort of worked out very nicely. And when they were taking me, they used to take me to Medellin and sort of, put me there at his table and that sort of thing. And sort of, it was almost taunting him. And he did try to get me back, but that failed many times.
And in your book, Son of Escobar, Firstborn, you said that knowing that your birth father was a mass murderer, it had a large impact on your mental health. How did you handle that?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not proud of it, but millions of us do it. I had a bad year. 1993, my wife died of cancer. She had a brain tumor. My adopted father, who I revered and loved dearly and respected, died of motor neuron disease. And then at the end of the year, the guy that was my father, real father, he shot himself in the head before they could get him. So he couldn't be extradited to America. And so it was like a weird thing, but it was a kind of closure. But my brain kind of collapsed mentally. And I started drinking a lot. And I became a real heavy drinker. I'm not proud of it. And I had mental health depression problems, manic depression. And I ended up on the ward at St. Peter's Hospital in Surrey, a mental health unit there. And they helped me a lot. They put me on the drugs that stabilized me. And then this is years and years ago. And eventually I gave up drinking, and I, stopped smoking and just started behaving myself, and started playing rugby like I used to when I was younger, and started getting fit again. But that took 3, 4, 5 years. But I had some terrible, terrible, terrible problems. And I got through them. It's a miracle. I got through them, but I'm here to tell the story.
It's great to hear that you're in good health now. I heard you say you revered your adoptive father. What about your actual father? Did you love him?
No, to be honest, I met him, I feared him, I was scared of him. I didn't know really who he was. They said he was, it was a very surreal experience for a child. It wasn't until later that I began to realize who he was and how he dealt with people who wouldn't do business with him, and he'd have their families dragged out onto the street and murdered. This is not a nice guy. Recently, as you may notice, I've done some portraits of him for an art dealer in Jersey called Superlux, and what I'm trying to do is portray the person that he really was. He wasn't a nice guy. In this portrait, I'm portraying him as he's tried to become a politician, and he built some 750 houses in the outskirts of Medellin to buy the votes to get into as mayor of Medellin, which succeeded. But if you didn't do as he asked, this was not the guy that took no. It was plomo plata. You take my money or I'll kill you. And so I can't revere a guy like that. Everything I do today in my paintings are utopic. When I talk to people like you, I try to make sure that people understand that I in no way can possibly glorify what he did and how he behaved. He was responsible for the mass murder of many, many people. I can't condone that in any way, shape or form. Not proud of it.
He tried to buy you back in a sense as well. There was many kidnap events. Run us through those.
Well, not all of them, but I can, one night I was in my bedroom in Bogota, in our house in the 14, and the maid came up to the room. My parents were obviously out, and she came up to the room and she was shaking. I was reading a Tintin book at the time. I do remember that. Tintin in the Congo, if I remember correctly. And it was, really imprinted on my mind. And there was a man standing behind her with the bandages around his head, like a sort of bandages you get when you have a sprain from the hospital. And they were wrapped around his head, and there was blood coming out of the bandages, which I had nightmares about for many, many years. And she was crying, and she said, "We need to go with this man." And as they turned, he had a gun in her back. And I ran to her arms, and I was obviously distraught. I must have been about 6, 7 years old, I guess, something like that. And we went down the stairs, down to the hallway. And as we got into the hallway, I just heard this incredibly loud noise and smoke everywhere in the hall. And this was the sound of a Magnum 38 going on. And this person just dropped to the floor. It was just, you can't begin to experience it. You can't imagine what that's like. My ears are like, and the maid ran off into her room screaming. And I looked down, and there was this guy with the bandages on the floor, and there was blood everywhere. And, sorry about that, not the thing. And there was blood everywhere. And my bodyguard, Barandiga, had come in and shot this guy through the head. Quite extraordinary. When I look back now, I think I don't know how I managed to stay half sane after experiencing that. And there are lots of there are several attempts like that. Eventually, my biological father had my bodyguard who killed quite a lot of the people that came for me. Eventually, he had him killed. I went to his funeral. My bodyguard was like a friendly uncle to me. We were friends. He was by my side all my life as a child, and then he got killed, which was a shame. And when he got killed, my adopted parents decided that I would be sent to boarding school in England because it was just too dangerous. And that's when I started my boarding school life at St Hugh's in Oxford.
And speaking of psychopaths who were a huge part of your childhood, you probably seen a different side to them at times when there wasn't violence. It must have been quite a dichotomy of, you've got your father who at times is a loving father and yet he's a mass murderer. It's very hard to process, I imagine.
Well, almost impossible. I mean, and now I'm a grown up with my whole life behind me. I'm 60 years old. I understand a lot more. But, you know, when you're going through life, you're trying to work it out. It's almost impossible to understand what's... Yeah, I mean, you know, Gustavo Gaviria, who was the other kid who escaped from that house, him and Pablo, you know, they set up this regime, which we now call the Medellin cartel. It was a loose affiliation of killers and drug dealers. You know, I used to meet with Gustavo. I've got a picture of me sat on his knee. And he was the nicest guy you'll ever meet, but he was a mass murderer. You know, if you didn't pay your bills, you know, he'd have you taken out the back, your throat would be slit and the tongue would be pulled out and you'd drown in your own blood. You know, these were not nice people. They were absolute psychopaths, but they could be really, you know, it's really weird. I almost find it difficult to find the words to describe it. Horrific. Certainly not an experience that anyone really wants to be part of, to be honest.
And what happened on the day that Pablo Escobar was killed? How old were you?
Oh, well, I mean, this was 1993. You could work it out. I was born in 1965. I was in Walton-on-Thames, looking after my wife, my first wife. She'd had an operation to remove a brain tumor. They hadn't been able to remove it all, and I was nursing her in a house that we rented in Walton-on-Thames in Surrey, quite near where my adopted father had a house. And I was watching the TV. Watching the news, and it came up on the news. You know, I was shocked, but also relieved, but shocked and relieved, shocked, relieved, you know. I'd had a hell of a year. I've got that wrong. My wife had died that year. So I had been nursing her, that's correct. And then I was on my own with the children, that's right. And they'd gone to bed and I was watching TV. Such a long time ago, I forget all the sequence of events. But yeah, so yeah, she died in July and this was November the 2nd, I think. Effectively, they tracked him down using a sort of triangulation because he used his satellite phone, and they found him in a barrio house outside in Medellin. You know, idiot. He just thought they might not find him. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. But the special forces shot his bodyguard dead immediately, and they shot him in the leg. Because they didn't want to kill him. They wanted him extradited to the UK, to the US. It was part of some deal that was going on. And he wouldn't give himself up. So they shot him again. I can't remember where they shot him. I think it was in the hip or somewhere like that. But he wouldn't go down. So eventually he pulled a revolver and stuck it into his ear and shot himself because he was not going anywhere and he knew the game was up. So that was the end of him. You'll hear lots of other stories. My half-brother and I don't agree on anything, right? We don't like each other, but we agree on that. He always said that he would never go to America. If he got cornered, before they got him, he'd shoot himself, and he did. So there you go. That's the end of him. And the world's a better place without him. But the drugs business today is much, much bigger than it was then. It's properly organized. It's so endemic in society that it's pointless banning it. You know, we have to deal with it the same way we deal with alcohol. You know, it's a horrific drug. Alcohol kills millions of people every day around the world. So we can't ban it. So we just have to license it. So I don't know. This is my idea. I haven't thought it through properly, but you know, you can't ban it. This is ridiculous. It's everywhere.
And in terms of your half-brothers, you said you don't get along. When was the last time you spoke with him?
I haven't spoken to him personally. I emailed him about 6 months before I published the book because I needed him to understand that I was going to be publishing a book. That's it.
Would you like to meet with him? Would you like to reconcile?
Not really, no. I mean, you know, I have no dealings with my Colombian family, and I don't want to because I don't know where they are in the whole issue. You know, it's a dangerous thing. I'm quite happy here, painting, getting on with my life. And if I do interviews where people want to know about my life in Colombia, I'm happy to talk about it. But I'm not going to reveal any part of what went on back then. And what went on back then is a much bigger thing today and has caused the death of millions and millions of people. So it just can't be a good thing. And I just won't condone it. But I have to get on with my life, and I've got on with my life. I'm an artist, and I try to, in some way, make some kind of amends. I mean, obviously I can't, but the sales and money from my book go to help, disadvantaged children. I don't make money from that. Support many charities, and my paintings are utopic. How I'd like to see the world.
And in terms of your sister as well, Manuela Escobar, when was the last time you had contact with her?
I have not had contact with her. She's been treated very badly by the rest of the family. She had mental health problems as well. People ask me about this. It's just not something I'm interested in. Simple's really.
And anyone else from there who may have worked with your father that you've sought out, do you ever sought to go back to Colombia and meet some of those people?
Look, it's I don't know how to put this, but you don't understand. My half-brother had to sneak into Colombia when he did some documentary thing in a car through the border somewhere, or have some special permission or something or other. It's too dangerous. Half the world revere you because your father was a drug lord, and the other half hate you because he killed some relative of theirs. You have to be very careful. And going back to Colombia has absolutely... I have no inclination to go back. What for? I can do interviews with people like you from here. I don't have to travel anywhere. Colombia is, it's a dangerous place for someone, for members of his family to go to. My uncle, Roberto, is in Medellin. I don't know if you've seen his face recently, but, he got a letter bomb sent to him and his face got all manked up. It's a dangerous situation to go back to Bogota, Colombia. It's not a sensible thing to do. And there's no reason to do it. It's a big old world. You can live anywhere you want. My adopted family lived in England. I became an Englishman, if you like. My Colombian half family, if you like, they don't live in Colombia, only Roberto and his lot. The siblings all live in different parts of the world. Manuela doesn't live in Colombia, nor does Sebastian, or Juan Pablo, however he wants to call himself.
And I can see all of the
paintings. I really don't want to spend most of them. Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to spend my interview talking about them because there's no advantage to people. They won't learn anything from that.
Of course. We're going to move on to that now. So,
thank you.
I can see you've got some incredible paintings in the background. Was this a way to, I suppose, immerse yourself in something cathartic as a way of healing?
Yes, definitely, absolutely, 100%. Millions of people, well, you included, me, and everyone on this planet will go through a period of time where they experience the death of a loved one or some tragedy, and it will cause an imbalance in chemicals in the brain, and you'll get depressed. You'll have bad days. And everyone goes through this, some people worse than others, right? And you have to deal with these things in some way, or if you don't, you'll end up very ill. And, a lot of people end it because they can't deal with it. And I've been right there, I've thought I wanted to end it on occasions. So when I was in the, obviously I've always liked to draw and stuff, but, that doesn't make you an artist. When I was in the mental health unit, they encouraged me to work on my art as a kind of therapy. And I'd never thought about it like that at all. And so I started that, that thing. And they also said, if you can, try and learn an instrument. So I picked up the drumsticks, now I've got the drums going and I'm painting and earning a living out of my artwork, which is a great privilege. And thank you to everyone who's bought my artwork, because without that, I wouldn't be eating, I don't think. So, it is therapy. And it is, when you have to concentrate the mind on what you see, turn it into movements in your hand and then create these paintings, you're keeping your mind very busy and you're making neural pathways in a different direction to the old memories. And slowly the memories become worn out paths and the grass grows over and you don't have to walk down that road again, which is partly why I don't like talking about my Colombian family and other stuff, because I don't want to wear that path again back into my mind. I need to concentrate on music, stuff like that. And the only reason why I'm doing these portraits, and there's only 2 of them at the moment, I might do one more maybe, is because it's important also to educate people on the bad side of someone who they might think was a hero of some description. I wanted to sort of counteract that.
And how can people view and actually purchase your paintings?
You can go on my website. You can go on, I've got a Shopify page and that. These 2, there's 2 of these portraits there. I'm not selling those. They're being sold by Superlux they're from Jersey, and they'll be advertising very soon. I think there's going to be a big launch in London, so it's going to be good. You better buy, limited edition prints. But yeah, my paintings themselves, like the one you see behind me and this one up here, you can buy those by contacting my agent through my website, which is robertosendoyaescobar.com. Simple, really.
We know the legacy of your biological father. What would you like your legacy to be?
That's an amazing question. You know, very few people ask me things like that. I'd like to be thought of as someone who tried to leave a positive imprint on the world before I die, rather than a negative one. It's very easy to lose your temper, hit someone, they die, they fall over, they die, then you've contributed negatively to society. I want to contribute positively. When I've died, I want people to think, he wasn't such a bad guy, he did some good stuff. He helped a lot of children along the way who were orphans like him. That sort of thing. I need people to understand that love and caring for others is much more important and much more rewarding than hatred and violence, which we really do need to, try and resolve if we can. And I can't tell people to do that without setting an example myself, which is really difficult because, being a Colombian, I've got a bit of some hot blood in me, and when someone annoys me, I have to bite my tongue. It's very difficult, yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to be remembered as someone who left the world in a slightly better place than it was when he was born. Something like that.
And speaking of legacy, there is one, I suppose, a hangover of your biological father's, his time in Colombia. He brought in hippos. This is a story that's been covered extensively in the news again and again and again. It's an ecological a disaster, as it were. He had pet hippos. After he was killed, they're expensive to keep. They were just released.
Tigers, everything.
So all of these hippos now. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. So all of these hippos were just released, and now there's, I believe, over 2,000. The Colombian government, they don't know what to do. There's campaigns. They want to shoot them. What's your opinion on what should be done with them?
Well, this is just a classic example of the sort of legacy that I don't want. He's left a terrible legacy on the world. Millions of people addicted to cocaine because of the business that he was involved in and turned into a big business. Now he's left his country with an ecological disaster, apart from all the people who are traumatized and always will be of what happened to their families and their great uncles and what have you, who've been murdered and slaughtered. He's left this terrible legacy, which is something else. What can you do? If you start colouring the hippos, you'll get the hippo, Save the Hippo Society or whatever it is. You've got to colour them like we do with deer in the UK when there's too many. That's the only solution. But they are huge, massive, massive creatures. They are enormous. Then you've got to shoot them. What else are you going to do? But then if you shoot them, other people hate you. But you just something else he's done that's negative. I can't think of anything that he's done that's positive. I mean, I just can't think of anything. It's crazy.
He brought you into the world, and that's a positive thing, because you're a well-reasoned and actually a very nice gentleman. It has been a pleasure speaking to you. We're going to have to leave it there. So, Roberto Sendoya Escobar, thank you so much for your time.
Hasta luego.
And now we turn to the latest on the Trump-Starmer meeting held at President Trump's Turnberry Golf Resort in Scotland. Joining us there is Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, who was on the ground. Greg, thanks for joining us. This was a monumental meeting. It's Trump's second state visit to the UK. How happy was President Trump to return to his mother's homeland?
Yeah, I think he was thrilled. He's very fond of the United Kingdom in general, but specifically of Scotland. You know, he has two properties there. His mother is from there. So, this was a really great moment for the president. And I think he really enjoyed the trip so far anyway, especially up in Turnberry.
Turnberry does have a special place in his heart. We know that golf is a huge part of his life as well. He finds it very cathartic. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he's famously teetotal. Is this his, I suppose, this is his outlet, isn't it, golf?
Yeah, definitely, Michal. I mean, I saw him finish out his round on Sunday. So we kind of just stood at the 18th green, and you could just tell he really enjoys it. You know, he takes it quite seriously, but I think he also uses it as a social vehicle and a diplomatic vehicle. And so, he really enjoys it out there. And I think it's a time where, people can get one-on-one time with the president. And so very similar to, what I've noticed about my, having a career here in America on Wall Street, where, golf is a big part of finance. It's a big part of business in general here in the States. So, and not unusual for a president to embrace golf. And I think most of U.S. presidents have, but I think it's particularly important to President Trump.
And as you stated, he just opened a second golf club in Aberdeenshire. He doesn't show any signs of slowing down. How much are his sons involved in the carrying on of the Trump brand?
Oh, 100%. I mean, especially Eric Trump, who is basically running the business. I think Don Jr. is quite involved still. But Eric has done a great job running the business in his father's absence, and he'll continue to do that. So, yeah, it's an important part of the economy as well, and good for the Trump organization for injecting capital, for creating jobs in Scotland. And I talked to a lot of the people working at Turnberry. They all absolutely love the family and love working for the Trump organization. It's nice to see.
And you were there on the ground. How was the reception between Team Trump and that of Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK?
Yeah, so I left before the Prime Minister arrived, but I did watch the entire press conference. I was switching planes in Dublin and did some media from the airport. And so I did watch the conference, and it was just amazing how it actually looked like President Trump was welcoming Keir Starmer to his country, hosting the prime minister at his resort. Turnberry's pretty spectacular. And the energy there on Sunday, I was there most of the day, Sunday and Sunday night. The energy there was just incredible. So it's not just President Trump. It's also, his team. There were a few cabinet members at the club. Stephen Miller was there, but also some cabinet secretaries, like the Secretary of Commerce was there. So it's a real energy. It's a real display of energy in Scotland, and I think everyone had a great time.
And what's your assessment of Trump's and Starmer's personal relationship?
It's really a good one, and it's a good question, Michal, because they're obviously on opposite ends of the political spectrum, so you wouldn't expect that. But I think both President Trump and the Prime Minister have done a good job, kind of rising above the politics and developing a really good relationship. I think Keir Starmer's done a great job managing the relationship. The president has been nothing but diplomatic and friendly to him, and you saw to his wife during the press conference. And I think, Peter Mandelson in Washington has done a good job. The UK ambassador to the US has done a great job with the relationship. So, it's obviously an important ally for the U.S., both economically and in terms of defense and security. So I think, both are going to rise above any political differences, and then occasionally politely mention some things they disagree on. And you saw the president do that regarding the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. He talked about the tax on farmers right now, the inheritance tax on farmers, which I think the president, strongly disagrees with. And he and J.D. Vance, the vice president, have brought up, some of the freedom of speech and censorship issues over the last 6 months. So, they're able to overcome some differences of opinion and just keep the relationship going, and not only the personal relationship, but I think the relationship between the two countries.
And someone he has a bit of a frostier relationship with. He was also visited by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, where, of course, it was Trump's favourite word. I'm sure it was on the agenda, and that's tariffs. What was the feeling on the ground as she arrived and as they went into that meeting? Yeah, again, just total optimism. I think I met with a few people that were in the meeting, and as well as in the press conference, and there was a real energy, some real optimism. Remember, they didn't announce the trade deal until after the meeting and after the press conference. They said it was 50-50. I didn't really believe that because I don't think they would have teased the audience with that if they didn't have every intention of announcing it. So, good for the president. It was a great deal for the United States. I think it shows that the president is dead serious about our European allies, especially our NATO allies, sharing some of the burden, and you saw some really good outcomes from that meeting. And again, just like with the Prime Minister of the UK, I think the president has some real ideological and political differences with Ursula von der Leyen, and was able to overcome them to get a deal done. And the president's not a big fan of the EU. He's not a big fan of multilateral organizations in general, and he prefers bilateral trade agreements. But I do think he executed a great deal with the U.S., the largest trading partner of the United States. So good for the president. I think it was a great outcome from Turnberry. And something he's also not a big fan on, and that's big fans. He spoke extensively about his hate of wind turbines. How did that go down? It went down really well because the president, always uses some good humor in some of his arguments. He referred to them as windmills instead of wind farms or wind turbines. So, making light of it a little bit. But no, I think that's pretty consistent with U.S. energy policy right now. The president's managed to get rid of all the subsidies for wind and solar, or at least a lot of them, not all of them. But he's really sort of done away with a lot of this net zero nonsense, which never really was popular in the U.S., much more popular in Europe, obviously, but it never really became a big issue in the U.S. It never cracked the top 5 in terms of issues that were important to voters. But the Biden administration went ahead with a lot of that nonsense anyway. And I think that was just another example of being tone deaf and not listening to the people, to the voters. So I think, you've seen what happened with net zero policy in Germany when they were completely dependent on very inconsistent wind and solar, as well as Russian natural gas imports. And you saw what they went through a few winters ago. And then in the UK, where UK businesses are paying 5 times the amount for energy, 5 times more than U.S. companies pay. And even in the UK, they're paying 40% more than German companies pay. So it's really unsustainable. And I think it's one of those things where President Trump was quite critical of the UK policy and talking about the windmills. But I think it's because he wants what's best for the UK. He wants to renew that economic vigor that the UK used to have. And so I think he's looking out for the best interests of his allies. That's why he wants a stronger NATO. And that's why he wants energy policy that these countries, and especially the people and businesses in those countries, can benefit from. Remember, 20 years ago, in 2005, the United Kingdom was energy independent, if you can believe that. It's certainly not that way anymore. It is rather unusual that a US president is there to speak so heartedly on the domestic policy of a foreign ally. Is this something that he must be getting his news. He's obviously focusing on this. He really cares about this, doesn't he? He really does. Yeah, it's a great point. And again, I think, he wants what's best for our closest allies, for the allies and trading partners of the United States. So if he sees things
he sees things going terribly wrong in a country, I think he cares enough about those countries. Yes, there's some self-interest there. We want our allies to be strong. We want NATO to pay their fair share. So there is some self-interest. He is transactional. But on the other hand, he is, as I said, he's very fond of the UK, and he wants what's best for the people in the United Kingdom and the other countries in Western Europe as well. So, I think he's quite right to bring up some of these points. And again, the policies are often quite in contrast to the best interests of the people. The people are putting the number one issues as mass migration or illegal migration and the cost of living. And yet all you hear from the government is, censorship of so-called misinformation and continuation of destructive net zero policies. So, I think that's something the president has every right to discuss with his trading partners.
Agreed. And just finally, Greg, are you a golf player yourself?
Not a good one. In spite of working on Wall Street for my whole life, and I'm probably the only one who's never cracked 100, or the only one at Turnberry on Sunday that has never cracked 100. So, very important to American business and to the president, but not really my game.
Have you played with the president?
I have not. No.
Not yet.
No. Yeah. Someday, I hope.
There's been a video doing the rounds on social media. I think Trump was getting a bit of unfair criticism. There was a video of a caddy. He dropped a ball, and obviously Trump is 80, and he's on his own course. He's not playing at the Masters. What was your opinion of that video?
Yeah, I thought that was a little much. I mean, look, these people will do anything they can to criticize the president. And then when you look at his track record in just 6 months, he's just accomplished so much. So if you're going to try to nail him on putting a golf ball in the wrong place, good luck with that. I think the voters don't really care.
Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, thanks so much for your time. That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New York, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. The most exciting in the world, New York, New York. Filled with restaurants, bars, museums, shopping destinations, and iconic sites, New York is indeed a welcoming city. A year-round destination with 4 seasons, New York is magical in the winter, with marvelous snowfalls and cloudless skies. In the spring and autumn, the city is at its best, with a crispness to the air and clear blue skies. The city is indeed filled with popular tourist spots. The most popular site is the Central Park, which transforms into a beautiful golden red in October. The Grand Central Terminal is known for its stunning historical feats. From its near destruction and restoration, the beauty of this famous Beaux Arts building is certainly a must-see. The Empire State Building, with its classic Art Deco architecture, is indeed a New York City icon. Its 102-story building is one of the most visited in the world. Visit the 86th floor outside Observatory for views of up to 80 miles or 130 kilometers that are definitely worth the photos. The Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, the world's largest performing arts center, is also home to 12 resident arts organizations, including the New York Philharmonic, Metropolitan Opera, the New York City Opera, and the New York City Ballet. Not to be missed are the world-class museums, the American Museum of Natural History, the Museum of Modern Art, and of course, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The Times Square is yet another tourist spot to visit. In the middle of the bustling hive of activity, Times Square is known for its huge electronic billboards and many destinations for fun and activities. And finally, the reason why New York is called the city that never sleeps. The place offers endless nightlife options to choose from that makes it almost impossible to have time for sleep. There are after-dark nightclubs, bars, theaters, live music, and comedy performances to explore every day, be it the weekend or a night after work. New York is also known as the restaurant capital of the world, with more than 18,000 eateries to choose from. Just imagine how difficult deciding where to eat will be. The most expensive but worthy dining hangouts can be found in Midtown Manhattan, where reservations at restaurants are actually the standard. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabian news. Where should we go to?
Well, I think we finished off talking about pre-seasons, and I think the crucial pre-season I remember it all changed for me was when Jose first come in. Yeah. So I come back early, being busy, because it was after our first season under Ranieri. I finished the season well because Duffer got injured, so I played like the last 10 games, and then I went to Euro 2004. We went to Euro 2004. Yeah. I didn't play, so I was like, and again I got itchy feet, and I was like, do you know what? I want to make this work. So I went back in. So you probably weren't there, Lamps, JT, all the boys who played. So, and I remember going in, like what you said, Coley, like it was like a smaller group, but it was football and it was one-on-one, and it was like, and I was just like, right, let me embrace this, because you're not used to not running, and it was just like, it was quality, like it was just intensity, and like, but it was like you'd be doing 3 against 3, and then he'll be scoring a little goal, and he'd be turning, and he was on me about transitions, like so, like the whole from that day one, it was almost like tactically, technically, and mentally attached to the physically. Yeah. So I didn't even feel like I was working hard. But then I got to the start of the season and I felt as fit as I'd ever been. Yeah.
There's nothing better than having a pre-season, because if you get an injury, it's horrible. You want a full pre-season to feel good. Yeah. But when you talk about that mental side of things, I think that gets you fit. For instance, if you lose the ball, you react straight away. Get off. It's like if you're telling yourself that in your head, you're not thinking, I've got to go and get after the ball now. It's like, get after it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I think
he was the first one who brought me into that. The transition from when you have the ball to when you don't have the ball is so crucial. I'd never even thought about that. In midfield, I was just like, I was playing centre mid at West Ham, and I was just like, right, if it's there, I'll win it. If not, I'll get back into shape. But he was like, it was like committed to the transition, and I was like, this is like, you remember the buzz of it, like we're gonna be some team here. Yeah. And then we went away to this first season to America. Do you remember?
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Well, that was a game changer, wasn't it? Yeah. That was like the Beverly Hills Hotel. This is when I knew we
weren't there that one. I went off to I was at I went to that was under Ranieri. Yeah. I went to Charlton on loan, didn't I?
Coley, but we went.
You've gone from.
And then I done the Jersey one. Yeah. I've done the Jersey one with you guys.
Yeah. Right. I was going from army barracks to just run in, and then all of a sudden you're in Beverly Hills Hotel. Like, it's unbelievable.
It was wild. Do you remember seeing Jennifer Aniston?
Yeah.
I was like, it was like all these it's like when they all go for a coffee.
Snoop Dogg
was there.
Sherry Williams. That was the thing I was telling you earlier. It's like Marino did that thing where we'd have real good training, but maybe halfway through it he'd chuck a little night out for the lads, and he'd organise the party. And it was I can't remember where it was.
What hotel? It was a famous hotel.
And then we got Snoop Dogg in there. Yeah, loads of people, mate.
It was mad. It was like
it's mental.
Yeah, it was like but doing it in Beverly Hills was like, and I remember we used to train. It was hot. Remember the first time I saw proper ice baths, none of the little ones.
Ice baths.
Yeah, but, do you know what it is? It was we were at the college.
A posh one.
Yeah, no. They were like in the bins.
These are like in the bin. They're in the bin ones.
The ones next to the pitch.
Next to the pitch. Yeah, I had them in the bins ready. But we were at the college, and it was the facilities they have. All the facilities are unbelievable. Like I remember.
Where was you going, Geez? I was getting into the bins after.
No, they because when we end the college, I don't know if you ever see it, the water thing there. They had the underwater treadmill there.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And Chelsea ended up getting all that. So because they're very, I think Americans in terms of their sport, advanced in terms of sport science, recovery, ice baths, like weights, everything they do. And I think Chelsea took a bit of that. From there and put it in the training ground.
That's what's changed. Recovery. Yeah. So, like, where it used to be run every day, you got to beat they'll know a decline because you'll be tired. Yeah. Then they'll say, maybe you have a day off. They only go on what you, how you reacted.
Yeah, once they've pushed you to the limits.
I think with how the sport moved on is recovery has become more pinnacle. So you got to do 2 or 3 days hard work, but then you'll have 1 day off. But it's at this right time.
Yeah.
Then you got to come back, and then you go again. And what you eat as well is massive as well. So, I I remember going to Charlton. I was talking about I went to Charlton with Alan Kirbishley, and he basically said to me, he goes, Carlton, here we do things a little bit different to what you would do at Chelsea. But that's when I first saw the ice bath.
Really?
Because we didn't do it at Chelsea.
Yeah.
I first got introduced to it, and I was like, what's this? What are them bins out for?
Yeah.
Like these bins, and there was like steps going up to them. I'm like, what is this? What's all this malarkey? Man, they said that's the ice bath. I was like, ice what? So anyway, go there after Paolo Di Canio. He's in there. He's just living life in there. I'm thinking, so he's done this before, isn't he? Like, this is my first rodeo. So he goes, get into that one. I'm like, all right. So I'm going to, because everyone's waiting for my reaction.
Yeah. I can picture it now.
So I'd like to see that.
I said, how cold is it? So I put my hand in. I'm going, oh my God. So I'm there. I'm mentally trying to figure this out. Thinking, how am I going to get into that cold, like, ice?
Yeah.
Like, it's a bin. It's a bin on top of that. Like, not a big bin.
I know,
You pull your... I was like, is it clean? Yeah, first and foremost, is it clean? And where's this bin?
We're talking about the one at Chadwell Leaf.
Oh my God. So anyway, I'm in the bin now.
Yeah.
I'm shivering, man. I'm dying here. I'm dying, but I can't be looking like an idiot with my new teammates.
Did you go waist or chest?
The whole thing. The whole thing. You got to go in, and it's like, they expect that. So you're in there, like, curled up like that. I'm like, mate, this is brutal. And then I was in there, I swear down, when I come out, I felt so good. I was like, because it was hot.
Yeah. It's the best feeling ever.
And then you come out, you're thinking, oh, I'm in Barbados. Honestly, it was the best feeling.
And you're in Charlton.
But I was fighting demons in my head whilst I was in there. Like,
that's it though, isn't it? It's the worst thing ever, but afterwards you feel great.
Yeah.
It is good for your body.
It is. I would have paid to have seen that, by the way. I would have loved to see it. But no, you're right. And what was I going to say? Yeah, the one at Chadwell Leaf, mate. I love Chadwell Leaf as well. But this place, let me tell you, this was ground zero for some kind of virus. Whoever cleaned, like, I've gone in there, I've come back after 10 years on my way doing my career, come back, and the ice, but remember, I was looking and thinking, how are these lads getting in it?
Oh, mate,
it was like there was like
mould.
Premier League club
missing tiles.
Mate, if it was in the local like leisure centre, they'll be taking people out.
We've had all the stars in there. Freddie Ljungberg, everyone, mate.
Like,
we're just doing all sorts that weren't supposed to be done. It was hazardous. It was hazardous.
I love an ice bath now. After a sauna or a steam room.
Yeah.
Have you seen Joe Rogan? He loves an ice bath.
Mate, he loves it, mate.
Every day.
Yes, every day.
He says
because you fight the demons and you get out. And you're right. If you're doing it in a hot environment and you're in an ice bath and then the sun hits you, it's like heaven.
Feeling. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, you're coming back to life.
Yeah.
I haven't done many ice baths. I've always tried.
Will we have an ice bath at Glastonbury?
To drop a shoulder.
Yeah, I always try to drop a shoulder.
You don't like an ice bath?
I don't.
Have we found a chink in Wayne Bridges' armour here?
I don't like them, but I can do them.
Deal with it.
I kind of deal with it. The benefits afterwards are great.
They
are great.
Something's coming to my mind. When you done the SAS show, wasn't part of that getting into the? Didn't you have to get into some cold environment?
It was the last day, and it was they took us up in this helicopter at the top of the mountain. It's just all white. And we're like, oh, what's going on here? And you can see we didn't even know it was a lake.
Really?
You can see 4 holes. They got a chainsaw and cut 4 holes into it. You basically had to get into it and go from one to the other.
Way.
Yeah, but they had like a rope on you in case you got stuck under there. But you're all going under. When people come up with cut heads because you were going under and smashing into big blocks of ice. It was that cold.
Serious?
That is the coldest I've ever been.
Really?
And I don't know how long you would have been in there. You know, you get in there for maybe a minute.
Well. Yeah.
You know, I know 5-6 minutes maybe in there. God. Mate, got out, and I don't reckon I was in pain.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, even 20 minutes later,
mate,
my hands were still in pain. Like, hurting.
The fingertips.
And it was only that someone had done it before me. They were going, don't worry, like, it stops. But I think it was like, it took about 40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, and then obviously someone had to do it after me, and then you're saying the same to them, going, yeah, painful, isn't it? But don't worry, in about 40 minutes you'll be alright. But you're sat there for like 40 minutes going, oh my God, when is this pain going to... Like, it was like real painful.
Was there any player, like, obviously when we talk about ice baths and that, is there any player that struggled, and like, with pre-season in general? Like, like, this guy... He's not looking forward to this.
Neil Ruddock, mate. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. Right, I've seen some antics from Razor. Right,
yeah.
He was brilliant with me as a young kid. He went on a bike ride. No, was it? He went on a bike ride, and then he just stopped at the pub. Just stopped at a pub in Essex and just having a few pints.
Sounds like him, yeah.
Mate, and I'm just like, everyone's coming in and he's just like, he took his time, had a couple of pints of Guinness and then just rolled back in, like, just done a 2K when he's supposed to do like a 30K.
Times have changed, Imagine some player doing that now.
It's mad, isn't it? Like, imagine that.
They'd say mental health.
Yeah.
This guy's not right. That's what they would say that. It's not serious.
It's not serious. I remember... I think Don Hutchison's, when he was coming, pre-season was coming back from injury. Don, we love Don. We work with him at TNT now, and the fitness coach was looking for him, but he's had enough, right? And you know, at Travel Leaf, there was nowhere to hide, right? Like, it was quite a small training ground, and he'd be looking. John would be looking for you, and everyone would be like, and they knew he was there because his car was still in the car park, right? But what he used to do for a respite is to get the papers, and in the sauna you could unscrew the wooden bit and go under the seats, and you could have a little bit of respite and just read these papers.
Really? That's what you said?
So he'd be reading his paper, like, just because he didn't want to breathe and running away from the fitness coach.
Oh, Lord.
So Don, who else would struggle? Do you remember anyone at Chelsea struggling?
No, I don't
know. Who was a machine?
I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
Who was a machine? Like, that you can't... Obviously, Bridgie, we know
Lamps
Bridgie.
Run all day. Lamps
do you know what? You just reminded me of something. When Scolari come in, he tried to bring it back to old school. Do you remember?
Oh, he did.
He did, yeah.
Scolari, I remember, because we had signed Boswinger as well.
Yeah.
And he was rapid, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And I remember I was at a stage where I was like, you had to run in a certain time. And it was like 1 lap on it, then 2 laps or 4 laps.
It was like a 1K run, wasn't it?
And then in the end, he was just having it, wasn't it? It got to the last run, I went, I'm going to show him here.
Yeah.
And it was like 1,000 metres, mate. I just like sprinted the whole way round.
Like a chariot of fire.
I just thought you were going to stop at one point. You just kept going.
You won it, right?
Yeah, I won it. I just kept going,
remember.
Mate.
That's what
I was just... Do you know what it was? And it's probably stupid on my part, to be honest. He was just annoying me because he was making us all look really slow. So I just thought, I'm going to show him it and just have it. But do you know what? I think that's... In pre-season, I think if someone wants to do it, and if you do need it, do it. Like, do you know, the fitness thing? You've got to have it.
You've got to have it.
You shouldn't be made to feel bad.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But for me, when he did bring that back, it was weird because we've had so many years of doing it with football.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can beat the football fitness because... It's the short, sharp bit. It's the turning, twisting, turning. Just running in a straight line is very different from playing football.
I think everyone's got different outlooks on pre-season. Like nowadays, most of these boys are doing pre-season.
Yeah, they've all got personal trainers.
Training off. You see them now.
My son's using Jamie Lawrence now. Actually,
good out, mate. Good out. That set him up well. That was set him up well. You know.
Well, I spoke to Jamie. I obviously. Talking to you about it, and he goes, he just wanted to know his character. What type of character is he? He's in trouble.
For those that don't know, though, Jamie Lawrence is an ex-footballer. Bradford, Sunderland. He's got a great story because he went to prison, didn't he? Yeah. And then he came out and basically become a footballer. But
Premier League.
He's one of them. He's a machine. Trains really hard, works hard, great work ethic. Great mentality.
Yeah. There is go on, Bridget, there is a place for that kind of driving players.
Yeah,
and probably
which I think will be great for his son.
In the off-season. So he knows what hard work is. So when he comes back into pre-season training, he can just manage slowly.
That's what I thought. So my son, as I was said, the importance of pre-season. So my son, obviously starting out, he had a pre-season last season. They flew him out to Turkey with the first team.
Okay.
For that whole city. And that was a great experience for him. His first time he's been away.
Really?
Away from us.
Yeah, that's quality.
And for him, that's like oh, Dad, you never guess what, he's telling me all these stories. But I was like, okay, son, so how did you find the pre-season? Because he can run, he's quite good at running. He's like top middle. If he's going to do the running tests or whatever like that, and fitness-wise. So, but I still think he's a little bit weak mentally, you know?
Right.
So I thought, do you know what? Who's the best person for this job? And try and... Because I could do it, I can help him, but it's just...
Needs to come.
Like when there's respect there, but he's like going to be on me. He's going to be like trying to play with my emotions, like when I'm trying to run him. And that's what I said. I know with Jamie,
you ain't playing with Jamie, mate.
Mate, I know with Jamie, and then like obviously my missus has taken him there, and then Jamie's always obviously gone and greeted my missus. Says, "Oh, hi, Caden, come in." You know what I mean? Welcome. And then my missus asked him, so when I'm just going to hang about. How long do I need to come? When can I come back? He said, and live quite about 45 minutes away from the training ground. He's like, don't come back, go home. And then my missus phones me and goes, yeah, James just told me to go home.
Wow.
And what does that mean? Like, is it a couple hours and 4 hours? I said, go and ask him. So she's gone back to her and says, what is it, 2 hours? Like, you go, sometimes I have them to here 4 hours.
Wow.
And I'm like, wow, 4 hours. So my missus phoned me. He said about 4 hours, baby. I was like, whoa. Okay, all right, so just go home, babe. I want to see the condition that Caden comes back in those doors tonight, because I know he's going to be...
He's sleep well.
But you know what I'm saying about pre-season? Now it's pre-season.
Yeah.
And if you don't invest in yourself, like... You're leaving yourself short because everyone else is doing it.
Yeah.
That's what times have changed so much. You've got to stay on it a little bit just to make sure you're ticking over and you're coming back firing.
What? So we said interesting what you said there, Coley, about him being your son and you need him needing to be driven. Like, and it's hard when it comes from the dad. Actually, in boxing, there's a thing now where, you know, like, it's like when you get the father-sons, there's a lot of them, father-sons.
You're seeing it now.
Yeah, but like it's a difficult dynamic because when it's your own son, like your emotions are clouded. Like if you wanted to train the boys at West Ham, you would do it in a certain way and the emotions out of it. But it's difficult training you like coaching your own kids.
That's probably one of the reasons why I stopped coaching under 16s, because my son was coming up at West Ham and he's coming to my age group. Now I don't know if I'd be naturally hard on him or I would treat him like the others. And he's my son. Why would I treat him like the others? Like, so there's an emotional dynamic in coaching your own son. And everyone's like, yeah, well, you got the best coach there. Your dad's is an ex-footballer. It doesn't actually work like that.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be a really balanced person to be able to coach your own son.
Yeah.
Like at the start, you can show the basics and everything. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty and...
The life lessons.
And
football life lessons.
Then you've got to try and separate from being a dad and then being a professional. And it's hard work. And that is... So that's why I chose Jamie, because I know Jamie would give him a stern hand and say, listen, this is not good enough. You need to push yourself. And I know that he needs to get his professional contract before Christmas. So it's the right time for him to go to Jamie. And I told Jamie all of this, and you know he's logging it. He's going to treat him like his son. And that's why I know certain characters can get the best out of you. And I know Jamie's one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I've done the Jamie pre-season.
Have you done one?
Oh, mate, I lasted 2 days. I didn't go back. Because what Jamie does, he makes you question whether you want to be a footballer anymore.
Yeah.
So
he'd take you to a dark place.
He took me to a dark... And I was... And it's brutal, you know. And
Give me an example.
Just before I was going to Celtic.
Right.
Yeah, and I needed to get fit.
Right.
And I'd gone to train with him, and mate, it was so hard. I was like, wow, am I that far off from being to what I used to be?
What age are you though?
I was late. It was like 31, 32.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I needed to...
It's hard though, because I remember like my Brighton pre-season. Obviously I had a couple of injuries, but I was like, man, I knew then, I can't run like I used to run.
Really?
Yeah. As an aide, and I think I knew then.
Your mind's there, but your body's not.
My mind's there, but no, it won't.
Do you know what? That's my mine wasn't a pre-season thing. Mine was an in-game thing. When you realise, like, I couldn't get to where I needed to go. I didn't find straight. I can still run now. Like, if I wanted to. I don't like it. I'd never run, but I could still run. Obviously not to the level, but mine. You found it in pre-season. It was the indicator.
I found the running, and then obviously probably the change in a direction and everything.
Yeah, I adjusted as I was getting older. I had to adjust the way I played.
Yeah,
but fullback, I suppose, fullback
still run. Yeah, definitely wasn't as quick.
Yeah, because he's with you at fullback. He's very. I think it's very much like it's like. There's not many options. You get past your man, you cross it. You have to be there. You have to defend 1-on-1. With midfield, I could pick up different positions, which
merge.
Which okay, right. I know I'm not going to bother getting the ball there because I can't do what I used to be able to do. So if I can come here and get it, I can still. Do you know what I mean? So you can sort of
still get the same outcome.
Yes, the same outcome, but like a different outcome.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. Any players who are animals, apart from Bridgie, Frank was a beast, and we have to give Frank. Any time I talk about pre-season, I'll talk about Frank because and the dynamics with his dad.
Yeah, Frank remind me a little bit of me in some ways. Like, but I didn't mind a night out.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind a night out. But I'd work hard as well.
Yeah.
And I think Frank was a bit like Frank. You couldn't go out all the time when you were at Chelsea, thinking, but when you did, Frank would want to work hard and work that night off.
The next day.
Yeah,
amount of times you see him doing box to boxes after training,
he'd come in and do some running and stuff.
Yeah, and the thing is,
hard training. Isn't it? Hard training.
And the thing is, and like with Frank, with his dad, talking about the other side of it, like Frank's dad was a top player, played for West Ham, hundreds of games, and was a good player. wasn't as good as young Frank, but he was in the coaching staff when I was there, and everyone knows young Frank's journey was like was fraught. A lot of people doubted him. You know, as a player, from what I saw, from the moment I saw him, I was like, he's got real quality. Like, he was always 3 years older than me, so he was always like where I was trying to hit. So he was a brilliant example for me. I remember him getting the spikes. Remember the spikes, Bridgie?
Yeah.
So he used to get out, put the spikes on after training, and just go out and just be doing little sprints with his dad, back. Then he'd do a bit of finishing. Then he'd be in the gym. It would be like press ups and sit ups. Like,
he was way ahead of his time.
He was way ahead of his time, and yet his dad. And then when his dad was funny because Big Frank would be like, I always felt he was
hard on him.
It was very hard on him. Frank said it himself, but he was very much like on the bench. You could see he was his dad because he'd be like, "Go on, Frank, go on, Frank." You know, which is now you're all parents, you understand. It's like, but he didn't try and hide it. Yeah. So the senior players in the club, I didn't know no difference because I'm just coming out. It's all new to me. Looking back now, I see it. The senior players, I think, probably resented that a little bit. And
it's like special treatment.
But it wasn't. He was that good anyway, you know. And then he's gone on to have become one of the best players we've produced. But I think with going back to what you're saying about Frank had he was so tough and so fit, and his dad his dad was probably a bit like Jamie Lawrence because his dad was. Do you know what I mean in that sense? And the way I admire him so much. Like same ways like with this man, like how they can push themselves. Because I tried to push myself, and I remember you get to the point in pre-season where the stars were coming. I didn't make myself sick, but the stars were coming. I was like, wow. I look at them and then you see these guys like that, and I'll be like, how are they doing that?
How are they just doing
it? You get to a stage you end up enjoying doing it.
Yeah,
you end up enjoying pushing yourself. Like, I reckon I got to a stage like my workouts at home. I haven't pushed myself as much, and now I'm thinking, right, I need to get fit again,
right?
And then I started, and when I was doing it, I had that mentality, I'm gonna have a right go at it. I probably went too long,
right?
I should have I need to get back into it slowly, but it's one of them things that I think once you've got it, you've got that work ethic, you really enjoy pushing yourself. and staying there.
I've never enjoyed it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're in a different world.
What are you talking to?
What are you talking? You're talking to the wrong person.
Come and train
You're
me for a couple
You're high
of weeks.
performance.
You're on the wrong podcast. I love playing football.
I'm just saying about me that I enjoy it.
Do you know who was one guy that I have to admit that he blew me away? Like Christian Daly.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Christian Daly, absolute machine.
Yeah.
Like upper bodies.
Yeah.
He used to just be in the gym just doing pull-ups.
Yeah. I know.
I get to 3 pull-ups. I'm like struggling to get my head over the bar. He's just like that, bang. But I'm like, what is this?
There's a few machines like Mako was a bit of a machine. He
Yeah.
could run all day.
Yeah.
He was chiseled out of wood.
Yeah.
As well.
I never see him in the gym though.
No, never. Mika Rich was another one. Like he was an absolute tank, and he never lifted a weight.
Yeah.
There's like some of them just unbelievable, and they
just born
don't do a
to
lot of
be
extra
an
work.
athlete. Yeah, that's amazing. Like, because when I look at it, I was thinking, well, I could have done way more if I took pre-season. Because pre-season sets you up to have a good season.
You have
If
a base.
Get a good pre-season.
A good base.
As you were saying, no injuries or nothing like that. Great base to just.
Well, I think when you're in it, you don't.
You want time off in it.
Really grown or really mature to kind of
know what you're getting
I
out
can
of
admit it was like we were at that stage where it was the culture's very different in football than what it is now.
Yeah,
isn't it? But if I look back at it, I wish I could have done that a bit different. I could have lived that a bit more healthy. I could have done this and not done that a little bit. But I had a good time.
Well, listen, I wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't change it for the world.
Work hard, play hard.
Yeah, that was probably my mentality.
do you remember that night out in America when we snuck at Beverly Hills?
Was I there that one?
You might not have been there. It might have been. Did you miss it one year?
I had a hip. I had to go off to Colorado during one of them pre-seasons for a hip thing, and I missed one of the big parties that there was.
We ended up like it was like
messy.
Yeah, it was like, but you didn't want to go out with the whole team because you knew you were being naughty. So the English boys crept out.
Yeah.
And we thinking we're being all sneaky. We're not telling anyone. We got to the club and there were the French boys were already there. And the Spanish and the Portuguese.
But that's so sly about it.
Oh, mate, they're all Chinese whispers.
Who was there? Did you have
everyone?
Macca?
The whole squad was there.
The whole squad. All the Portuguese lot.
We just basically wasted money on Vianos.
I can imagine it. I missed that. I went to Colorado. I missed it.
Yeah. I remember then it got to the point the next season we had a couple of nights out, and I was always like, I quickly worked out I wasn't built like you, Frank, where you like a good time and I like a party, but you have to be really structured with it. So the one pre-season, Carly was come over, and so I swerved a couple of nights out because I knew how hard it was the next day.
There'd only be one or two that you in pre-season, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
you couldn't do it.
But even that, Bridgie, like you've seen me I'm the worst geezer on a hangover ever. He's just laughing at me. That's what I'm looking at Glastonbury. Like, do you know what I mean? How big is Glastonbury? How far away can I get from him at any one time?
It's like massive, isn't it?
You'll be my right hand man.
Do you know what we're going to do? Right, we're going to get them little tags so we don't lose each other. But I'm actually going to use it to like in the daytime. Right, he's there. Get me over there. I don't care what music's playing. I need a breather through.
I need a breather. Yeah. I remember. So pre-season away tour.
I think we can talk about post-seasons. Oh, good. You got a pre-season tour?
I've got one pre-season.
Go on. Give me a pre-season.
We went to. We've done a few actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done the one with West Ham. We went China. Went to Beijing. That was amazing.
Beijing, West Ham in Beijing.
Yeah, West Ham in Beijing.
That's a story in itself.
Yeah. I've still got friends from on the former night. I've still got friends I talk to now from Beijing. Nicola, who's one of my good friends.
Good in a way.
Yeah.
I know you want to go on holiday. Good in a way because you know.
But the post trips are not good for me.
The post trips.
Nah, I'm not having.
Did you come to Korea?
You'd rather go on holiday with your mates, wouldn't you? Or like you'd rather go and do your own thing rather than I've got to go and do this. But you have a laugh still because.
Yeah. Well, it depends what type of season you've had.
Yeah.
Do you remember Korea?
Yeah.
Did you come to Korea?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So we won the league, didn't we?
Yeah.
We won the league. And
that type of season.
No, I didn't go.
You didn't come?
No, I didn't go.
First season. Oh,
no, I didn't go.
Mate, So
I thought it was another one.
We've gone to Korea and just thrown in. I don't know how they've managed to organise this. Like, we didn't even know about it. And about 10 days before the end of the season, we're going to play the Samsung Blue Wings. We're sponsored by Samsung. Right? It's a quick money grab.
Money grab.
So you're like, oh no, right, okay. So we've gone there, and then Jose's gone, you can have a night out, and he's like, we've gone out. The whole team's gone out. It was good. It was a good night out, right? But then I'm expecting, right, we're not going to really take this seriously. And this is when I knew Jose was like on a different level. We've gone on for the team meeting. I'm thinking we'll turn up, useful. And he's like a proper, like, this is how we're going to play.
Oh, you're thinking?
I'm thinking, drop me out.
This is like
I come here to get a new flat screen TV. We got loaded up at the Samsung factory for going. That was our treat. So there's a few flat screen TVs, phones, a few things were sent back. We played and we got there, and we'd had a night out before, so I was feeling ropey as. And like, I'm glad he was, because they were on it. You know, the last thing you do, like 60,000 people in the stadium.
Yeah, all come to see
baking, So we've gone, and we won the game. I think we won the game 1-0. But like, I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, it was tight. It was tight.
Squeaky bum tight.
But yeah, it was like, I was like, no, I wasn't a fan, to be honest with you. I'm with you. Although the screens fit lovely in the front room.
Manchester United. Did you see Manchester United?
Oh.
Mate, oh my gosh. They went to...
What, the open top bus?
Yeah, where was it? They were Indonesia? No, Malaysia? Where was it?
God, yeah.
Malaysia, yeah. Kuala Lumpur. They went Kuala Lumpur and then, mate,
that's
I heard they lost one game. Did they lose? They lost 1-0, I think.
You heard stories about them trying to get the mopeds out or the little scooters out, and the fans had to pay for them because they couldn't have, so basically everything they could go. Imagine having the season Man United have had, then doing an open top bus tour of Kuala Lumpur. Mate, that is brutal, isn't it?
Didn't someone have a fight? Someone was like, there was a little bit of a tear up.
Was there?
Yeah,
mate, listen, someone at the clubs would need to go, right, we need to just can this. Go away.
After that season, like, open top bus, or you just lost in the FA Cup final. In the Europa League Cup final. Yeah. Like, come on, that's just it's out of order.
I think it's out of order on the players.
But open top bus, at least get one that's got a roof on.
Every one of them players is going, what are we doing?
Yeah, everyone. Oh yeah, definitely be like,
this is why you do things like this, because, like, listen, we understand the people of Kuala Lumpur want to see the players, and the players have to have a responsibility. But we have to say the truth: the players will be feeling terrible because they haven't hit their goals. They've there's some, and they'll just be thinking, oh, do you know what I mean? Is this the right thing to do? Is this done in the right spirit? Why don't we cancel this, put it next year when hopefully we have a better season? Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
You got to time your run.
You have to time your run sometimes.
Well offside.
Yeah. But just in summary, what we said, pre-seasons used to be hard, then they got really fun. And now they're just like, it's the only need for them because they just don't stop playing, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, so pre-seasons, this might be the last pre-season podcast ever done.
They're a healthy bunch, these.
They're always in pre-season.
Exactly.
No, they're always in season.
Yeah.
In season, that's the one.
Do you see us out?
I think that's all we've got time for, boys.
Yeah.
Thanks to the dressing room with our Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. We understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Iran's opposition leaders, like the Kurdish Iranian Kamala party head, Abdullah Muqtadi, watch closely from the sidelines as the current regime faces growing pressure from Israel and the USA over its nuclear ambitions. For now, a tenuous peace holds over the skies of Iran as a post-mortem is conducted in the USA over the real impact of its bunker-buster bomb strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities on Sunday, the 22nd of June. Well, President Donald Trump has said he would bomb Iran again if necessary, while Tehran says it's not willing to resume nuclear negotiations, although there are reports of the USA trying to find some path to talks. Meanwhile, intelligence briefings in the US Congress tackle the contradicting information about the effectiveness of the US strike. To find out how the opposition groups in exile fit into the bigger picture, I sat down with the Kurdish Iranian leader Abdullah Muqtadi a couple of weeks ago for an in-depth chat. And then Israel hit Tehran just 2 days later. So I caught up with Abdullah Muqtadi in the aftermath of what's being called the 12-day war in order to update our conversation by adding his perspective on the conflict. So, Mr. Secretary General, we spoke literally just a couple of days before the conflict escalated to the point where Israel was striking Iran. And then, of course, the US joined in with its bunker buster bombs, and things have just gone through a roller coaster. Let me get your assessment of what was really done during that conflict. Did the US strike, for example, have any real impact on Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I'm not an expert on damage assessment, but it seems to me, from the news that I can hear and follow, that the damage has been extensive, both on nuclear and military sites in Iran.
To the degree that Iran, its capabilities have been diminished, many people say they could just shift to another location. The talent is still there, the knowledge is still there, and that if Iran really wants to, it could pick up within months even. That's one of the assessments.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about, I don't have any intelligence or information about the nuclear material, but as long as the war itself and its damage is concerned, the Islamic regime was defeated on the front, on the foreign front, on the war against Israel, and the Iran sky was dominated by Israeli planes. They bombed anywhere they wanted, and they inflicted heavy casualties, heavy losses on the Iranian upper level of command, Revolutionary Guards command structure. So, and the people saw with their eyes the vulnerability and weakness of the regime.
How did you regard what turned out to be a strange kind of back and forth on the US assessment of what happened? Intelligence that came out from the US itself said there wasn't really much of an impact, while President Trump and his immediate circle said that this had been a major impact against Iran. The contradiction, how do you view that?
I really don't know. I assume that with the technology and the military power of the United States, it must have been a very effective blow, but I'm not an expert on that, and it's not appropriate for me to comment on that.
What I've been reading in recent news, Mr. Secretary General, is that the Iranian regime has been arresting many people, many being arrested and imprisoned, even executed, according to some reports, because they're believed to be spies for Israel, that there was a high level of Israeli agent infiltration within the Iranian regime. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the regime tries to intimidate people by arresting and executing some people, accusing them of being Israeli spies, to reassert its power. But people, they cannot undo what has been done. The people have witnessed with their own eyes the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the Iranian regime and its powerlessness towards the Israeli planes and the American strikes.
I know you've been lobbying heavily in the US for support, and Donald Trump came out soon after the strike saying he was not looking for regime change because he didn't want to see what he called chaos in the region. How does his stance, if that is to stand, because he may change his mind, but if he does decide regime change is not on the agenda for the US in its role in what happens in the region, how does it affect your stance in terms of getting your party and the rights that you're looking for?
Dealing with the political system in Iran and the Islamic regime is something for the Iranian people to decide. We, as the Kurdish people, as well as other freedom-loving people in Iran, we want a new system, a new democratic, prosperous, peaceful Iran, a new secular Iran, a new federal Iran, whatever you may describe it. And this is something for us to decide and for us to do something about it.
Do you see any role for the US then in terms of the direction it might take the country?
It depends on the future developments of the country. If there is a reasonably cohesive and democratic alternative to the regime, if people rise up again for their peaceful demands, if we witness more protest movements, of course the United States, the Europeans and the international community will don't like Iran to fall into chaos. So they may help the Iranian democratic opposition, but it's too early for that.
Now, of course, the Crown Prince, the Pahlavi, has been quite vocal in his willingness to step forward and take a role, as there was a sign that things may actually progress in Iran as far as the regime being affected. What role do you think the Crown Prince has in all of this? Does he have something that's aligned with your desires when it comes to how Iran might change in the future?
Well, as a personality and then as the son of the Shah of Iran, he can promote what he thinks is good for himself or for the country. But it's the Iranian people who eventually decide about the future of the country in a democratic referendum about the best political system for Iran. But being him, considering him to be a leader of the transition period, I don't think so.
Well, I was going to say that I know that you, as the Kurdish Iranian opposition, have in the past also been at odds with the Shah when he was power in trying to get your rights secured. That's correct, yeah?
It is correct, yes.
Mr. Secretary General, what do you see as the next steps happening? What do you think will happen in the coming days and weeks? The US says it may strike again, Israel may strike again. The ceasefire that's taking place, or at least the relative ease of hostilities, is uncertain. What do you expect to happen?
I think the 12-day war is over between Iran and Israel, but the hostilities and the conflict between these two countries, and in fact between Iran and the United States, will continue because the supreme leader, albeit in a very weak position, but still loudly threatens the world, and loudly they are defying the international community and the calls for a peaceful solution to the nuclear program in Iran.
An update there from Abdullah Mokhtadi. Now, to get a deeper insight into what Iran's opposition groups are seeking, here's the full conversation I had with the Kamala Party Secretary General prior to the recent clashes. Start by telling me, why are you in Washington, D.C.? What's the goal of your trip here?
Thank you very much for having me. I've come to Washington to meet with people in government, in the Congress, and media to discuss the problems of my country, Iran, and my people, Kurdish people of Iran, with them, and raise awareness about the plights of Kurds, raise awareness about the situation in Iran with the American audience.
Any particular reason for coming at this time, or is this something you do regularly?
I've come to the United States, to Washington, since 15 years ago. And this time, I think my presence in Washington is very timely, because you know the situation, you know the negotiations, the nuclear negotiations, the tensions in the Middle East. So I think it's timely.
How do you generally get received here? I mean, you know, we'll talk a little more about this, but the Kurdish issue, for example, in itself is not one that's really on the radar of the American people much.
I've been received very well. Maybe it's not on the agenda now, but Kurds have demonstrated that they are good friends and allies of the United States, and people in the government and politicians or ex-politicians, think tanks, the media, they respect Kurds.
The Trump administration, though, has its own kind of unique focus as far as a lot of people are concerned. What's your view on how the current administration, quite new, back into government, so to speak, for Mr. Trump, how is he kind of responding, if you've had any feedback?
Well, we also, like President Trump and his administration, we believe in that Iran should be a non-nuclear state, a peaceful state, peaceful, democratic, secular state, without malign activities in the region. So there are so many things that we feel we have in common with this administration.
How did you feel about what President Obama did then, when he was president, when he tried to engage with Iran, try to get some progress in the relationship? Wouldn't that have been a useful way to approach it?
President Obama didn't listen to Iranian people at the time. There was Green Movement. It was a huge protest movement, a very democratic one. And people shouted in the streets, Obama, Obama, Ba'una ya Obama, which means, Obama, are you with us or with them? With people or with the government? Unfortunately, Obama didn't listen to the plights of the Iranian people and their aspiration for democracy.
So in terms of the intervention you would seek from America, what would be the best route that America could take to help your cause?
We do not seek America's military intervention, no American boots on the ground. That's not what we want. But we think that the Trump administration, President Trump and his administration, should adopt an open-door policy with Kurds and other Iranian democratic oppositions. People should listen to the Iranian people and their aspirations.
From some of the accounts of the opposition to the regime, I guess yourself included, there's not much opportunity for the people to have a voice, though. So how would they engage in a way that would be meaningful? How can, for example, the US administration get a better idea of what the Iranian people want through the opposition?
Well, the Iranian Kurds are organized. They have political parties. There are political parties of the opposition who are in exile in Europe, in the United States, and also the activists who are inside the country, political prisoners, union activists, teachers, students, women. If the United States wants to engage them, they could find them easily.
So, Dr. Muhtadi, in an article you wrote in March of this year, just a couple of months ago, the headline of it literally stated, "A golden opportunity for a peaceful and democratic Iran." Now, why do you think of it as a golden opportunity at this moment?
Because the Iranian regime is at its weakest point since the revolution in 1979. In September 2022, a protest movement erupted. It started in Kurdistan and spread across the country and gained the attention of the international public opinion. the woman life freedom movement.
That was because of the death of Mahsa Amini, Gina Mahsa Amini, as you call her.
Yes, exactly. And the legitimacy of the government has been eroding very fast. And in fact, Iran is showing many of the symptoms of a failed state. There is no electricity, no water, no inflation is rampant. National currency is falling down rapidly. The government is incapable of providing the very basic services to the people. So it is showing signs of becoming a failed state. And people are dissatisfied, they are unhappy with the system, especially women and the young generation. Ethnic minorities are under very bad suppression. So it's time, and especially Iran's proxies are beaten, and the regional influence of Iran is much weaker than before in the eyes of the region and the eyes of Iranian people. So it's a golden time for the United States and the West, and indeed the international community, to engage the Iranian, Kurdish and otherwise democratic opposition to think about the future Iran.
I'll break down some of these points you've raised through this interview, but let me get to, again, in this article, what you've said is the country is, quote, a powder keg vulnerable to a single spark. What would you see as that single spark being?
Nobody can predict, but like Gina Amini or Mahsa Amini, unlawful killing of a young woman because of his bad hijab.
Oh, headscarf, yeah.
Could be another incident like that, or whatever. You never know. Bouazizi, what happened? It became a spark. You never can foresee what the spark would be, but Iran is a powder cake. People are very angry with the system, and they are protesting almost daily. Truck drivers, teachers, workers, mine workers, students, everybody.
Would it be fair to say, because of the traveling you do and you see how Iran is portrayed outside the country, would it be fair to say that this side of Iran isn't really seen or understood by people outside the country, because that would not necessarily be the impression most people get about what's going on in Iran?
It's the fault of the international media. They don't pay attention to the nuclear issue, but they should pay more attention to the domestic policies of the Iranian government and the aspirations of Iranian people, their fights, their struggles, their hopes for the future. It's not fair. The international media has not been fair to the Iranian people, especially the Kurdish people. Look, the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike many people. Some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. And it has deprived Iran of golden opportunities for development and prosperity. It has impoverished Iran. It has kept Iran in a crisis, in a constant crisis for decades now. So we want to get rid of it, for not only for what the West, we understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Well, you're attributing the blame to the nuclear program, but what about the impact of sanctions? I mean, how realistically are sanctions working?
They are effective, but of course they impoverish people, and they're not, of course, may have made people suffer economically.
So then, if they're not effective against the country's regime...
It is effective against the country's regime as well. I mean, it has impacted everybody, even the people, even the normal people. But I blame sanctions and blame the Iranian regime for that.
No, I understand the blame, but I'm saying it sounds like if all this time the sanctions have been imposed on the country, it's not really had much impact on the regime itself.
It does, because the sanctions have made the regime financially broke for some time, for some years.
So how has the regime managed to last so long in the face of these sanctions?
Well, because of repression. It is a repressive, totalitarian government that doesn't look after its people. They don't care about people's lives and livelihoods. They don't care about providing services to people. They don't care about education. They don't care about hospitals. They don't care about anything. So the only thing that they care and they put money is the nuclear program and the military programs interfering in the region.
If there have been protests, as you've described, truck drivers and so on, and people protesting daily against the conditions there, why have they not been strong enough to perhaps create some change in the regime? How has the regime dealt with them?
With brute force. And I think it has eroded the legitimacy of the government very sharply. We have had movements. In 2009 we had Green Movement. It was a protest against rigging the elections. And then we had, in different years, we had protests against price rises, fuel price rises. And eventually lastly we had the Jina movement, or Women Life Freedom movement. They are very important movements. And I'm hopeful than before that something will happen in Iran. In fact, everybody in Iran is waiting for something, is waiting for a social upheaval. They don't know how it will start, but everybody is convinced that something has to happen in Iran.
Now, with the US administration under Donald Trump as president, there's much more of an introspective approach to America's affairs. The MAGA movement, it seems to be very focused on what US public is concerned with, as opposed to what's going on outside. So, people might ask, why should the US care about what's happening with Iran?
Iran is a very important country, and Iran is an ally of Russia, an ally of China, and hostile to the United States, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the region and in the world. So it's in the best interest of the United States that we have a peaceful, democratic country in Iran, a responsible member of the international community, at peace with its neighbors, and at the service of its own people. This is in the best interest of the United States.
Dr. Mohtadi, I know, when you travel, you probably connect with the Iranian diaspora. How engaged is the diaspora of Iran in what's going on in the country itself?
No, the majority of the Iranian people outside the country do care about their country, do care about the Iranian people and its future. They're ashamed of this regime. They want a modern, advanced, democratic country. Everybody is for a free Iran.
Well, what makes the Kurdish population, which you represent, the Iranian Kurdish population, what makes that different, perhaps say so special, in terms of its role in Iran?
In 1979, April 1979, there was a kind of referendum in Iran, Islamic Republic, yes or no. Kurds were the only people in Iran. Of course, there were individuals or special groups, but the only ethnic group, the only region of the country where people boycotted that election. We as Kurds never supported Khomeini. We never supported the Islamic Revolution. We protested against the Shah, both for democracy and for our own rights. but we never supported and endorsed Khomeini and his regime. That is why Khomeini took revenge against Kurds and ordered an unprovoked big onslaught against Kurds in August 1979. And since then, they had treated Kurds like a dangerous security matter rather than citizens of Iran. And Kurds have been behind. They have behind many movements in Iran. They have been very resilient people. They're peaceful, but they are against the regime, and they don't lose any opportunity to express the dissatisfaction with the system. And they can be pillars of democracy in the future of Iran. You cannot solve the Iranian problem without engaging Kurds and without participation of the Kurds in any future Iran. So Kurds are not only demographically but also politically are a necessary ingredient of and a component of the future of Iran.
Now, of course, the Kurdish population is across a number of countries because you have them in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and of course in Iran. What is the issue in getting more unity among the Kurdish population in general? Is that something that could happen?
It could happen in the future, but it's not on the agenda now. The population of Iranian Kurds amounts to at least 10 million people, which means that they number more than Kurds in Syria and Iraq put together. But we want our rights within a democratic Iran, and a peaceful, democratic, and federative Iran, a federal Iran where the rights of Kurds are protected by the law, by the constitution. We want power sharing. We want that ethnic and religious diversity is acknowledged in Iran.
So you're not really seeking independence for Kurdish people in terms of an independent Kurdistan. You're looking more at the idea of rights for Kurds within Iran as Iranian Kurds. What would be the relationship you would have then with the Kurdish population outside? What makes you different?
Historically speaking, I acknowledge the rights of Kurds for aspirations for statehood, but it's not in our program. Let's leave it for the future generations. What we now find realistic is fighting for democracy and human rights in Iran and for the rights of Kurds within a democratic Iran.
So yes, you've called for what you describe as a democratic, secular, pluralist, federal Iran.
Yes.
What would that look like to you? How would it work in terms of the different people within Iran, the different groups, minorities, and so on?
People can have their own parliaments, their own say in running their affairs, education in mother tongue, a decentralized Iran, and the rights of Kurds and others should be protected and safeguarded in the Iranian constitution.
Would it work to have a decentralized Iran? Would you be able to create almost like, sounds like a federation of states?
Yeah, it is. Not a federation of states. I don't know. I cannot predict the future, but what I'm insisting, what we are emphasizing is that the Kurds should have their rights. It's not just Kurds, the Baluchis, the Arabs of Ahwaz, and others should have their rights. They should have a say in the running of their affairs. And they should have, alongside Persian, they should have education in their own mother tongue. It's natural. It's natural in a democratic country. And the world has so many examples of that.
I guess people would ask...
India is one of them. Canada is one of them. And there are even Spain, Catalonia.
I guess people would ask, how would you stop the identity of Iran as a unified country dissolving if it goes into these different groups?
No, it will not dissolve by respecting the diversity, ethnic diversity of the country. Quite the contrary. It will strengthen the unity of the people because people will be satisfied. If you have a system of power sharing, this does not mean the people will dissolve, the integrity of the country will dissolve. On the contrary, it will strengthen the unity of the country by respecting the differences that there are. And these differences they are made by history, by thousands of years of history. Kurds have a culture of their own, a language of their own, a history of their own, and this should be respected. In fact, for the recent, it's more than 2-3 decades now that there is a big national awakening of Kurds of Kurdish identity. So Kurds are very sensitive to that.
Presumably, the country would still need a strong leader to provide the inspiration, I guess, for everyone to kind of live in harmony. What sort of leader would you see in Iran that would work?
And for a parliamentary democracy, where the prime minister is elected by the majority of the parliament, and everything is discussed in the parliament. Of course, we should have a president, but I'm not for a presidential system. I'm for a democratic system, a parliamentary democracy.
Where do you see the theologists fitting into all of this?
Well, we are for freedom of religions, no discrimination against any religion. For example, we have the Arsani people in Iranian Kurdistan, an ancient Kurdish religion. They're even more under pressure. They're like Baha'is. They're more under pressure than Sunnis in Iran. Every single religion must be respected by the law.
On that note, how much of it's a Shia majority state, but how much of an issue is the Shia, Sunni, and perhaps other sects? Diversity, how much of an issue is it?
It is an issue. The guess is, my educated guess is that about 25% of the country belong to the Sunni section of Islam. And there are also other people. As I told you, we have Yarisani people, we have Christians, Armenians, Jews, Baha'is. Everybody should. Iran is a diverse country. Iran is a remnant of an ancient and medieval empire. So there is no one nation, one ethnic group, one state. It has to be pluralist. It has to be pluralistic. It has to respect the different identities, different religious and ethnic identities, cultural identities that people have.
Well, many of its neighbors are Sunni majority countries, and they feel to some degree the threat is the Shia Iran. Could that be addressed to allow neighboring countries in the Gulf and other parts of the Arab world to accept a majority Shia country that is pluralistic, as you described? Would there be a system that could work?
It could work. In fact, it's the only system that could work, because the current system isn't working. The Iranian regime has been involved in destabilizing Arab countries, creating factions, Shia factions, who are hostile to their own system, to their own society, and has fueled the hostility between Shia and Sunni in the region. With the removal of this regime, the calm will come back to not only to the Shia and Sunni conflict, but also to the whole of Middle East.
Talking of leadership, Iran's had an interesting mix. I know, of course, there's the overarching theological side to it, the leadership from the Ayatollahs. But you had, for example, not that long ago, a very unique president in terms of President Ahmadinejad. Now, of course, you have Masoud Pezeshkian. What do you make of him? A lot have hopes that he'd be a more moderate leader, maybe someone that the West could deal with.
It's not important whether he's moderate or not, a genuine moderate or not, because all the power is concentrated in the hands of the supreme leader, and it's him who decides.
Then what options are there for the people? If it's going to be held, ruled by religion, there's not going to be much scope for debate, I would guess.
No, there is no debate. There is no real, genuine democratic debate inside the ruling circles of this government. Iran is run by a variety of mafia-like people. They have monopolized the political and the economic, financial power in Iran, and there is rivalry among them also. They are only united against their own people and the United States.
Well, I know you've said you don't ask for American boots on the ground there, but if the opposition groups, as you describe them, are generally oppressed or threatened, could you see unity among the opposition groups in order to put forward a united front against the current regime?
We are working on that. It's a necessity. We have to do it.
And at what stage are you?
There are many efforts going on this. I'm not going into the details now, but I'm aware of and I'm participating in some of them.
Would you ever advocate for an armed struggle against the regime from within Iran?
When the woman life freedom movement started, the Iranian Pastaran Revolutionary Guards launched rockets and missiles against Kurdish bases, Iranian Kurds in Iraq, because they wanted us to resort to violence against it. But we resisted. We showed restraint, and so this is not our choice. If this is not our choice, our favorite choice is toppling the regime through people's rise, through people's uprisings, through social movements, through protest movements, and through reforms. But it's up to the government. It's a regime choice, not the people's choice.
But you wouldn't rule out the idea of an armed struggle if it came to it?
I wouldn't rule out the idea of an uprising against the system. That's the best way.
Now, of course, you remain in exile and have your bases, for your party at least, in Iraq. How has that relationship evolved with the Iraqi Kurdish side and the Iraqi government, actually?
We respect the sovereignty of the Iraqi governments and have done nothing to violate it. And we have good relations, friendly relations with the KRG and political parties in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Are you totally free to express yourselves, though, with your goals for Iran itself?
Yes, we are doing that.
Without creating any kind of conflict between Iran and Iraq in general?
No, we are free to speak our minds and to talk about our programs, our political programs. What we are not engaging is armed struggle against the Iranian regime, which we don't.
What sort of reaction has there been to you, the Kamala party in Iraq, in exile, taking on board Peshmerga fighters, who are military basically, in terms of that position?
Therefore self-defense. We have not been engaged in any armed struggle, armed activity for more than about 30 years now, for 25, 30 years now. But we have to have them to protect ourselves, because if you don't have Peshmergas, they come to you. The Iranian regime has been engaged in many instances of terrorist actions inside and outside its borders. So we have to protect ourselves in Iraqi Kurdistan.
And you don't get any criticism from the Iraqi government for your presence there that brings in the Iranian regime, as you say?
Yes, there have been tensions and things like that, but it's manageable.
Were you surprised what happened in Syria, the speed with which the change occurred?
Everybody was surprised, but I welcome the developments. I welcome the toppling of Assad. It was a brutal regime against everybody, and it was a proxy of Iran against its own people. And so, yes, I welcome the opportunity for the Syrian people to decide about their future. I hope they have a just society, a fair and democratic society in the future.
And what implication is it for the Syrian Kurds?
The Kurds have every right to have a fair share of the future of the country. They have been fighting ISIS and Daesh very successfully. They have sacrificed a lot, and you cannot deny the rights of Kurds in Syria.
I understand what you say about them having the rights. Do you feel they will actually get them? Do you think they're in a stronger position now?
I hope so, and I hope the United States and the West supports them.
What impact do you expect losing Bashar al-Assad will have on Iran's current regime?
Very much, because it was a very severe blow to the Iranian authority, to the Iranian power in the Middle East. First Hamas, then Hezbollah, then losing Bashar al-Assad and toppling its regime was very important for the people, for the region. It will have lasting implications for the whole region, not only for the Kurds. And it was a severe blow to the Iranian regime as a proxy and ally. So it has weakened the Iranian regime and its hegemony in the region.
Where does Israel fit in all of this? Because often the situation, the dynamic in the Middle East is portrayed as essentially Israel versus Iran, and many believe that Israel sets America's agenda against Iran too. But where does Israel fit in all of this for you?
The Iranian regime is against everybody in the region. Of course, it sometimes recently pays lip service to the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, but they are not genuine. These signs of friendship are not genuine. They want to destabilize the Arab states to pursue their own agenda of creating a Shiite empire in the region. They're against Israel and want to annihilate it. They want the United States to be out of the region. So they are against Turkey, but they have hidden agendas in Turkey. So what we want is an Iran, a free, peaceful Iran that is in cooperation with its neighbors, everybody. And that's something that only can happen after this regime.
But I wondered, with Israel being the enemy of Iran, the way it's seen, for you as Kamala Party, as the Iranian opposition, is there an element of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Well, it's enough to say that Israel in itself is not and should not be a threat to Iran. It's the Iranian regime that has always threatened the Israelis, and this should stop. In the future, Iran, you can criticize Israel or any country, but you cannot try to annihilate any country.
There is that perspective that if you, as the opposition to the current regime in Iran, are looking to topple it, that anyone who's against the current regime would want to support you in terms of Israel, the US, and so on. Do you see that support?
I haven't seen yet.
And in terms of the attacks that Israel and Iran had recently between each other, sometimes subdued in order not to let things escalate too far, what went through your mind when you saw that occurring?
I thought it was unnecessary to have fight your neighbors. Israel is thousands of kilometers far from Iran, and it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
I guess the critics would argue that Israel took action in Iran, taking out leaders, and taking out leading figures that they opposed in places like Iran, so action took place there.
But Iran declares openly their intent to put an end to the state of Israel. They are pursuing a very ambitious and dangerous nuclear program. What would you do?
If your party was to achieve its goals, let's say, for example, you're in some sort of position, whether it be in some kind of leadership position in Iran, how would you build a relationship with Israel? What would you be looking for?
Like other countries, like other neighbors.
Is there any chance, in your eyes, that the case against Iran and perhaps support for Israel might be weakened by what's been going on in Gaza? For a lot of people that believe that Israel's actions have been excessive. Is that hurting your cause?
Could be, but they're separate issues. Iran has supported not the legitimate rights of Palestinians for statehood. It, in fact, has ruined their chances of that because they don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They want to put violence into the region.
The Turkish Kurds have taken also quite a sudden decision through their leader, the PKK leader, Abdullah Öcalan, to disarm and step back. What were your thoughts there?
I agree with the ceasefire or their putting down their arms. I think it's in the best interests of Turkey generally and Kurds especially to put behind the violent history that they had and give peace and democracy a chance. I think it would be in the best interest of everybody in the region. Even for us, it's a good development. I support it.
You know, Dr. Mohtadi, as we're running short of time, I should point out your family was a very prominent and successful family, but it has a long history in activism. And it was almost natural that you would get involved in that too. Do you believe that there is a chance in your lifetime you will see the regime change in Iran, considering it's held out for so long?
I hope so, and I think so.
Dr. Mohtadi, I hope we have a chance to speak again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurdish Iranian opposition leader Abdullah Mohtadi on his hopes for Iran's future. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave comments, and I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Paris, the world's most romantic city. People love it for its culture, fashion, architecture, and food, and is considered the dream destination of many. The French capital has some of the most beautiful and historic buildings and monuments. The most famous of all is the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic constructions in the world. There's the Arc de Triomphe at the end of the Champs-Élysées. The Notre Dame Cathedral, which dates back to 1163, is the most visited attraction. Located high above the city in Montmartre is the Sacré-Cœur Basilica. And of course, the Louvre Museum, which contains the Mona Lisa and many other works of art. Don't forget the La Conciergerie, famous as a prison, a historical landmark during the French Revolution in the 1790s. Here, you can see Marie Antoinette's prison cell, which was converted into a chapel in her memory. One can still follow the many traces of the French Revolution in this contemporary city. There's the Place de la Concorde and the Cour des Commerces, where the Marat, the extremist, published his newspaper L'Ami du Peuple. Seeped into the city's DNA is, of course, Paris's well-known heritage in arts and culture. Explore the cobblestone streets of Montmartre with its rich history of Belle Epoque artists and cabarets, or get a first-hand experience of the lifestyle in the neighborhood of Belleville. Get your culture fix at the Musée d'Orsay, at the newly renovated Picasso Museum, or course through the dozens of small museums and galleries you can visit in the city. Shopaholics will also delight in Paris's myriad options. From chic department stores that'll have all your fashion needs ready to famed boutiques for sheer designer items. Stroll along the Champs-Élysées or watch the fashion shows. If you're traveling during the Christmas season, be sure to check out the fancy window displays. There are also places to find the best fine jewelry. You'd also want to visit any of the famous neighborhood bakeries that sell perfect Parisian bread, made using traditional French techniques. Paris also has an impressive offering of food stops. The city boasts of 70 Michelin-starred restaurants. You'll find one for every specialty, from fresh premium oysters to award-winning edible works of art, like the famous pastries in Paris. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.